of course, she's not here. Sure, but welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Before we start the party, you go check out what that is.
What is the scenario?
Boy Squad Tennessee
How can you have evidence of a foreign against a person? That's the truth. There's a lender who uses the money with only capital. In that case, essentially, again, lady is the guarantor, and says we open from the borrower to the point that moving to his work. Okay, let's go back. How would I know? We'll say, okay, we had a story time. How would I know? The opposite of Malva and the fucking Lona. He's coming to look for Lona. Let's contrary.
That's not what he came here for. He came here for the 10 minutes of shop where he get started right away.
What happened? Yes, sir. So we're going to go
so the first one is some stand-up.
And what happened over here is the diet and allow moving to go ahead and see now, he did this without wanting to.
That is weird.
There's no balls deep and talk about your kids. I mean, I've been balls deep with the fish. In this case,
that's even weirder. Why would you be balls deep with the fish? Is that considered a bestiality or pescatology? Yeah, let's skip over the pescatology.
Sounds to me like I didn't break that either.
So I get to the front,
Ultimately, again, so Lieutenant Brigadier went ahead and literally removed this diet. He reversed the judgment. Absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. He reversed the judgment. Amar Rava, man chosen in the other Kiham Nasa. So Rava said, yeah, but I mean, I read on so smart. How wise he was to reverse this judgment. By you, like a summer. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what he's the joke is. He's saying, well, if you can't take it, but they're cheaper or whatever, because I'm sure there's going to be a blackfish joke where you sounds always very current with nowadays. We saw the Muncie boats.
Why did he do something?
Fish hooking. Someone did you say fish hooking?
A person's property essentially are his guarantor.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. Oh my God, dude. Andy Letterman over there is fish everything.
What happens when you borrow money?
He's so bad. He's dressed so terrible. He looks like a League of Their Own meets the Big Lebowski. I don't know why his baseball jersey keep playing it.
A person's property is his guarantor. Also, the Barkinish, in the RV, none. What did we learn when it comes to guarantors? What did we learn? Amaldas Havelo, and we did already. When you come in,
What's the first song? You know how I kept saying that everybody's like, and then there's a movement, and he's like, and she's like, and he didn't do it this time. He didn't walk. I wonder, has he seen 10 minutes of shop? Maybe, and he's addressing it. If so, shut us out, please.
So what the deal is happening over here, when Ruben mentioned money, so right, Shimon's the buyer, and Shimon's property are his guarantors. So this is over here, Shimon wasn't repaid. That this giant is moving the licensee's property. For 1 second, you can't pay the guarantor until first you go to the borrower. So in this particular, Hanan said the judge will rule
timely reference in Blackfish. Do we know when that movie came out?
Go to the
I believe it was
guarantor,
2014. Can we
the
assign
property,
like another
going
first
to the borrower, and that is
I
a
think it was 2014. I wonder if his wife is tired of hearing about this.
incredible.
He's been telling her the joke for 6 years. He's talking about
Who are
Blackfish.
the
My wife doesn't even know about fish. She's from Mexico. 2013.
Now, when we work with someone who needs remember, let's just do what we have. Right? So what we have is number one, this is the pressure guarantors. There's already been happening. Like, we already the only approach in the event that
Yo, what up, DeFi Mike?
have one to be approached even proactively. Right? Lenders should choose to and go to the problem directly.
Can you hear me?
Totally bypass
Mike,
Good day, sir.
having big dog.
Yes,
Loudly and clearly. All right. So did you join a bunch of communities?
Gives the money to the couple.
yes, I've done that. I should have gotten back to yesterday, but my schedule was somehow tight.
You're good. All right. Have you created a Fiverr account and an Upwork account yet?
Different relationships.
No, although I have an I have 5 accounts before, but I don't have any Upwork accounts.
Okay, so create a Fiverr account or leave login and
So now
do the same. Create an Upwork account and then have ChatGPT populate your different profiles, and then put your link tree in there and tell ChatGPT that you want to be a Web3 marketer. And once your profiles are done with Fiverr and Upwork, let me know. If you have questions, you can always come in here and ask them, okay?
I have an existing Fiverr account. Can I use that account? But I should just delete
Absolutely. And just edit all the stuff so that you have your uploaded links.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
It was a on the debt that the father of Yisrael made. So Yaakov died.
What up,
Yaakov had borrowed money, and there was a guarantor. There was a guarantor for those. That's Yitzchak. Okay, so what happened? The Pari Lamal and the Kamei Godel Yasmin. So listen to this. Well, it's fascinating. So Yitzchak, the guarantor, says, you know what, like this, I want to pay off the debts. I want to pay off the debts of the estate. So he pays off the debts of the estate without ever discussing it with the Yisrael. Now again, Yitzchak is the Arik. What's Yitzchak's judgment? In Yitzchak's mind, right? Once you ever have like a situation like this where in your mind you have everything planned out, right? There's only one problem, which is you never spoke about this with anyone, right? So there's other parties involved in this. You have a whole plan that involves multiple people, right? And in your mind, it's perfect. You're going to do this, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, but you never bothered to inform anyone else of this grand plan. So what happened? Yitzchak the Arev has this great plan. What's his plan? I'm going to be the hero. I'm paying off the debt for the installment. And then what? Of course, what is he going to do? He's going to come back and collect it from the estate. Or he's a hero, not that. In other words, I want to kind of wipe the slate clean for the installment. I'll pay off and I'll come back and recollect from the estate. Okay, sounds like a pretty good plan. So what? So the party of Malvin becoming, but the only problem is he never told the installment about this. By the way, if you take a look at the Rashbam for just a moment, it's in the intermediate lines about 3 lines in Ahu Arba Diasmi, Aviyam Lava B'Chayev. So here Rashbam spells out the case. So remember again, the father, we'll call him Yaakov, borrowed money during his lifetime. V'zen Na'as Arev B'Malva B'Shvilo, U'la'achem Osa Para Arev Tchila Mikamei Dinat Vino Liasmi, Klor Mishalo Para, V'lo Mishal Yisomim, Shalo Hifsik L'Talam. So again, so just so you understand, in this case over here, the creditor, no one has come forward to claim money against the Yisrael yet. But again, Yitzchak, the guarantor, he knows about the debt. Because remember, again, he was the guarantor on the debt of Father Yaakov. Right? So here, the guarantor figures, let me just pay it off. Right? No one asked. Right? The creditor has not come knocking. The Yisrael may be aware, may not be aware. But again, the guarantor figures, let me do this, wipe out the debt of the estate. And Shalom Yisrael, and I'll come back and collect from the estate. So now can you collect? So I'm not Papa. No. Priyas Balchov Mitzvah, the Yasmi, Lav Benemi other Mitzvah. So it's an interesting Lashon over here. So Papa says the repayment of debt is a mitzvah, and Yisomim are not obligated in mitzvahs. Okay, so now what is that? So I'll say, so first of all, just give a little bit of color to this. So something interesting happens over here. When Yitzchak, the guarantor, pays off the debt is paid. Which essentially now means that the estate owes Yitzchak, the guarantor, money. There's a debt that's owed to Yitzchak. The Rashbam points out something fascinating. That debt, is what's called is a milva al peh, is an oral transaction. Because remember again, there's no shtar. The shtar that existed was between Yaakov and the creditor. So now there is an oral loan, there's a verbal loan that exists. So again, there is a mitzvah. So to go to the Rashbam now. Priyas Balchov mitzvah. Ha'arev atonase Balchov, umalva al pehu. So remember again, the Arev, now the guarantor, becomes the creditor. It's a verbal loan. U'mitzvah la paro. So again, assuming the Yisomim are minors, if they're minors, they're not necessarily obligated to go ahead and in this is so because of that, you would have to wait till they get to the age of majority. Then he can bring them to Beis Din. And once they're in base, they could go ahead and adjudicate this particular issue. But Papa says essentially, assuming we're dealing with minors, halacha l'maisa. So again, it's not saying that Yitzchak, the guarantor, can't collect, but he's going to have to wait and he's going to have to go through a judicial process. And that's what it is. Again, not in a contrarian way, but just like anyone else who wants to collect. So Rafuna Yeshua Amar, Amar Tzrari Aktisei. So interestingly enough, Rafuna Yeshua agrees. He says that he agrees that Yitzchak, the creditor, cannot collect from the estate. But he says for a different reason. We're concerned that maybe Father Yaakov prepaid the debt before he died. Maybe he deposited money with the creditor before he died. And you see this motif that people do not want to die without outstanding. Right? People want to know that their debts are paid off before they go to the Oma Emes. The Torah says that here Yitzchak, the creditor, Yitzchak, the guarantor, paid, but for all Yitzchak knows, before Yaakov died, he already paid the debt. So because he already paid the debt, we can't just allow Yaakov, the creditor, to collect from the estate. So the other days will say. So it's interesting enough, the Gemara says, okay, now they're both kind of saying the same thing, which is that everyone is agreeing that even though Yitzchak, the creditor, seemingly did a very nice thing by paying back the debt, he could collect from the estate. They're both saying the same thing. So that's the practical difference between these two opinions. So what's that? A good enough meaning would be, unless he had a case where Yaakov on his deathbed admitted that the debt was not paid. So therefore again, according to Rav Huna of Yoshua, obviously he's admitting that he hasn't paid it. But according to Rav Papa, the estate would still not be obligated to pay it because this is now only a verbal loan, and therefore you'd have to wait until the Yisomim come of age. Only then could Yitzchak, the guarantor, collect. Inami, Tishantu, Umes Bishamte. Either that or I will say the loan was due already before Yaakov died. Yaakov was in default. They didn't put him in chayrim for non-payment, which is clear again that the loan was not paid. So according to Rav Huna, it's clear that the loan was not paid, and therefore, technically speaking, under those circumstances, Yitzchak, the guarantor, should be entitled to payment. But according to Rav Papa, who says no, it's still a verbal loan, so therefore he can't collect it from Yisrael until they reach the age of majority. Incredible. Shalom Mitam. I'm sorry. Good. Shamtua meis b'shante. Shalom Mitam. Shamtua meis b'shante. Hilchas Akrafuna Reit of Yoshua. So let's say they sent a message that indeed in halacha l'maisa it was clear. Excuse me. If it was clear at the time of death that halacha l'maisa, Father Yaakov had not paid his debt, and the halacha would be like Rav Huna Reit of Yoshua. If you take a look at Rashban. Rashban says, so we'll say, interestingly enough, so the halacha follows the following way. This is how the halacha comes out. So in this case, where Yitzchak, the guarantor, did something nice, repaid the debt of the Yisomim, of the estate, without talking to anyone about it. So what happened now? Can he collect from the estate? Essentially, the Gemara says like this. If we know for sure that the debt has not been paid, we know for sure that it has not been paid, either again Yaakov admitted on his deathbed that it wasn't paid, or he was excommunicated for non-payment of the debt at the time of his death. We pass in like the Furan, and the guarantor can get repayment from the estate. If, however, again we're not sure about the status of the debt, then in that kind of case, Yitzchak, the guarantor, would have to wait until the Yisomim reach the age of majority, and then again go through the proper legal channels to try to get repayment for. So May says here's a kasha. Ori shahayu shtach of yotzim kachas yado. Let's say you have an ori guarantor, right? And the guarantor has the loan document. I will say, if a guarantor has a loan document, if you were to piece these pieces of information together, what narrative would you come up with? Right? You must have paid off the debt. In other words, the only way that a guarantor is going to be holding the loan document is if he actually pays the debt. So now again, you have Yaakov who borrowed money, Yaakov borrowed money, and Yitzchak, the guarantor, is showing up with the loan document. So what's the halacha? It'll go back. He cannot collect. Now again, he's all you sold. Right, so in this case, so what's happening over here? So Yitzchak, the guarantor, is coming to now Yaakov died. Yitzchak, the guarantor, is coming to the estate and saying, "Hey, Chevra, you sold him. I paid off the debt of your father. Now pay me back." And again, he didn't prove it. So you cannot collect. Now, what does it mean you cannot collect? Restream points out over here. You can't collect until you someone grow up. And once they grow up, you can go through the limited legal channels to collect from the estate. Involves his kabaltin and kalgoga. Interestingly enough, but if, let's say like this, if there's a note in the document, right? The lender wrote a note in the document, and in the note it says, "I, the lender, received payment from Yitzchak the Kaplan," then ultimately, again, he can collect it. I was going to say, what's the difference? Now, what's the difference in that? So we'll say, for instance, like this. At the end of the day, is it possible that maybe the Malva dropped down and that's how Kaplan found it? Is it possible? It's possible. And therefore, again, remember, we're hyper vigilant with the money of orphans in the state. So because of that, even though you're the RA, right, you're part of the guarantor, and you're showing up with the loan document, which under normal circumstances would seem to tell us that you repaid the debt, because if you sold him, we're going to wait till you someone grow up, make this out. If, however, again, there's a note, a certified note, has been certified, obviously, certified note, that the lender says, "I, lender, received the money from this Kablan," okay, then that's what we'll say, then that's indisputable, and therefore Allah for myself, in that case, we already will be able to collect from the estate. So Mishnah, if we're ready to Yeshua, Mishkat, Zlaki, Shekayev, Moda, so I say, so ultimately, again, very quickly, Yeshua, you can come up with this case where Yaakov the father died, and he admitted that money before he died. Akasha, but according to Papa, even with a note from the lender, right? Still problematic because the Papa said just in general, halacha l'maisa. Again, you have to wait till you someone become of age. Shani hasam, the kasam leiskada. Papa will be able to say. Yitzchak, the guarantor, showed a document in his hand, and on it there's a note from the lender, and the lender said, "The guarantor Yitzchak paid me." We'll say that's pretty solid. In other words, at a certain point, you have to accept the enormous proof that is being finished. And Allah saw that the guarantor paid the debt, and even Papa would agree that under those circumstances, guarantor can collect from you. Incredible. All right, there was another story, a lot of good stories today. Halu Arva, so say, so same case. Father Yaakov, right, borrowed money from a Gentile. Right? Then what happens? Now, again, Yitzchak was the guarantor on the debt. Father Yaakov dies. Yitzchak, the guarantor, decides to be a nice guy. What does he do? He says, "You know what? I'm just gonna repay this debt, and then I'll go back to the estate and get that clean for the soul." And he pays the money to the Gentile creditor without saying anything. So again, creditor has never petitioned the estate for repayment. No one said anything. Yitzchak, the guarantor, is just a good guy, and he proactively pays off the debt. Now, but again, Yaakov, the good guy, right? So Yaakov, the good guy, comes to the estate and says, "Okay, I paid back your debt. Pay me back." Who said that sometimes we have to be kosher. Maybe it was prepaid. How do you know that Yaakov, before he died, didn't deposit a bundle of money with the creditor? Even those who are kosher for payment of the debt before he died, that's only for a Jewish creditor. Kohavim gave him the Basra Arva low start. Remember we had this yesterday. Yes, he's not according to Persian law. At least I'm the Persian law. Like Persian law allows the creditor to go after the guarantor first. So Gemara says even if you're finished, that maybe the borrower prepaid the creditor, money. That's only with the Jewish creditor. But by a non-Jewish creditor, with that creditor anyway had the ability to go after the guarantor, we're not kosher that the borrower deposited money with the deposit value. And therefore, you automatically non-Jewish creditor that the money is has not been repaid.
I completely made an awful joke. Shots attempted at me. All Fisher, I have a feeling there's going to be things to it. Someone's going to do it. The whales know that or something. So, every clip you have to figure out, did killer whale slinging did a whale?
Sorry, mate. Well, I'm the problem. He was the opposite. The opposite is when no one's finding someone to get it.
All the dinosaurs are slow, but he respects us a little because they're savage. You got it. Gotta get it all out. We need to look so quickly.
You do something. That's easy. You do something that won't come down to the species. The guarantee is like the proactively pay off his son. And what comes out of it when he does it? Then what he does it is how can you pay it? He's not being able to get that repayment until the son is come of age, and then he'll have to choose pay the only exception to that rule is when it's also a nice case where you pay back to step out from the I received repayments from my dad. In that case,
maybe somebody else could have pulled that off, but it's like shut
I lost for myself. You can go and get me from the state, but absent that, you're going to have to move to these incredible. I wasn't sure. Says the Gemara. The thing has to do with the how early you said Moshe Bar Arba Duksuvasa was his number again. That's his name. Was the guarantor or his daughter was Moshe Bar Archie's son. Moshe Bar Archie's son was Rabuna. So Moshe Bar Archie's son went ahead. So Moshe Bar Archie guaranteed Shiva for his son. Right for his daughter. So what happened? So Puna breaks down Puna is Moshe Bar Archie's son, and it's causing us some difficult financial.
What if Shop really had the obvious squash and he was saying, what if he has serious brain injury, he has CTE? What if part of his CTE is just like evil movies go into his head? He's all that happened to me. What's another example? Like those are things I was like, no. And the pool was like really just like frozen, so I put my tongue on it, and then my tongue got stuck.
Right? And what's going to happen? The fool, when you divorce your wife, you have no money. What's going to happen? Your father, is the guarantor of your father's going to pay out Siva off your wife. But how can you actually, and then remarry her? It's fantastic. It's fantastic, right? Just go ahead and do that. So do that. And the nice again, that's a good answer. I'm going to love off. But how you listen, what's that? Can't do that, right? So listen, but the nice again, you can't do it. The Mishnah says, remember again, when a man divorces his wife, what is he going to activate the guarantee? What he has to do. The husband has to make a negative that his wife can't carry on off of him, and therefore can't remarry. That's the other way. Sometimes but it is constantly the right
all love to see it happen to Shop.
It's a much easier age.
This guy, this idiot in town. He made fun of me right at the lead. What is this one? British lying or predict? Oh, yeah, this is the
now again, we don't know the dynamics of the year, we don't know the circumstances of the year. But what's it? It's just crazy as it sounds. It's nice in the whole yom that people do tremendous work around instead of having so scared. I was so scared
Shop
to say
is like
creative
it that
difficult
just lies
that
like
when
and then you
anything
catch
and
doing shit.
everything but
Because it
happens
doesn't matter what
with
you're
a
talking about,
tremendous
anything
and
that
dramatic
anyone says to
workaround
shop,
in order to
he
avoid
thinks
that
he has to be
conversation
like
with so
really
much pain,
funny or
so
something
much
like
difficulty,
that. Or
so
like
much
not have
convolution
answer.
of
Maybe he's just traumatized
so
for
much
like maybe
convolution. Like, it could have been
for 10 minutes a
avoided
week.
had you
But
just had the
he's like, yeah,
Those have
what?
really learned from him. Stop here, trying to get this story. You have to do tomorrow.
I was like,
So, yeah.
do you know him really well? Yeah, I know him really well. Is he related to you?
All right, Cameron's have a great day, everyone.
Yeah. It's my dad. He's my dad.
We cool this now? Well, New York, he's on Saturday Night Live. He comes out here too. Is he still on us now? Oh, yeah. He's great, man.
Sorry.
I've always been a fan of him.
Is Callan trying to catch his eye too? I feel like it.
Sorry.
So he's like doing an investigation.
I love his face. He started the big thing together. Ariana Grande started. He just does look like he might have a big dick. I don't know. He just does. Linky, you know, Linky. Yeah, that's how it goes. There's a lot of big energy comes from this Linky. Fuckboy falls in though, dude.
Callan seems like he wants to kill himself. He's like, I can't take any more of this. Shab is my meal ticket now, but I can't take another second of Shab just saying like popular phrases and not knowing what's going on. Oh no, 10 minutes already. No, we got 2 more clips. Just 2 more. All right, we'll watch some more clips. Yeah, we'll break
And a whore winter. Looking forward to that.
Whore winter.
Pete Davidson is making his fans sign an NDA prior to showing up to his show, and if they're in breach of this NDA, they can face up to $1 million in a settlement agreement.
That's ridiculous. They'll spoil it. He's worried they're going to leak his jokes online.
So what you have to do is, prior to the day of the show, you have to sign the NDA.
Does he like make jokes about people being canceled? Are there any jokes about SeaWorld in it? Has he watched Blackfish? Because I thought of it too, like it's not the same joke.
Or you get a full refund.
It's very weird. That is, do you see him around New York, Dan? I've known Pete since he was fucking 15 years old. He's a sweetheart. I don't see him how he works. I think he's in like a different stratosphere of this, where I think he like jetpack places and then
Shop said there he interrupts everyone. He up to Dan Soder. He was like, oh, I know him too, and I know he has to, but he did it at more less aggressive this time. I don't know. Let's go to the next one. And this one's over? Yeah, I don't think anything funny happens in that one. All right, let's see here. How do you know this is Scoops? Who's Scoops? I don't know who Scoops is. That's not, I don't know, it's BGL. Do you know? BGL? I've seen that on the subreddit a bunch. I have no clue. All right, well, YouTube, you can make fun of me and call me an idiot, but at least tell me who it is. Yeah, please, one more thing.
When he kept coming back to tell you watching, I can't want to talk about it. And then it's interesting. You think about Michael Jordan. There you go. There we go. And Eric got to go. You have to go. Okay, well, Joe and Dick go. Principal talk. It's a weird to rebuild on stage, right? This is the point. This point. You can't decide. It's like you're why is it weird to receive Shop? It's almost a point where you can't respond to it. Well, Shop, the GOAT, which I think you know because you just said it's the greatest of all time. So you're going to go to. I like how he asked the question and then he defines what a GOAT is after. What Annie would have said BGL.
That you have multiple people with the same name, and perhaps again one person, you didn't get Yakult on, you get the Yakult, Rock the Star, you have to get the Yakult, you get the Yakult.
There's got to be a Shop nickname, right?
Is that
I don't even know. All right, well, I guess we'll find out in the comments section and see. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your week. We'll be back next week with more 10 minutes. But one last shout out to Walsh for giving Gerardo a shout out. Walsh gave me photos. It filled me with jelly. Yeah, Gerardo's going through a tough time in his life right now, so this is very helpful. We appreciate it. Appreciate anything Walsh or anyone else can do. All right.
Hey, sweetie, this is your father. Someone's going to drop the shot and someone else is going to pick it up and find it. But Hashkafa Lanaisa, we're always Choshishim in the Fila. He always has concerns about Nefila, about falling down, about failing. A person has to be constantly spiritually on guard. You know, sometimes we become a little bit, let's say I have this situation like this where a person, maybe, you know, I dealt with a particular Avera that I've been struggling with, and then what happens? So then I go ahead and finally, I feel like I've mastered it. I feel like I've conquered it. And then what happens? What happens? Ultimately, you fall off the wagon with the same Avera. And you wonder to yourself, how could this have occurred? Now, it's like I worked on this so hard. I dealt with this for so long. And yet now, again, I'm right back exactly where I was before. Why? Because in the realm of Ruchnius, there's no such thing as complete security. In the realm of Ruchnius, even if a person is able to manage a certain Yitzhahara, Chashim,
All right. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop.
Your life is I never
A very popular segment that we pulled out of our ass. When you pull something out of your ass, it's not always the best, you know, like the produced thing, but we heard your concern and thank you for the audio. We fixed the audio in the video from last week. You couldn't hear Shop talk, which is the way it should be with Shop. But you can't really get the jokes and everything if it's just like, there's just static here or whatever. So sorry about that. Thanks for tuning in and giving us another chance. I don't know if you noticed, I got the t-shirt on. Shout out to Brendan Walsh, and in Los Angeles that me and Jordan looked up to when we moved out here. So it's very cool to know that he watches this. Check out Brendan's podcast, World Record Podcast. We'll put a link in the YouTube description. So thanks, Brendan. Make sure to meet so I can pick anything I want. I think I made the right choice. But you're the one with 3 seasons. That's all I care about. I like the tie-dye. I would wear it out to like places if it wasn't, you know, kind of like a Aero Boston anymore. I can, if you look at the older episodes, see me on Aeropostale. So, you know, some people don't like that brand of clothing, but I think like whatever. You didn't come here for that. You came for 10 minutes to shop. Thank you. So start the clip that Friday. I think this is what we're reading comments. Yeah, she's lovely. You know, I'm gonna barbecue cheese. Anyway, she's up there. They only caption shop. They don't caption cat shops like broken English these weeks. The hoarders. Why? This is like, why this? Your reputation is so bad. Women. Alright, keep going. I talked over. I've seen the clip before. It makes a stupid joke about Sports Illustrated because of the whole, you know, they put the what is it, plus size model on the cover, and Jordan freaked out about it. So of course, Shop has to agree with that. What did Jordan Peterson say? He was like, she's not no way presenting her as such one can be. It's like, why do you care about this at all? I thought she was not bad looking. Well, I would, you know, get with her as her age as a modern. You know, so much about the Sports Illustrated. I haven't seen it. She's not bad looking. Bob is, he only dates women from, women out to his car with him, Trump, Illustrated, talking about, you keep that. Let's see your You're right, that's too much self-awareness. That would be funny if they did that. He's trying to say Trump. Just another, to them, it's just another chase. You can fuck, you know, just to fuck. You know?
ton of advice that says,
Alright,
you
this
know,
next one,
maybe not.
though.
We must
Where
react to
girl
how they
is
fully
someone
armor
is homeless as fuck.
everyone holds
This is
down
a good
for
one.
myself.
Just from the
Whoever
title, I'll
takes
explain
out
it.
is considered to be the
When
owner
I
of
was
the
in
game.
UFC, I went to
The ownership
like
of
a
the
expo
stars is
thing in
determined by
Vegas, so I
whoever is
waited 2
actually
hours to meet
physical
Vanderlei
professional.
Silva.
The
And I
hustle,
met him,
the
and he
self-love,
signed the
value
picture,
of
and I was like, oh, my name's Brendan. He was cool. He wrote Brandon, and that's like true. You gotta have one of those names.
Essentially,
Not at all. My name, if you're watching this, you don't know, it's also the same. It's Brendan, spelled the same. I don't care. Most of the time, I don't even hear it. Brendan, it's like, it kind of goes into your one, not the other. But what I wanted to, I picked this clip because it's just so funny. The homeless is like this homeless as fuck. And the homeless cats are the people that don't like shop. So anybody that even like some remote maybe is dissing shop. So and so is homeless. They're super homeless, and it's just it cracks me up every time. I love it. We're homeless in the house. You know, in the eyes of the subreddit. The cats.
And I go, oh, no, damn, I'm so sorry, but can you just fix it? And Brendan,
You know what? Even people in Brazil just tell him to shut his goddamn mouth. I'll write your name right if you stop doing stand-up.
When I was walking in my truck, I ran into
Vanderlei Silva is just another victim of the drug walk. Okay,
what's this one about?
I don't remember.
Here's what they wanted, so I don't really feel that they are. I was at someone rented me when I was in UFC for someone rented me for 2 8-year-olds' birthday party. There's an Indian reservation. You know what's funny? It's like he's crossing his arms as if he's like, don't say anything, Brendan. Keep making fun of you, dude. He's like, just can't help himself.
Anything he can do to be made fun of, even if it's like ordering from Fashion Nova for men, this gigantic bubblegum t-shirt, he'll do it. And the story is so absurd. They put it down on the subreddit as clearly fake. And this, I heard the last thing I got, he's saying that he was invited to perform on a Native American reservation or something like that. They've been through enough. Underneath this, a shop going up there and being like, ooh, fucking dicey. He's like, the fucking blanket. That's right, dude. Dicey. Again, smallpox, dicey. 100%. I kid, now it's coming out of me.
They drive up to 3 hours in the sticks on some Native American land. So I go to their parents' houses, right? I walk in, it's like a casino trade. There's all these being Native Americans and meters, tattoos from head to toe, playing cards. There's a giant fish tank. Now fight. There's a giant
Pause for a second. What would it be to see the world the way Shop does? Like, if you could put on shop glasses, it's just a normal day, and then you put on shop sunglasses, everybody is a stereotype or gay. All some sort of movie reference. Training day. Okay, the two things are completely different. They don't make, they're rich, but they're on a reservation, and they're Latino gangsters. Like, it's just not, it clearly is not what's going on. Okay, we can still have some time.
I go outside, and the mom's like, oh, I'm so glad you came. You know, my husband's a big family here. Gives me $10,000 cash. She's like, Joey, you need here for an hour. And she goes, it's a UFC theme party. My kids love it. I go, how are your kids? She goes, 8 twins. I'm like, okay. The cake comes out, it's made of like knock on, has little fighters on it. And the kids, she gets them down, and they start fighting. The kids and them start fighting. Champ fight, UFC style. I'm like, oh my god, I love the fuck out. Oh yeah. And she's like, oh, where is this? This was, wait, this is Las Vegas. No, this is California. Yeah, West Vegas. Jesus. I rented a costume for this show.
Yeah, dude, that happened. And he talks to somebody where he's like, no, fight. If you say something 4 times, yeah. He's like trying to make a joke, kind of, or just possibly just lying. I don't know, it's hard to tell. Hard to tell.
How much more time? We have like a lot of clips. Yeah, we might not get through all of it. We have like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but it's all good. More for the next 10 minutes, Drug love. What is it?
And that rubber is like,
How about he has one? He has one movie. Okay, really did. Mike Tyson. I think this is going to die really soon. Well, Mike Tyson waves at all times. This fate is imminent on this podcast. Top boxer Mike Tyson, the former heavyweight boxing champ, and therapist Sean McFarland, who specializes in trauma and addiction, on as a guest. He told him he feels he's inching closer to death. Talking about Tyson, of course. Tyson said that when I look in the mirror, his shot suicidal. Expiration date is getting close. Can't really open Bob has to say something. They can't go, more than a minute or 30 seconds without being like, all right, it's on me. I'm the best comedian in the room. I'm the smartest guy. I have to say, we're like beneath. He said that he just looked down. He's like, what the fuck did I just say? What did the CTE make me do now? This is bad. He's also on shrooms every day, so like, as you were saying, he's also lived a rough life. Yeah, he looks like a banana. Sounds like talking about how bad Mike Tyson's life was before it, and that's what he about suicide. Like, child should be thinking about suicide all the time. His life's good. I think all big guys think that.
He keeps talking about his job, worried about dying. Job is worried. Job, you cannot die. This segment will go. No, we need clips. Podcast if you come on. It's up to you, Chan, to keep job alive. That awful voice that's talking. Shut up. I've heard that before. Nice here. Take your time.
She said, what a fucking how Joe Rogan has changed podcasts. The thing about Joe has all these people on. I think about it, you learn something. Just think about Joe Rogan. Just think about the idea that Joe Rogan about to him, but the idea that Joe Rogan has made it so that you can have a therapist on your podcast is stupid. It's not the. It's like they have a lot of therapists on. They haven't moved. I guess Joe would know better than us. It's like they point out this on Reddit. Anything he can connect. Really, it's when you takes it back to, like, if you think about it, Joe Rogan, yeah, he's the first guy to do. He had some other clip that we'll play where he's like, I don't know any ball guys are slinging dick. It's not Joe Rogan. Dan White's like, what? Slinging dick? What are you talking about? How do you know Joe Rogan's married? Yeah, Dan White's my married too. Slinging a dick. Oh. Sense. Like, slinging dick was
on the other hand, the guy shows up and says, listen, I'm borrowing the million dollars from you,
that's okay. It's way better than again. All right, we'll finish the clip. Break the rules.
If we kind of set that platform for these interesting conversations, he's such a international so conversation fire the therapist because it seems like he had a long conversation before off camera or on camera. Just had never happened before. I got very comfortable in my so shout out one more time. Podcast with shout out to my sponsor of the show. Send me a whack kid.
Right? So now look at this out. Because reading it, Yaakov goes out. Right? Reading it, Yaakov goes and shows up at the sofa. And what does he say? Listen to this. Zidman, no, I was got a soccer.
There's a whole way to say you're playing in LA. All the time, 2010, Chevrolet is focused in Ontario with real upfront and more Chevrolet inventory. Shopping at Vernon's Toronto Chevrolet Open House. Get pickings on tracks, products, and more. Trust the difference at Glendale Chevrolet. 1400 Grand Boulevard or online at ChevroletofGlendale.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Now the sofa goes ahead.
All right, Bob, but you know what time it is, don't you? 10 minutes of shop. 10 minutes of shop. Get the clips ready. Another episode about to drop right now.
So
All right, we got a clip here. Obviously, starting in shout out to the Reddit Tech T-Fec gang. We have clips from the T-Fec area. Most of them, right? Yeah.
He's the bottom.
Again,
Document that
Teach
I am
Stone
going to
fucked
have
a lot of people
followers
up,
from my
man.
friends
Some people ask me, I get all that.
I so want to know what he's talking about. Just the casualness. And some people that it's got to be. I hope it's something.
Like, talking about Uvalde is like a hard job. Just kidding, sorry. That's not what he's talking about.
I think that's it. So, follow
Many is.
So, yeah, you go ahead now.
I'm super blessed, but I did. We're problems we have to. I got all three right here. Yeah, everybody at home. I appreciate it. Absolutely. He's like, oh no, I just got all this. There's like fear in his eyes. He's like, do I say something back now, or is this, he's my friend, I think, but for whatever reason, Shop really does not care about the pandemic. He's constantly talking about how people are overusing masks, too worried about safety and all this stuff. It's like, yeah, why would this guy with a shirt this big with braces and a donut dripping think that he knows better than like doctors and other people that have common sense? Speaking of a thick with 3 donuts, we got this clip here. I'm also consistent YouTuber. There's a small time YouTuber. You don't have to use these health kids a bunch. I don't make it fat.
He's doing this for entertainment. At this point, it feels like, just like,
But there's this conviction in his voice.
I guess, but just the closeness of like the being hypocritical there. Like, the first thing he says is like, I have a lawsuit against this YouTuber, and then he goes, but I'm not like for that whole cancel culture thing. Like, if you're canceling, that is definitely canceling.
But that was also edited, so they probably put that perfect in the second
Yeah, you're right. Still, I mean, they edited it to make it look like that, but at the same time, both things are says, right? So, on the one hand, he's like some guy could be us in the shop because everybody is now, or fucking. I just lost my train of thought because shotgun in my brain. I just pulled the shot out myself.
Okay, well, also Brian channel on your TV screen, so that's why.
Yeah, I got all the
So this is the top clip of today on Reddit.
on the fighter and the kid.
So for 60 days, they have to go into the jail, nasty jail. And the lender has, until they, before they go in, like the sheriff, that's the document of medication restrict the guy in.
When he was talking, the McAllen's face, his eyes looked like he was scared. And Shaq was going to say something so stupid. Yeah, they could like crater the show or whatever.
There's a moment of realization, like, why do I work? Why do I work?
McAllen's probably going to be always on his toes in the shop. Waiting, like, okay, all right, what's this now? If she doesn't like show or himself with words. I didn't understand any of that again. Jail and plants.
I mean, like, it's so weird for them to be talking about that.
I don't know why they would be. Maybe just watch an episode of Lock Up. Travis is the kind of guy that watches things on TV and then doesn't understand it and then tells you like what he comprehended, Like a 10-minute thing. The last 10 minutes thing you talk about dinosaurs, learn about whether dinosaurs are fast or not. It seems like people are too afraid of velociraptors or something like that. But I love the Zoom in thing.
Is because all down this receipt, if you look at the Rashban, Rashban said, no, sorry. The Mishnah said that if you have two Yosef and Shimons who are a city, you're not allowed to lend them money because of the transaction fusion that could ensue. Which the Gemara says, sorry. Oh, no, I'm saying, remember again, if you have two Yosef and Shimons who live in the same city, you can lend them money. How do you lend them money? Well, so how do you lend them money? If you attack on another third generation. In other words, the assumption is you have two guys named Yosef. The Pashtus what? Not going to have the same Zeta, like the name of the same Zeta. That's what we're assuming. So again, you put in the third generation. So you are so if that's the case, let's look on the receipt. Let's look on the receipt, right? Because one is Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak, and one is Yosef ben Shimon ben Abraham. So that's how you're able to lend the money. Let's see whose name is on the receipt. This is okay. So let's say, so again, so the nights where they put in the third generation on the loan document, that enabled the loan of money, but they did not put a third generation, excuse me, on the receipt. Okay, so the word says as follows. Abaye says, Shtaro shall Yosef ben Shimon alai parua. Shtaro Abaye says like this. It's actually the following case. If the borrower found amongst his shtaros that the Shtaro Yosef ben Shimon is paid, ultimately again, both documents are considered to be paid. We also take a look at the Rashban. Rashban says over here, sorry. Rashban says Abaye Amar. First white line, Abaye Amar, Masnisim Kishinim Suba Base Lobabaru. So Abaye says, no. The Mishnah is talking about a case where the documents are found not with the lender, but the documents are found with the borrower. So the Gemara says, this is what it means to say, Nimsa Laloba Echa Bein Shtaros of Shobar. Shashtar Shamano Sheba Yosef ben Paruahu, Ayushne Yosef and Shimon no Shimbo. So let's say it's the reverse case. The reverse case is the document wasn't down with the lender, the document was found with the borrower. The borrower had borrowed money from two Yosef ben Shimons. So he has amongst his receipt that says, I paid ben Shimon. Only one problem, which is what? It doesn't say which one. So let's say it's the same principle. So now what does he have to do? Who does he have to repay? The answer is neither, right? Why? Ultimately, again, whoever thinks that they're entitled to NRC, he knows he paid one, he doesn't know which one he paid, so whichever one feels that he's the one who's unpaid, he's going to have an obligation to prove that he's been unpaid. And therefore, okay, incredible. Samar goes back to Kate said Yasa, Yashlishu. So once I stand for the Mishnah, let's give a simple eitzah, which is a very intuitive eitzah, which is that halacha l'maisa, if you live in a city where there are two Yosef ben Shimons, and indeed you want to lend money to them, or they want to lend money to each other. So what happens? Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So what happens if halacha l'maisa, you do live in a city, and what? And you want to lend to Yosef ben Shimon's money, right? Or they want each other. So it's not a problem. What you need to do is add on a third generation. So Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak. Yosef ben Shimon Abraham, and that differentiates them enough that we could engage ultimately in borrowing or lending money. The Tana is interesting. Other possibilities that you can do is what? If one of them is a Kohen, and one of them is a Levi, right? So you can differentiate in that way as well. Tana, and the Shneim Kohanim, Yichtavu Dora. So what's interesting? So the Gemara indicating to us that the ideal for third generation, let's engage in tribal differentiation. Right? Tribal differentiation, Yosef ben Shimon Kohen, Yosef ben Shimon Levi. Okay, so assuming that differentiates, then that's fine. If that doesn't work, then you go up a generation as well. Beautiful. Mishnah. Homer with no start being Shtar Yosef Rav Ezehu. It's an interesting case. right? It's the case of a father who says to us, and now the way that Rashbam highlights this case is Mitzaveh b'shas misaso. So we'll call him father. Let's call him father. Father is dying. He says to his son that Halach Halamaisa, one of the loan documents that I have. So a father lent money to a bunch of people. And he says to his son, one of the people who I lent money to paid back his debt. The 80 Yodea Ezu. And I don't know which one paid me back. What's the halacha? Shtaros Kulakuru. All the debts are considered to be repaid. Now take a look at the Rashbam. This is actually a very beautiful Mishnah. The Mishnah is a video Yodea Ezu. We'll say in the Rashbam, look at this inside. This is 6 lines left on the bottom. Video Yodea Ezu. V'halo v'ha'eminani. V'ishtaro. So here's what's interesting. That generally what would happen in a case like this, right? Ruben money. Ruben pays me back. What happens? Right? I give him back the document, right? Or we tear up the document. What's interesting to note in this case over here is the father's telling his son, one of the debtors paid me back, but he trusted me. He didn't make me return loan documents. He trusted me. So I have all of these loan documents. People owe me. I know that someone paid me back. I don't know who. Now look at the Rashbam. Rashbam says, when I go to world to come, when I die, and I stand up for the Kisei, I do not want to be punished ultimately again for any type of financial misdeeds. It's incredible, right? What's fascinating about this is, this could have been a situation, by the way, that father had outstanding for a very long time. But what happened? Nothing makes you get your affairs in order like death. See, a lot of times in life, we're willing to live in the gray. Right? With a lot of ambiguities. We're willing to live with a lot of inconsistency. Why? Because in the back of our mind, we figure to ourselves, there's plenty of it worked out. Sometimes you get it worked out. I know how we get it worked out, but it's like, so we live with all of this inconsistency, all this ambiguity. Nothing forces a person to get their affairs in order like death. When the person, the Chazal tell us, Yaakov Avinu davened for illness. So before Yaakov Avinu, what would happen? How would people die? They would sneeze. Right? That's why, again, this right these days, the time in Hagin brings down that there is a custom to say l'chaim to someone after they sneeze. And because that's what happens. Say Hakadosh Baruch Hu breathed right through the nostrils, people would sneeze and they would die. Yaakov Avinu davened for illness, because a person should know that the end is near, and they can get their affairs in order. So it's really the goal of us, that's the most that his brother says. So his brother says that a person is having a difficult time with controlling their Yetzer Hara. So if all else fails, what does the Gemara say? Yas kilo yom hamisa. Remind yourself you're going to die. I'm going to die. So at the end of the day, if I'm going to do this Hadera, I'm going to have to give an explanation for why I did this. In life, you can explain away everything. After 120, I stand up for the days of Shamala, and I have to give an account of my life. There's no explanations. Right? There's no alternative ideology. There's no thoughts. There's nothing. There's just and there's sheker. That's all there is. So really, the whole result of success. Like this. What's the expression? Live life like you're gonna die. Something like that. Like live. What is it? Live today as if it's last night. And that's valid. That's my Chazal. That is absolutely right. There's an point. In any moment, like a downer, but it's not. Because imagine, by the way, like this over here, imagine just how different life is lived. If I recognize that at any moment, see, people usually take it like that, and they use like in a hedonistic way. Let me enjoy everything, right? Let me experience everything. It's about in a hashkafic way, that I can't leave anything undone. I can't leave any ambiguities. I want any gray in my life. At the end of the day, if I was taken to this world right now, I want to be able to stand behind the decisions I have made, and I want to be able to be confident in the way that I'm living in this current moment. No ambiguities, no gray, no inconsistencies. Yeah, do I have plenty of errors that I have to account for? Absolutely, unequivocally. But I don't want any ambiguities or inconsistencies. Let me get those things worked out right now. So a father is facing death. He says to his son, listen, I know that one of these debts has been repaid, and I don't know which one. What's that? All of the debts are considered to be paid. Right? So it's not a chiddush. It's not a chiddush, right? Once again, it's so remember again, every single possible debtor may be the one who repaid the debt. So therefore, the son doesn't really have the power to extract money from all of them. They're all considered to be paid. By the way, I want to point out, they're all considered to be paid from the perspective of the Malva. When you borrow money, there's an absolute biblical obligation to repay that which you borrow. So when we say they're considered to be paid, that's klape the malva, right? As the lender doesn't have the ability to get back any of this money. The borrowers absolutely have a halachic and a moral obligation to pay back the money that they borrowed. Nimtzala echad sham. Nimtzala echad sham shnayim. So let's say again, in this case, father had lent Ruvain, right? Father had lent Ruvain two sums of money, a large sum and a small sum. So now father is telling his son, one of my debts is forgiven, but I don't know which one. Hagadol parua ba'katan ena parua. So there's an interesting exception. If father had lent two sums of money to the same borrower, one a large amount, one a small amount, and father says to his son, one of my loans has been paid, we assume it was the larger of the two to Ruvain, but the smaller one is still outstanding. Incredible. So in general, if a person says, right, the lender says to a borrower, right, and again, it's on a case where a lender lent two sums of money to a borrower, and he says, the shtar that I have, right, is paid, that is already paid. We assume, if you look at the Rashbam, the Rashbam says, not yet. Right? So Ruvain lent to Shimon two sums of money. A large sum, and Ruvain says to Shimon, by the way, your debt is paid. That loan document that you have with me is paid. Now, it doesn't articulate which one is paid. We assume which is paid. The larger one and the smaller one is still outstanding. But if Ruvain uses a different lecture, Ruvain says, Shimon, your debts, your debt, actually, debt singular, is paid, then what? Shtaros kulon peruim. We assume all the loans are paid. The boss here difference in the Shonos. In case number one, it was shtar l'chaviyadi. One of the shtaros you have with me is paid. So in a case like that, halacha l'maisa, we assume the larger of the debts is paid, the smaller one is still outstanding. If he says chov, which is a more all-encompassing statement, your debt, then everything is paid. So the Gemara says, one second. Let's say again, Ruvain says to Shimon, my field is sold to you, without articulating which field. We assume that Ruvain sold his larger field to Shimon. And if Ruvain says, the field that I have is sold to you, wouldn't we say, wouldn't we say that Ruvain is selling all of his fields? In other words, this would be the opposite of the debt case, to which the Gemara says, no. So we'll say, so again, which is another way of saying, so right, in the case ultimately again where Ruvain says to Shimon, Shimon has two debts, two to Ruvain, a larger and a small one, and Ruvain says, your shtarchov, your loan document is forgiven. So we assume ultimately again that that's referring to the larger debt. And again, and if it's not, the burden of proof is going to be upon Ruvain to prove that he could collect a larger debt. In the case of a field, when Ruvain sells Shimon a field, so the default ultimately is that he's selling one field, not that he's selling all the fields. And if Shimon wants to prove that he bought all of the burden of proof is upon him. We'll say we now come to Sugya of Olive, a really incredible Sugya. Hamal Bes Havera Al Idei Olive. a very interesting case, right? What happens? I lend Shimon money, and Reuben is a guarantor. Now we're going to talk about different types of guarantors over the course of this. You cannot collect payment from the Arif. I will say now, that statement at first glance seems totally illogical. I'm lending money with a guarantor, but I can never collect money from the guarantor. We're going to challenge that statement in just a moment. On the days, I will say that this is very interesting. You're going to see that there are different ways to structure guarantor transactions. If I lend Shimon money, and Reuben is the guarantor, and the way I structure this debt is to say, Shimon, I'm lending you the money, but I have the right to collect from whoever I want. So if I want to collect from Shimon, I can collect from Shimon. I want the right to guarantor, I can collect from guarantor. Shimon says, Shimon says, no. The only time you could ever go to a guarantor is when the borrower does not have money. But if the borrower has money, you never have a right to go to the guarantor. We'll say, which we'll get to the Gemara. This is interesting. So let's say I guarantee Suba. Ruben is married to Rachel. I guarantee Rachel's Suba. Now, what does that mean to guarantee Rachel's Suba? What does that mean? But then in the event of death or divorce, if it turns out that Ruben doesn't have any money, I got you, right? I'll pay your Suba. So it's a great case. So now what happens? Ruben and Rachel are getting divorced. So watch this. So we'll say, I have a right to demand that Ruben has to take a nether, right, prohibiting Rachel from getting any benefit from it. This is a nether. Rashman points out to be a nether. Shehudra al das lasabim. We'll say now a public nether is irrevocable. So I could force Ruben to make an irrevocable nether that Rachel can't get any benefit from it. Now, what does that nether effectively do? What does it do? It prevents them from ever getting remarried. Because what are we concerned about over here? Listen to this. This is great. It's actually a great scheme. So the Gemara says, what are we concerned about? Shema Yasu Kimunya Am Chasim Zeh Yaxirs Ishto. This is great. What are we concerned about? Ruben and Rachel are on some financially hard times. Now, Ruben knows that I guaranteed Rachel. So Ruben says to Rachel like this, right? Right now, I don't have any money. So I have a good idea. Let's get divorced, right? You'll be able to collect your ksuba. Silver is guaranteeing your ksuba. He'll pay out the ksuba, and then guess what? Baruch Hashem, we just paid for our honeymoon, right? You're just right. We'll get back together. We'll reconcile. We'll go through a couple of sessions. We'll go right. Therapy will make it look like legitimate. And then America has a small chuppah, small chatzah, and Baruch Hashem. Now we have a beautiful nest egg. So in order to prevent this type of exploitation, so what happens? Reb Shimon says, if it is a guarantor for ksuva, before the ksuva is paid out, ex-husband has to make a neder that his ex-wife is never permitted to get hanofa, which effectively would preclude them from ever getting remarried. After that neder is made, then the Arev could be made obligated to go out and pay out the ksuva. Incredible. Says the Gemara. So my timer. So don't say what is the Avman Shimon money? Reuben is the guarantor. So the Mishnah made this strange statement: can't collect payment from the guarantor. I mean, my time up. Rabbi will say Tari Tarbayu, Gavra Ashlimusli, Gavra Ashlimachlok. So we'll say Rabbi will say feel. What Mishnah's teaching is like this: what is the job of the guarantor? This is interesting. I must say. So we're going to see there. It's a fundamental job of the guarantor. Some say there's a school of thought that says the job of the guarantor is to make sure that the borrower is available and present for repayment. In other words, he guarantees that the borrower will be here for repayment. But what doesn't he guarantee? Payment. So the guarantor says, listen, you right, Silver, you got me into this. So Reuben says, I'll write the money to Shimon. Reuben's the guarantor. What's Reuben's obligation? Reuben's obligation is to make sure that Shimon doesn't flee the country. right? So Ruben says, right? I told me to guarantee Ruben. I guarantee to Ruben. Here he is. I'm not giving you a cent, but the borrower is here. Get your money from him. Okay. That's Persian law. That's Persian law, right? That's not. I was going to say regular Persian law, but I would be offensive, right? That's not. Right? That's Persian law, right? That's what the Persians. That's what the Persians do. That's not true, by the way. Persian law actually says that you can always go after the guarantor, right? So that's not true. By the way, what it says is Persian law. Allah, they deal with the parsoi, the lo yavi time of the Messiah. So this is interesting. So apparently the way that the Persians was, when a Persian court gave a ruling, they did not have to provide any reasoning to their ruling. So they would just go ahead and give a ruling, and that was it. That was it. So the Gemara says, you're making this like the Persian court over here. That doesn't make any sense. In other words, maybe coming up with this idea that a guarantor is just obligated to furnish the borrower, and that's it. That's all he has to do. He doesn't have any other financial obligation in this. No. So what does the Mishnah say when the Mishnah says you can't extract payment from the guarantor? What does that mean? Oh, no. But I need to say it's like this. If I go ahead and I lend Shimon money, and I make Ruben the guarantor, when the debt comes due, I first try to collect payments from who? From Shimon the borrower. And only in the event of default of the borrower, only then do I have the right to go to the guarantor. So the Mishnah says that if you lend money with a guarantor, you can't cut the guarantor means you can't collect from the guarantor first. He can't be your first stop of repayment. You have to first go to the borrower, and only in the event that the borrower can't repay, then and only then can you go to the guarantor. Supports this. If you lend your friend money, I lend Shimon money with a guarantor. You can't go to the guarantor first for repayment. There's an exception to this. What's the exception? You could structure a transaction in a way that you're a guarantor for. So it's almost like here it is, essentially, and we see this all the time. Transaction always has a default setting. So therefore, again, if I lend Shimon money and Ruben is the guarantor, what is the default setting on a guarantor situation? What's the default? You can only go to the guarantor when? After the borrower can't pay. Right? My first stop is always going to be the borrower. Only after the borrower can't pay, then I can go to the guarantor. However, can you structure a transaction differently? Of course. So when I go ahead, I lend Shimon money, and I say, we're going to be the guarantor. But again, Chevra, I, the lender, am entering into this transaction with the right to collect from whoever I want mitchila. So I feel like going to Shimon, I'll go to Shimon. I feel like going to Ruben, if now again, obviously, the guarantor has to agree to that, right? In other words, he's only a party to the transaction. So I'm assuming that he agrees to that. That transaction ultimately will work as well. So we'll say this is very important. This is Argus 101, right? This is guarantorship, guarantorkeit, right? 101. This is how it works. The default is guarantor can only be called into action. Ultimately, again, if the borrower defaults, but halacha l'maisa again, unless you structure it otherwise. So I'll just point out, I said over the spot in the virtual drasha this past week, just quickly. As Rav Suratsky says so beautifully, says Yaakov Avinu prepared himself for 3 tefillah, prayer, and daran gift. And Rav Suratsky asks, says, I understand, why didn't Yaakov daven first? Shouldn't tefillah come before everything? And Rav Suratsky gives a beautiful answer. He explains it's not the way it works. He says often in times of crisis, our reflexive reaction is to look. He says that's not our stop. The first stop in times of crisis is to look inward. What can I do about my circumstances? Before you ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for help, before you start leaning on Hashem for everything, the first shaila Yid has to ask himself is, what can I do? So the first thing Yaakov Avinu does in life is not davening. It's not the first thing. The first thing he does is he prepares for war. The first step in the midst of difficult life situations is not looking upward, it's looking inward. So I say, it's such a sort of life. And by the way, that's the most haskelless also, if you think about this most high. So, the Ribono Shalom, is the lender, right? And we are the borrower. We're the borrower. And there's a guarantor, right? There are many different types of guarantors. Like the truth is really the Ribono Shalom is both the lender and the guarantor for us. But I'm the borrower. Because I'm lending you a whole bunch of stuff. I'm lending you your health. I'm lending you your parnasa. I'm lending you your family. I'm lending you your co-host. I'm lending all of these things. And the debt comes due. How does the debt come due? Because Baruch Hu says, I don't need that debt. Because I'm giving you all of these things. I want to see what is my return on investment. And just understand the first place that the lender comes is to the borrower. Every single day I have to give an accounting to the Ribono Shalom about how I'm using the borrowed funds. Each and every day I have to give an accounting to the lender. And by the way, it applies on Sundays also. It's not just Monday through Friday, right? It applies literally again every day of the week. How? Again, what time is the football game today? What time? Good, excellent, right answer, right? Listen, you just understand. If there's going to be hours of time allocated to just mindless engagement with overpaid men in tight pants, just understand you got to account for it. Now again, there is a way. I'll be Malamed Tzvasana. There is a way to account for it. Everyone needs to relax. Right? Everyone needs downtime, and that's fine. So if that's strangely somehow how you want your downtime, right? Then that's fine. That's fine. But just know what it is. Just account in mind. It can't be accounted as football. It can be accounted as I'm a human being. I need to charge. I need time to relax. This is my recharging time. Fantastic. But again, I don't know that that's the best way to use your recharging time, but that's between you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? So choose wisely. Right. But Lamaisa, that's your recharge time. So that's as long as you are accounted for how you're using the borrowed money, how you're using sort of the borrowed resources. Because understand, the lender comes right to the loan back. Right? The guarantor only gets involved much later on. The first way the transaction works is Baruch Hu lent me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm the borrower. The borrower is the first stop in collection. The borrower is the first stop in account. Incredible. Let's go like Amar Huna. Let's finish up with this. Amar Huna. Minayim already didn't stop it. So let's say now, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, by the way, from where do you know that a guarantor is encumbered? From where do we know how quickly this concept of guarantorship? So the Gemara says, is incredible. Anochi erevenu miadi tivenu. We'll say not this week's parsha, but next week's parsha. Incredible. This is by Yehuda. This is by Yehuda and Binyamin. Right? Remember again, this is when they have to go back to Egypt. Right? They have to go back to Egypt. The only way Yosef, remember, they don't yet know who Yosef is. They think he's just some unpredictable, despotic ruler. They don't know who he is. Right? Well, nice again. What does Yehuda say to you? Yosef won't give us food unless, of course, we go ahead and we bring Binyamin. And of course, Yaakov Avinu doesn't want to let Binyamin out of his sight because it's the only remaining son of Binyamin that he has. He saw, or he thinks he knows what happened to Yosef. And so Yehuda says to Yaakov, Anochi erevenu miadi tivachenu. I will be the Arif. And because I am the Arif, ultimately, again, if something happens, you come to me. So the Gemara says, no. This is not a good raya. Why not? So as we're going to talk about this, there is a higher level of guarantorship, of being an R8, and that's called a kablonis. Now again, so the Gemara says that's a different discussion. You can see, by the way, even in the Psukim. So Yehuda is so much more than just a guarantor, right? Yehuda is taking complete and absolute responsibility. So the Gemara says that's not the Arei we're talking about over here in the Mishnah. That's what we call a kablonos. Keep that in the back of your mind. We're going to circle back to that. So the Gemara says, here's where it comes from. So the Gemara quotes actually a very beautiful passage from Mishlei. Lokach bigdo ki arei dar uba'ad luya chavlehu. So literally again, take his clothing, right? Take his garment. Ki Arev is guaranteed on behalf of a strange person. The Omer, or a stranger, not a strange person. The Omer. Furthermore, again, the pasuk goes on and says, so again, this is all from the Shad. Bini, imarafta l're'acha, we'll explain what these psukim mean in just a moment. Let's read it first. Bini, imarafta l're'acha, takak l'zak hapecha, l'kashte b'nepicha. So literally translating, my son, if you have become a guarantor for your friend, takak l'zak hapecha, literally you outstretched your hand to a stranger, l'kashte b'nepicha, you've stumbled over your words, l'karata b'nepicha, you've been ensnared in the utterances of your mouth. Do this, my son, and be saved. Okay, so what does this mean? Here we go. So the Gemara says, if you have money in your hand, so let's say, so we might learn that from this, from a bit of Kabbalah. If you have money in your hand, then ultimately, again, if you are the Kabbalah, then go and pay on behalf of the borrower. So that's the lashon over here. If you have money, in other words, if the borrower defaulted on the loan, and you have money, you're the Kabbalah, you could repay, then repay on his behalf. But if you don't, if you're not guarantor, you haven't done something, you don't owe someone money, but you've offended them. You've hurt them, then herba alav reim, which means bring a lot of people to this person and try to reconcile. Okay, so again, it's interesting. I just want to point out, it's interesting to note that the Gemara does not bring a biblical proof for Arev. Right? I mean, it does. It brings Yehuda, but then it says that's not really a real din of Arev. Ultimately, again, that's Kabbalos. It's interesting that the raya for Arev is coming from Mishlei. So just understand, to be honest, you don't really need a biblical proof, right, for the concept of Arvas. In other words, this is just a transactional reality that people enter into these transactions, and Reuben, in our case, where I lend Shimon money, Reuben has every right to go ahead and just be an Arev if he wants to. Okay, but it's not smachta, but bringing a scriptural allusion to this. So the Gemara goes right. Let's finish up. Also, finishing now. So the Gemara says, Omer Neymar, Arev dimishtam yefol t'svei Yehuda Rabbi Yossi. So also the fact that an Arev could ultimately again become encumbered. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara wants to make this about asmachta. Let's remember again, asmachta. We have this. What's asmachta? Do hyperbolic statements create binding halachic realities? So let's play this out. Right? I lend money to Shimon. I lend $1,000 to Shimon. Right? So Reuben says, "Okay, I'll be the Arev." So let's say it's interesting. The Gemara says, "What's going through Reuben's mind when he becomes the guarantor? What's going through his mind? It's not going to happen. Right? Reuben's going to be fine. He's going to pay back. But this is just like Ashkenazim. It's good. It's chizik. It's avas chinam. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Right? But I'm not going to. I have no intentions of having to actually pay back silver because Reuben's got this. So essentially, the commitment of an Arev is an asmachta. So watch this. Rabbi Yossi no asmachta kanya Arev mishtabed. It's going to be Yossi holds asmachta kanya. That's when the Arev is obligated. But according to Rabbi Huda says asmachta lo kanya, again, an Arev is not obligated. Rashi, 1 second. It's not true. Let's say we paskin asmachta lo kanya. We paskin that hyperbolic statement halachic realities. But yet, what? We do hold that there's a concept of an Arev, of a guarantor. So how do you reconcile that? Rashi, well, it's incredible. So what the Gemara is asking is as follows. In general, what is it? What the Gemara is really asking is, what is it that makes a guarantor obligated? So you're both saying, normally, how do you create the obligation? Kinyan, right? I can be makabel kinyan and guarantee myself things. So for example, right, when a man gets married, he has to take upon himself the obligations as outlined in the Ksuva. How does he do that? Right? Okay, if you got married, you've done this. Right? What are we doing with the chassid? And they'll say, so right, what do? You do Kabbalah's kinyan. Right? The chassid picks up a pen, picks up a handkerchief, something. That kinyan obligates him in the obligations of the Ksuva. Because again, in general, in halacha, if you're going to become really obligated to something, there has to be a money. So really what the Gemara is asking over here is, okay, so I have a scriptural proof, so to speak, for the concept of an Arev. But what obligates an Arev? I'm lending $1,000 to Shimon. Reuven says he's the guarantor. Well, what guarantor? What obligates him in that guarantorship, right? There's no, if we do a kinyan, great, which by the way, you definitely can do, right? We can do a kinyan together, me, Reuven, and Shimon, we can do that. But in the absence of a kinyan, what obligates him? The Bible says incredible. You know what obligates him? The Gemara says, Bahi Hano, from the Hano that he gets to come a way, that he is believed. What does that mean? And I want to say, what's the incredible thing about this case? I'm lending Reuven $1,000, and Shimon is guaranteeing. So what's the chap over here, right? Why, at the end of the day, why am I lending Reuven the money? Why am I lending him the money? Let's boil this down. Why am I lending Reuven the money? Why? It's the worst group of businessmen ever. All right? Why am I lending Reuven the money? I'll say, why? Because I believe in Shimon. Remember, if I believed in Reuven, then what? I don't need a guarantor. The only reason, whenever you have a guarantor, I'll say guarantor by definition means I am not 100% sure that the vote is going to come through. Otherwise, if I believe in the word, then I don't need the guarantor. If there's a guarantor, essentially what I'm saying is, who do I really believe in this entire transaction? The guarantor. That's really who I believe in. That's really who I believe in. So listen to this. Shimon feels so honored by the fact that I'm willing to commit transactionally based on his participation. That hana that he has, that I believe in him, is what commits him to the guarantorship. That hana he has knowing that I am only lending to Reuven based on his guarantor, Shimon, I'm only lending to Shimon. Based on his guarantorship, that's what generates his halachic commitment to this transaction. Absolutely, so that's the mechanics. Now let's say, but you see something incredibly amazing. What's the greatest thing you can do for someone in life? The greatest thing you can do for them is believe in them. When you believe in someone, and they know that you believe in them, right? When you go, right? We all know this, because hopefully we all have someone in this world who believes in us. That knowledge that someone believes in me gives me the chizik. It gives me the strength to move forward, to accomplish, to do, and when I fall, to pick myself up. Why is the Arev willing to this transaction? Because he's so honored by the fact that the lender believes in him to such a degree that he's willing to commit himself financially to this transaction. The greatest gift that you can give to another person is that they know that you believe in them. That knowledge, the ability to go through life knowing that there's someone who believes in me, gives me the tremendous chizik to accomplish anything and everything. On one side, stop over for today. Shkoyach. All right, Chevron, Zoom, have a great day, everyone.
Yes. Sizzle.
And the ear thing, I mean, that can't be helped. But the fingers, when he's doing the finger thing, these guys are they're pretty smart. Yeah. Well, it's body language, you know? Those are some of my favorite YouTube channels. Body language experts.
Good morning, or good
Shots
Shabbat.
like when you touch your
It
neck,
is such a
you go,
small
what does it
Hashem
mean when
to be
Shah
able to begin
rolls his nose?
this last week of
I think it was the
Paradise.
last 20 seconds.
The excitement is palpable. Oh, Hashem, so incredible, so beautiful, so wonderful. Again, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors for thank God for the sponsor for Dovshin Day 5785. The Tosin Mishlacha is dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Zuchos. From Soros Tavos Hakim from the sponsors for the month of Kislev, Sasha Becca Friedman, the creation of the art site of Josh's father, Yishmael Yehuda. Better have time to fall the phone with Rafa. This course for the safe deployment of our country's hostages and the success and security of our lady soldiers. Send Malka Estes in memory of those parents. Woodward Steve for Yitzchak Leda in our Cohen. Sarah Steve for Sarah for Basmana Chagrom. Hilda Esterson, Hilda Bas Elef Ephraim. And in memory of the dear friend that brings soldier from his husband, father, Naftali Yonah, Shemi Komdamo, and Beatrice Million, and Daniel. I got film sponsors for today. Jacob Blumenfeld, and the Elohim Nishmas, Hanav Zakaria, Benarav Ari Lee. these drug sectors today. We hope that merit. Other all the village families having the families in the Kama, all of those leaders which have been in control of Shalom and successful the whole last year. So with that, let's go. Today's daf is Kuf Ayin Gimel 173. We are picking up the Sometimes I'll watch our 10-minute clips and I'm like, I don't know what people saying this. You know, but people legit, they like the reaction of us just like watching and laughing at all. You know, he tries these jokes, and then you have your stone face, if not angry. And it's just enjoyable to watch. We have to be concerned that multiple people disagree, and perhaps one person
black guys watching like play basketball.
Yaakov dropped the shot. I think even Yaakov was able to pick it up. Is that we're not kosher for the field. Like, we don't really worry about it. We don't really take into account the possibility that someone dropped the shot and someone else with the same exact sound. We're not kosher for the field. We have to cancel kosher for the field. We have to be concerned that we have something quite wrong. So, halacha l'maaseh, we're going to see this happening. Ain't kosher for the field. So, that's going to take the field, drop the shot, and someone else is going to pick it up and find it.
Like, it was like 30 seconds left, shots in, laughing.
Always and we always have to be concerned about the fear, about falling down, about falling.
I mean, I like that. That was funny. Even Chop had that. Chop doesn't even know what's going on anymore. He's angry and it's ruining his life, and it really affects him. But at the same time, apparently, it's a joke, and it's hilarious to talk about. Like, he's taking counsel and stuff. I don't get it.
And then what happens? What happens?
Oh, really? You might I've been practicing a lot.
So long. And yet, now, again, I'm right. That's exactly where I was before.
Other guys' sites.
There's no such thing as complete security. Even if a person is able to manage a certain Sahara and be on the absolute life. Life I never thought temptation. Every idea is you have to come across that state. Robbing in the Torah. God, I don't have any Torah. Like, you know, like, kind of paper afternoon, and then on the reading that PS4 and all the Orion.
I love the idea of older people coming in and being like, listen, women are side pieces. That's what we call them, side pieces. And we don't talk about them, okay? If a man is married and he wants some strange, like they start like, well, let's fix it. So like Jordan Peterson. One other thing, you woke moralists, if a man decides to cheat on a woman with his side pig, slap pig, then it's fine. I forgot what that guy sounds like. Hey, and he's got that gigantic thick thing. Oh,
I am not.
By the way, we kind of got a sponsor. What? Yeah, this was 45 seconds left, so this will probably wrap it up. But we're supposed to shout it out when we do the next episode because this is, you know, Brendan Walsh, the comedian. Oh shit, I saw that. Yeah, he DM'd me and he was like, "Hey man, you know, just pick anything you want." Like, and he sent me the shop website with the Thick Boy Squad. He was like, "You pick anything you want, you wear it, I'll buy it." And I got the confirmation.
Says now that we established at least halacha.
So all we have to do is wear the shirt on the next 10 minutes and shout out Walsh from giving out free. So that's crazy, right? I used to watch that guy stand and I told him, I was like, okay, what's your shit?
So okay, so there's a problem. We have another Bryce.
There's a 10 minutes where you watch your shit like 2 days. This getting big, dude.
Same way.
We're going to sponsor next week. We do Thick Boy Squad. I won't tell you which team it is
They
yet. You
cannot
have to
go
wait and
ahead
see.
and lend
But I'm
money
going to
to
wear
one
it and shout
another.
it out.
They also can't lend
Keep
money
on
to anyone
I
else.
love Brendan Walsh.
Well,
I know. He's legit. So I haven't seen that. Oh, fuck, he loves it. All right, awesome. Thanks for tuning in.
It's like
Fuck,
before.
hey, that fucking
Again,
I saw
before
that
I
you like
really
something or
do this
whatever.
process,
Yeah, Twitter. And I
how
was like, oh shit,
really
really?
the
I know,
idea
but it's
was
like
that
pretty
when
much
you
exactly
acquire
the
a
same.
star, the entire
10 second anything can
transaction,
happen
so
in
to
10 minutes
speak,
shop.
drops, invests, and
See you later,
locked
Papa.
in with the acquisition of the star. In the context, it still means that, but it also takes on another different nuance, which is we essentially assume for a local and myself, whoever's holding the star, that's the owner of the star. No questions asked. In other words, essentially, I would say the way like the marketplace has to work is if somebody is the one presenting the star, we have to assume that they're the owner. And if we start kind of second guessing the how did you get it, where did it come from, where you found it, then we look over so. So let's just look at guns, but also it's going to see that it's our kind of hold, but ultimately again also it's going to see that look at that star for just a moment.
Alright.
أنا بدي دار لأن في لا يخلوا عشان ما يشتغلوا لما يجوا يجار لك أو سياسة بتوصيله. Now, Sparkle, you're following the shots that are our kind of hold. Whoever has the star, that's the owner. That's the owner. And the other have a ton of gross, we're ready. So, but the ton of the rice ones, no, just because you have possession of the shop does not automatically allow us to move that you are actually owning of the sky. Levi's another part. So let's say, right, really fascinating idea. So this is sort of oh my God, even though again, in this case, the name of the star is my name. That's my again, Ruben Yaakov. Is the Malva, it's the lender. So the nice, again, even though it's the right name, it's focused for ultimately people with the right name. My focus is, however,
why does he keep saying this? That at this point it makes us so many people comment on the first video. She was born in California to the point they were saying we support. Oh, he was like, but then I realized I rewatched the Greg Pop and
the owner of the star.
I don't know, probably I do with this. I was trying to make some more content with my friend watching it and laughing. He was high, so I tried to film him laughing really hard at shop, and then it just became hating of my friends.
So in general, have to certify your claim in an additional layer of health. How do you guys our telephone scans and infection is not solely any level or any level certified approval. And the brass have another device also which is still required. So it's dinosaurs, kids. Also, because when you see the regular button number again, infection of the star, essentially certified ownership of how much stuff will have you. Advice is yes, that is true, but you still need to satisfy your layer of teacher. Lava amateur is not Habibaya. Lava on technology is not for Habibaya. Once you have the star, that's certified you are party, and I love the lights of that.
Say any of this, and you're wrong. How does he know this stuff? I always wanted these clips, I always wanted the context. Like, why is he talking about that? He's so confident too. Yeah. They just they isolate on like the dumbest videos they can find, the subreddit does, and then they play it out so we just see him being like a complete fool without any context. And it's great.
Even though again, you're named to the star, Abaye says you still need another proof.
I definitely don't trust Dr. Shaw. Shaw was somebody like if it was a Jurassic Park situation, like I know this. Like a Phillies fan, and he's like, let's not follow him. That's also fake. Also covered in feathers. Those claws wrapped in those claws from Jurassic Park. The size of a fuck. And that's better. He's like bros, they're showing this or something.
Or the other one might like cover the things that what
either you
he went ahead and he started claiming either God did this to me as my life or I was doing it with that brother. So because you know he did it. So let's start that. So the Lord says, I love So my love for the love. Sabai says very basically that possession of a loan document doesn't by itself automatically. In other words, just because you have it, now possession is a very strong start, but it's not enough. You're going to still have to certify the claim. Has no luck, dude, because
it's hilarious to get Gascon wrong.
So right? Says
But
it's
the
true
name
for a
is so
brother.
close to Garcon.
The
name says gar, which means boy in French. We all know from the
brothers are different. Why are brothers
you never knew
different?
that?
Because it's
You know,
coming from
have you
brothers.
seen Pulp Fiction though, right? Yeah, I didn't watch the
Right? In other words, so
Just the
again,
famous scene
for
where
the
like
nice
the
way
waitress is like Garcon, Garcon, and then she's like, no,
it
Garcon
is
means
coming
in
from
French.
brothers that take stuff from each other, and therefore again the fact that it does not
Yeah, it's one of the,
automatically
I think it's the
result.
first scene of the movie with Tim Roth and they're like, honey, we're gonna rob these or whatever.
Okay, so therefore Rabbi will say Abai is not
Yeah, you come shop
the
and
ultimate version of the
they shop in that movie now.
What are
What are you doing, honey? I'm not gonna dig idiot over the shop. He's like, dude, Gascon, Gascon is the DA of LA, the district attorney, and he's the grand reformer, so shop. I would love to hear Shop's thoughts on that. Just from somewhere, Rogan can say something. So especially if you're a black and white shop at Gascon, Garcon, Garcon and George Carlton. Garcon is good. George
what
Carlton.
happens? Other brothers say we didn't go and give you
Gascon,
took it. What's
Okay, so this next clip is a
Allah,
segment.
Habiraya.
Which part was it?
Again,
I don't know. I just picked that one. It's randomly. It's one we haven't watched. Let's watch it for a while.
Now,
So
Rabbi will
see
say,
what happens.
Achilu B'Sham, it's only in the case of brothers that we have to increase. Why? Because it's other brothers that take stuff from each other. But in the case of non-brothers, non-brother case, ultimately,
I don't know if I've ever respected you with it, but like I check it out. I don't want to.
so we'll say,
You don't know me.
Like classic he goes for those really stupid, like first thought bits. He doesn't ever go from A to C. It's A to B, and B is like something that's
by the way,
most people would not say.
It's like the first person I talk with.
Yeah, and he goes, I watched another clip that I almost picked of Shaw. It's from like 19, where he's talking about Michael Jackson.
says
And I
yes,
have a bit.
love us.
If you're a
Sorry,
fan of stand up at all,
no.
you can check it out. It's called Leaving on YouTube. His bit also called Leaving Neverland. But if you watch the difference between the two, I have 3 minutes of like joke.
Even though I hold
Like
myself,
him being like,
you always have to
dude,
bring it
Michael
to the
Jackson.
in case the brothers is full mess, I'll tell you why. Sound like I mean, if you would have thought,
And
gave
then,
him
why
the
would you
something,
do
I
that?
thought, hey,
Oh,
hey,
really?
mommy,
Yeah,
that
because
is
essentially,
usually,
why would you do
I
that?
was like
I
this.
mean, if Drake
Because
was trying to fuck my kids up, maybe I would.
therefore, what?
Drake
Brothers
is
are going to be even more careful with guarding their stuff from each other.
He doesn't
Which means
have the brain
along,
capacity to think of anything
the only
beyond
one way Ruben got
the
that
most
shot.
obvious
That's how.
and
Either
often like slightly offensive
or
hacky.
Therefore, showing up at the start, listening to like from
You
all
know,
of it,
talk to
and therefore
right?
shouldn't have to
Women,
be
we
around
all think they're dumb, right?
Okay. So we'll say, I'm going to my phone, when you go ahead, when you have the shot, you need an additional level of certification, additional layer of ownership, about your yes, Rabbi, no. The Allah had to sign that. First, my life. You're the hard to sign that. You should money.
I know what it's like to be brand job.
So we'll say, what's the ever to understand the exactly great fascinating.
From my
Right.
perspective, I love it.
Right.
I would be a fucking husky.
You write a loan document, right, for the borrowers, even though
I'm
the
predicting
lender
what he does, dude. My brain is starting to work
Everyone
in a
will
shop. Like, I'm like the Sherlock Holmes of shop. I fully understand what shop is about to say. And dude, I swear to God, watch that whole clip.
catastrophe where you have to imagine that stuff. On the other hand, the guy shows up and says, listen, I'm borrowing $1 million from Ruben. Okay, I mean, again, he put it at
we said that his marriage is failing and that he doesn't go to couples therapy. We get this guy so well. I'm starting to think that we get this guy like really well. And maybe, you know what? I have to think that there's, I've been reading the subreddit a little bit. Maybe it's not.
Second white
Maybe
item
they're
was
getting into a brain. I
173.
don't know, man.
Michael, you coast in Charlemont, Apatisha, and Malcolm.
Like it's 30
And I
seconds.
hope this is in the following case. You write for Scott for the borrower if the lender is not present. Here we go. How does he done?
Turn it off. There's like 20 seconds
Coast
left.
in
There was
Charlemont,
a, I read through the subreddit and I just want to read
you're
this
not
out
to.
loud. It's so funny. I don't know if I
You're
can do
not
it
to,
20
right? You can
seconds,
write
but
a document for a borrower.
they were arguing
Even
about
though
like
the
new
lender
people
is
on
not
the subreddit and how like
understand,
they're annoying because they don't get it or whatever.
that also
And this one guy
where
wrote,
is your game?
literally,
Sydney, someone said, change the contract to the case of what are two Ruben Benyakis, right? So now let's just put this out. Like Ruben Benyakis goes ahead, right? Ruben Benyakis goes in, goes to the sofa, and what does he say to this? Zidane, the ugly got example. So Ruben Benyakis shows up at the sofa, right? We got the sound of the Saudi, another, here's a spider,
way back in the kitchen.
Run the move,
But they
cost
just
it, start up,
eat a
you've got
chain, stop. They still got rooms to go back to.
right? So
Which
what
I thought
happens?
was really good. The line that kills me.
Right,
This
so
guy
your
writes,
student shows
we
up,
were born in the Jakes. They
do me a favor,
this
borrowing
culture is
$1,000
hilarious.
from my
I love
friend,
that it's kitchen shit.
Ben.
I love that.
Okay.
I'm starting to
Now
talk
what?
about this.
Now the sofa goes back and writes the document. Right, so what's the custody? So now what happens? Now the sofa writes it, signs it, do sign on it. So what is Yosef and Shimon going to do? The right, Yosef and Shimon says to me, do nothing wrong. What is he? The borrower. This is his doctor, so I am borrowing from my Yosef and Shimon. So Amalei, probably may up the us since we learn. But let's see now what can happen. So
Are you ready for another segment?
now what
of 10
happens?
minutes of shop?
Yosef and Shimon has the document that says
Raise your hand
I'm
if you
borrowing
are. Oh
from
yeah.
Yosef
Okay.
and Shimon. So what is he going to do? He's going to
Right,
present
so
what
if you're a
the
comedian,
other
do this
Yosef
shop.
and Shimon
Maybe our
borrowed
favorite
money from
comedian
him.
now.
So
People
again,
think that we
you
do
go
this to
ahead
hate
now.
him, but we love
Now
doing
remember,
this. So is it
only
hate if we
problem
love
is
doing
what?
this? I honestly don't
Only
know anymore. I
problem
mean, I
is
don't like him.
right
You
in
know?
loan
I gotta
documents
say it, and it's
without
grown on me
the
because at
lender
first I didn't really have an opinion. I was sort of
So
agnostic.
the ton of our
Shop.
missions
But
that I'm also
then
you're allowed to
Elizabeth
write a
showed me
loan
that clip
document
of him
without the
shitting
lender
on the
being
opener, and I
present.
was
But
like,
because of that,
you know what?
therefore again,
I don't like
if you
this
have
guy.
two Yosef and Shimon in the same
That's,
account,
that was the
they
term.
can't take out
This is
loans
fun.
against the other
Yeah,
because
so it's a lot of fun to
spoil the
watch.
situation.
I was
On the
telling
other hand, Hana Baral, the ton of our Brisa holds in close to Shalom Lovat, Achim
watching
Malvino.
shop.
The ton of the
It's
author
like,
of our Brisa holds
I
that no,
literally
you
forgot what I
can't
said.
write loan documents unless both
It's weird
parties
to
are
watch
present.
someone be
Because both parties
famous
are
when they
because
just
even though
started, but
both
also
of them
have no
are
talent.
named Yosef and
And then
Shimon,
what Rogan
they're going to
did
be
for
Medayer,
Shab is like,
who is
it
the
would be
lender,
like
who
me
is the borrower,
just like
and it's
picking a
not
coworker or friend
Incredible.
and be like, you're now a
Yeah,
famous
well, listen, I
stand-up
just played
comedian.
Council here, by the way.
Right?
Just
It's like
some
kind of,
fascinating
when you watch
colloquial
me stand up,
insight.
it just seems like a random dude.
Pieces.
That's
So,
someone, I have not started the timer
so
yet,
first
though.
of all, the way
So
you
we
have
have
to
started
about
the clip
diving
here.
at
This is
level
the clip.
is
So I
that I
start
love
the
the way,
clip.
so once you have the
Yes,
start,
sir. I'm gonna start the
you have
timer as soon
any
as the clip
additional
starts,
layers
Jim.
of certain pieces.
Yeah,
Now,
might shit.
remember that being
I know.
said,
I call
if I
everyone Jenner
construct
Bob
the
on
data and
on
style
YouTube
of
when we're
saying,
talking shop
you
too.
know, I like to get down from
They like think I've gone crazy. All right, well, you
Remember,
ready for this?
Ruben
All right,
has
starting the
invited
timer
shows.
now. 10
Ruben
minutes of
contains
shop.
sports, and therefore, again,
Here we
we're going
go.
to
It's
need
booked by
Henry.
Tim Kennedy. I don't know
Carter,
who Tim Kennedy is, but
you
I
can always
feel like
do that.
I
The
think
document
he's
by
probably a
itself
self-help guy.
is
There's a
could
lot
always
of
challenge.
to
And this is always be challenged until it starts. But that's the general sense that everybody agrees with. Possession of a document is enough to entitle you to it. There's not an automatic secondary level of certification that is necessary in accordance with level. Okay, fine. Let's go back there. Says, נמסור לאחד בין השפלתו לאחד בין השפלתים פרסות, שטרות תויות ונתונות הרואות, שטרות ששניהם תויות. לא זה בדיוק. So what happens? So let's say again, you have the same scenario of a city with two Yosef Shimons. There's a lender, right? There's a lender, and the lender has found finds a document. And what happens? And it says that the document of Yosef and Shimon, all of Yosef and Shimon, has been repaid. Halacha l'maisa, unless he had lent money to both Yosef and Shimon's. What's the halacha? You can't collect from either of them. Can't touch either. Then we'll say, now I want to point out, by the way, the better see, actually, none of these cases about it. Because they're all operating based on one set of things. Because you have guiding light. You have guiding light. All of Lasa, Sia, Babakama, which is good. I think it's like everyone knows that. Yes, good. Right? Right? Okay, good. Right? So, I'm looking at Chaver Lavaraya. Right? That's, remember again, that's the general. That's always the principle that's happening. If you want to collect, the burden of proof is always upon you. In this case over here, I find this says that you loan of Yosef and Shimon has been repaid. I lent both Yosef and Shimon. So listen, this is out. I struck with Yosef. What does he say? He said, sometimes boneless is very good. So obviously again, if I could prove you did it, but basically, right? So Allah both don't have to be paid up. You must just have to do so. Hold on, so not nothing. It wasn't decent. Ultimately, because I found this cheap that I found. Rashban says, no, it's not. Come himself, hollow himself, mathematic, banan, below Asha, Yokol, Hosiale. What's that about? I don't know how this is happening. We can issue the set that you're two Yosef and Shimon, you're not allowed to lend money, not because this goes out of your hand. Which is one side. Below Asha, Yokol, Hosiale. Oh, no, again. If you have two Yosef, so he doesn't have to worry about that. How do you lend the money? If you attack on another third generation, in other words, do something is, even if that was a good one, though. Yeah, that was a good one, because it's like, these idiots are really concerned about the way you treat. These are a lot of with Tim Kennedy. I don't know this from the I don't know who Tim Kennedy is, but I know like a cell phone guy for sure. Tim Kennedy is a cell phone guy. He also does one is Yosef that Shimon, and one is Yosef and Shimon ben Avram. So that's how you're able to lend the money. Let's see whose name is on the receipt. Which he was going to Amravoti up, and Russian Saturday, Russian show. So again, so a nice way to put in the third generation on the loan document, that enables the loan money. That's for the third generation, excuse me, on the receipt. Okay, so the rest is as follows. Rabbi is talking about Yimsa Lelova, Bein Shtaros, Shtaros Yosef and Shimon Alai, Shtaros Ampiers. Rabbi says like this, except in the following case. If the borrower found amongst his Shtaros that the Shtaros Yosef and Shimon is paid, ultimately, again, both documents are considered to be paid. That's what we Rashban. Rashban says over here, Rashban says, Abai Amar, first wide line, Abai Amar, Masnisin Tishinim Sula Beis Novelai. So Abai says, no. This is talking about a case where the documents are found not with the lender, but the documents are found with the borrower. So the Amar says, this is what it means to say. Nimsa Lelova Echa Bein Shtarosa Shovet, Shashtar Shahayano Shabo Yosef ben Shimon Parohu. So let's say it's the reverse case. The reverse case is the document doesn't down with the lender, document does the borrower. The borrower had borrowed money from two Yosef and Shimon. So he has amongst his documents a receipt that says, I paid back Yosef and Shimon. Only one problem, which is what? It doesn't say which one. So let's say it's the same thing. So now what does he have to do? Who does he have to repay? The answer is neither, right? Why? Also, like whoever thinks that they're, or if he knows he paid one, he doesn't know which one he paid. So if everyone feels that he's the one who's unpaid, he should have an obligation to prove that he's unpaid. And therefore, myself, okay, incredible. So Mark goes like, the case of Gaza, Yashish. Let's give a simple answer. This is very intuitive answer, which is that halacha l'maisa, if you live in a city where there are two Yosefs and Shinners, and indeed you want to lend money to them, or they want to lend money to each other. So what happens?
The model of decentralization. We are referring to the model of decentralization. We're talking was in different decentralization.
So what happens if halacha l'maisa, you do live in a city, and what? And you want to lend to Yosef and Shimon's money, right? Or they want to lend each other. So what do? It's not a problem. All you need to do is add on a third generation. Yosef and Shimon Yisrael. Yosef and Shimon Abraham, and that differentiates them enough that then you can engage ultimately again and then borrowing or lending money. So Tana is interesting. Other possibilities that you can do is what? If one of them is a coin, and one of them is a movie, right? Differentiated in that way as well. Tana and Hayushneim Kohanim Yichtavu Doro. So what's interesting? So the Gemara speaks to indicate us that the ideal first is before you get into a third generation, let's engage in tribal differentiation. Right? So tribal differentiation of Yosef and Shimon away. Yosef and Shimon Halevi. Okay, so seeing that that's the case, then that's fine. If it doesn't work, then you go upper generation as well. Beautiful. Mishnah. Homer with no start Yosef whoever he is. Isuhu. This is the case. Right, so you have it consensus and the way that this case Sada Bishasmi Sasso. Well, father, it's called father. Father is dying. He says to his son, that halacha l'maisa, one of the loan documents that so father lends money to a bunch of people. And he says to his son, one of the people who I lent money to paid back his debt. The Yodea is, and I don't know which one paid me back. Let's start off. Staros Kula Kula. All the debts are considered to be repaid. I think about this actually a very beautiful Mishnah. This is the real day Israel. Look at this inside. This is 600 at the bottom. Real day Israel. The Halo Bahaminari. Halo Hachzarki Staro. So it's not interesting. That's generally what would happen in the case, right? I lend Ruben money. Ruben pays me back. What happens? Right? I give him back the documents, right? Or we tear up the documents. So it's interesting to note in this case over here, the father's telling his son, one of the debtors paid me back, but he trusted me. He didn't make me return the loan documents. He trusted me. So I have all of these loan documents. People owe me money. I know that someone paid me back. I don't know who. So look at the Rashban. Rashban says, right, Ve'alova had me, the Lord started to start off, Ve'ini Rotsa Yi'anish. And when I go to the world to come, when I die, and I stand before the Kisei Shalala, I do not want to be punished ultimately again for any type of financial dispute. It's incredible, right? What's fascinating about this could have been a situation, by the way, the father had outstanding for a very long time. But what happened? Nothing makes you get there fairly in order like death. So a lot of times in life, we're willing to live in regret. Like we're willing to live with a lot of ambiguity. We're willing to live with a lot of inconsistency. Right? Because in the back of our mind, we figure to ourselves, there's plenty of time to get it worked out. I know I want to get it worked out, but we live in all of this, all this inconsistency all the time. Nothing forces a person to get their affairs in order. And the person the Chazal tell us, the Yaakov Avinu died for others. Before Yaakov Avinu inherited the guy, because that's what happens. So that the person sees right in the house. Yaakov Avinu died for others. The person should know that the end is real. And if you get there,
Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you're not following me, please do. I will follow you back. I'm just follow back in the game. I put some alpha in the purple pill. It's a website of which I want you all to be. It is known as spacedashboard.com, specedashboard.com. If you've never been to it, you are missing out on the best resource to find X spaces anywhere on the internet. Basically, X only is showing you maybe 5 or 10 different spaces whenever you go to the spaces tab in your app. What spacesdashboard.com does is show you every single space that's going on the entire platform. There are over 500 spaces going on right now, but you will never know this unless you are tapped into this website. This website ranks all of the spaces from largest to smallest, additional from most recent to longest duration. It will also organize them in terms of their content, such as NFTs, cryptocurrencies, investing, finance, entrepreneurship, whatever it is in which you are interested. I want you all to increase your network because your network is your net worth. And the best way to do that is to be in excellent conversation, such as this one. There is also a search bar in case you want to search a word or a phrase that is of interest to you. So if you all haven't had a chance to look at Spaces Dashboard, you need to. It is an amazing website. With that being said, I'd like to pitch myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 305 days a year, for One Piece. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a Zoom camera. If these ideas are interesting to you, you can view my YouTube links in my profile. Additionally, I have put the YouTube link in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We invite you to join our community, over 2,700 people who are members and are growing every day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world through the use of technology, such as actual drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Right? And again, we're talking about a case where a lender lends 2 sums of money to a borrower. And he says, the car that I have, right, is paid. The car is already paid. I don't know about company in a we assume, if you look at that, sorry, not yet. Right? So Ruvain lent to Shimon 2 sums of money. 2 sums of money. A large sum and a small sum. Ruvain says to Shimon, by the way, your debt is paid. That means that you have with me is paid. So it doesn't articulate which one is paid. We assume which is paid. The larger one and the smaller one is less than. Ruvain says, Shimon, you are debts. Chol, your debt, let's say debt singular, is paid, then what? Shtaros Kulan. We assume all the loans are paid. See the difference between the Shonos? Number one, it was Shtar L'Chaviyah. One of the stars you have with me, is paid. So in a case like that, the larger of the debts is paid, the smaller one is still standing. If he says both, which is a more all-encompassing debt, then everything is paid. So the Gemara says, Amali Ravina Rabba, 1 second. So let's say again, Ruben says to Shimon, my field is sold to you, calculating which field. Sada Gidola Muchurulo. Sada Muchurulo. Sada Gidola Muchurulo. We assume that Ruben sold his larger field to Shimon. Sada Shieshti Muchurulo. But if Ruben says, the field that I have is sold to you, what do we say? Kol Sadosa Muchurulo? What do we say that Ruben is selling all of his fields? In other words, this would be the opposite of the debt case, to which the Gemara says, no. Hasam Yad Bal Hashtar Ala Tachton. So we'll say, so again, which is another way of saying, so right, in the case ultimately again, that Reuven says to Shimon, Shimon has two debts, two to Reuven, a large one and a small one, and Reuven says, your shtarcho, your loan document is forgiven. So we assume ultimately again that that's referring to the larger debt. And again, and if it's not, the burden of proof is going to be upon Reuven to prove that he could collect the larger debt. In the case of the field, when Reuven sells Shimon the field, so the default ultimately is that he's selling one field, not that he's selling all the fields. And if Shimon wants to prove that he bought all of the fields, then the proof is upon him. Incredible. So we now come to the sugya of Arif, a really incredible sugya. A very interesting case. Right? What happens? I lend Shimon money, and Reuven is a guarantor. Now we're going to talk about different types of guarantors over the course of this sugya. You cannot collect payment from the Arif. I will say now, that statement at first glance seems totally illogical. I'm lending money with a guarantor, but I can never collect money from the guarantor. Gemara is going to challenge that statement in just a couple of days. This is very interesting. We're going to see that there are different ways to structure guarantor transactions. If I lend Shimon money, and Reuven is the guarantor, and the way I structure this debt is to say, Shimon, I'm lending you the money, but I have the right to collect from whoever I want. So if I want to collect from Shimon, I can collect from Shimon. I want to go right to guarantor, I can collect from guarantor. Shmuel says, "In Yesh Nechasim Lelova, Benkach uBenkach Lo Yifram Min Ha'aretz." Shmuel says, "No. The only time you could ever go to a guarantor is when borrower does not have money. But if the borrower has money, you never have a right to go to the guarantor. So let's say, final answer, it's your Shmuel no Tanakh. We'll get to it. The Chain, Hayab Shmuel Yomer, Ha'aretz Yishav Tzuvasa. It's an interesting case. Let's say I guaranteed a ksuba. Reuben is married to Rachel. I guaranteed Rachel's ksuba. Now, what does that mean to guarantee Rachel's ksuba? What does that mean? What that means is that in the event of death or divorce, if it turns out that Reuben doesn't have any money, I tell Rachel, I got it. That's Rachel your ksuba. Well, that's a great case. Now, what happens? Reuben and Rachel are getting divorced. So, I have a right to demand that Reuven has to take a nether, Rachel from getting any benefit from it. And is a nether, Rashban points out what we call a nether, we'll get more into this. A public nether is irrevocable. So I could force Reuven to make an irrevocable nether that Rachel can't get any benefit from it. What does that nether effectively do? What does it do? It prevents them from ever getting reneged. Because what are we concerned about over here? This is great. It's actually a great scheme. So the Gemara says, what are we concerned about? Shema Yasu Kimunya on the Fasim Shalzat, the Yaxias Ishto. This is great. What are we concerned about? Reuven and Rachel are falling on some financial hard times. Now, Reuven knows that I guaranteed Rachel's ksuba. So Reuven says to Rachel like this. Right now, I'm not in money. So I have a good idea. Let's get divorced. Right? You'll be able to collect your ksuba. Silver is guaranteeing your ksuba. He'll pay you out the ksuba. But guess what? Hashem, we just paid for our honeymoon, right? We just right. We'll get back together. We'll reconcile. Whatever. We'll go through a couple of sessions. We'll go right. Therapy will make it look like right. Will make it look like legitimate. And then against Hashem, small chuppah, small chasana, and Baruch Hashem. Now we have a beautiful nest egg. So in order to prevent this type of exploitation, so what happens? Rav Shimon says if there is a guarantor for the ksuva, before the ksuva is paid out, ex-husband has to make a neder that his ex-wife is never permitted to unlawful, which will effectively preclude them from ever getting remarried. After that neder is made, then the RAs could be made obligated to go ahead and have the ksuva. Incredible. Says the Gemara. So my time. So we'll say what is now? What the Gemara is bothered by is the Mishnah statement. What was the Mishnah statement? That if you have a guarantor for a loan, right? So I'm lending Shimon money. Reuven is the guarantor. So the Mishnah made this law. We'll say Rabbi Rav will say feel. Which is the is like this. The guarantor. So we're going to see them. There's a school book that says the job of the guarantor is to make sure that the borrower is available and present for repayment. In other words, he guarantees that the borrower will be for repayment. What doesn't he guarantee? Payment. So the guarantor says, listen, you right, Silver, you got me into this. So Ruben says, right, I look for Shimon, Ruben's the guarantor. What's Ruben's obligation? Ruben's obligation is to make sure that Shimon doesn't flee the country. Right? So Ruben says, right, I'm going to guarantee Ruben. I guarantee Ruben, here he is. I'm not giving you a cent. But the borrower is here, get your money from him. Okay. That's Persian law. That's Persian law. Right? That's not let's say regular Persian law, but I would be offensive. Right? That's not right, that's Persian law, right? That's what the Persian, that's what the Persians do. So the Gemara says, Adraba, Basar, Adraba, Basar Arbazi. That's not true, by the way. Persian law actually says that you can always go after the guarantor. Right? That's not true. By the way, what does it mean when it says this Persian law? Allah, Beidinat the Parsoi, the Loyadi Kanal Mosai. This is interesting. So apparently the way that the Persians worked was when a Persian court gave a ruling, they did not have to provide any reasoning to their ruling. So they would just go ahead and give a ruling, and that was it. So the Gemara says you're making this like a Persian court over here. It doesn't make any sense. In other words, we're coming up with this idea that a guarantor is just obligated to furnish the borrower, and that's it. That's all he has to. It doesn't have any other financial obligations. Hello, I'm going to my way you part of me. What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says you can't extract from the guarantor. What do you mean? Oh, no. What I need to say is like this. If I go ahead and I lend Shimon money, and I make Reuven the guarantor, when the debt comes due, I first have to try to collect payments from Shimon the borrower. And only in the event of default of the borrower, only then do I have the right to go to the guarantor. So the Mishnah says that if you lend money with a guarantor, you can't collect from the guarantor, meaning you can't collect from the guarantor first. He can't be your first stop of repayment. You have to first go to the borrower, and only in the event that the borrower can't repay, then and only then can you go to the guarantor. Supports this. If you lend your friend money, I lend Shimon money with a guarantor. You can't go to the guarantor first for repayment. There's honor on Manash Arfa Rishi there is an exception to this. What's the exception? You can structure a transaction in a way that you're allowed to go to the guarantor first. So we'll say, here's what there is essentially, and we see this all the time in transactional law. Transactional law, every transaction always has a default setting. So therefore, again, if I lend Shimon money and Reuven is the guarantor, what is the default setting on a guarantor situation? What's the default? You can only go to the guarantor when? After the borrower can't pay. My first stop is always going to be the borrower. Only after the borrower can't pay, then I can guarantee. However, if you structure a transaction differently, So when I go ahead and ship money, and I can really be the guarantor, but again, have Ross, I, the lender, entering into this transaction with to collect from whoever I want it to be. So I feel like going to Shimon, I go to Shimon. I feel if now again, obviously, the has to agree to that, right? So he's only a party to the gentleman, but as soon as he agrees to that, that transaction ultimately will work for himself. So both say, very important. This is Congress 101, right? This is guarantorship, guarantor type, right? 101. This is how it works. The default is you can only be called into action. Ultimately, again, if the borrower if there was default, but how long can I again, unless we structure, otherwise, most I'll just like that, I sit over this part. The virtual structure is has to be just quickly. That's the sense so beautifully. Yaakov will be the bread and salt of three things in the Yochama, war, Shiva, prayer, and Durham gift. Rusty asks, understand why didn't Yaakov shouldn't Tefillah come before everything? And the Russian needs to do for us explains it's not the way it works. Often in times of crisis, our reflexive reaction is to look upward. So that's not the first step. The first step in times of crisis is to look upward. What can I do about this? Before you ask that themselves else, before you start leaning on a sentence, the first shaila you have to ask yourself is, what can I do? So the first thing Yaakov does in life is not that. It's not the first thing. The first thing he does is he prepares for war. He prepares for war. The first step in the midst of difficult situations is looking for evil. So let's say essentially, so like another way, that's the most hustle is also think about this. So the Ribono Shalom, is the lender, right? And we are the borrower. So the borrower, and there's a guarantor, right? There are many different types of guarantors. Like the truth is, the lender and the guarantor. Right, I'm the borrower. The borrower says, I'm lending you a whole bunch of stuff. I'm lending you all of these things. And the debt comes due. How does the debt come due? The borrower says, let me do that debt. So I'm giving you all of these things. I want to see what is my return on debt. And just understand the first that the lender comes to every single day I have to give an accounting for the Ribono about how I'm using the borrowed funds. Each and every day I have to give an accounting to the lender. By the way, it applies on years also. It applies literally again every day of the week. How again, sometimes the football game today. Good, excellent, right answer. Right? Let's say, just understand, there's going to be hours of time allocated to just mindless engagement with overpaid men in Titanic. Just understand, you got to account for it. Now again, there is a way, I'll be Malami, there is a way to account for it. Everyone needs to do it. Right? Everyone needs downtime, and that's fine. So if that's strangely somehow how you want to do downtime, right? Then that's fine. That's fine. All right, but just know what it is. Just account for it in your mind. It can't be accounted as football. It can be accounted as I'm a human being. Recharge and relax. This is my recharging time. I don't know if that's but that's between you and I for the tomorrow, right? Choose one. Right. But when I said that's your recharge time. That's it. So that's as long as you are accounting, using the borrowed money. How you using the borrowed resources. You understand? The lender comes right to the lender. Right? The guarantor only gets involved much later on. The first way the transaction works is Charlie lets me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm the borrower. The borrower is the first stop in collection. The borrower is the first stop in account. Incredible. Let's go like that. I'm going to put up. Let's finish up with this. I'm going to put up. Minayin will already finish up. So I'll say, interestingly enough, by the way, from where do you know that a guarantor is incumbent? From where do we know how logically this concept of guarantorship? So the Gemara says, this is incredible. Anochi er mi'adi tivachenu. We'll say next week's parsha, the next week's parsha. Incredible. This is by Yehuda. This is by Yehuda and Binyamin. Right? Remember again, they said they have to go back to Egypt. Right? They have to go back to Egypt. The only way Yosef, remember, they don't yet know who Yosef is. They think he's just in some unpredictable despotic leader. They don't know who he is. Right? So the nice thing, what does Yehuda say to Yaakov? Yosef won't give us food unless, of course, we go ahead and we bring Binyamin. And of course, Yaakov Avinu doesn't want to let Binyamin out. Because he's the only one who said about what he has. He saw it and he thinks he knows what happened to Yosef. And so Yehuda says, Yaakov, Anochi Erev Enos, I will be the Orev. I will be the Orev. And because I am the Orev, ultimately, again, if something happens, you come to me. If something happens, you come to me. So the man says, no. This is not a denial. Why not? Naskir Chisda, Hakablonis, said, today also Ayadi, Vani Ashidani. So we're going to talk about this. There is a higher level of guarantorship, of being an Ari, and that's called Kablos. Now again, so the Gemara says, that's a different discussion. You can see, by the way, even in the Psukim here, so Yehuda is so much more than just a guarantor. Right? Yehuda is taking complete and absolute responsibility. So the Gemara says, that's not the Ari we're talking about over here in the Mishnah. That's what we call it Kablonos. Keep that in the back of your mind. We're going to circle back to that. So the Gemara says, here's where it comes from. So most of the murder quotes actually very profound. Mishnah. Loka bigdo, the orange uba'ad lochliya chavlei. So little again, take his clothing, right? Take his garment. The orange because it's guaranteed on behalf of a strange person. Omer, or a stranger. Omer, furthermore, again, the possible example. So again, this often is right. Omer, beneath. In my I will explain what these two means. Let's read it first. Beneath. In my so literally translating my son. If you have become a guarantor for your friend, literally you outstretch your hand to a stranger. No kashta you stumbled over your words. No karata you've been ensnared in the utterances of your mouth. Do this, my son, and be saved. What is this? Here we go. So the Gemara says, if you have money in your hand, so let's say, so the Gemara learns out from this, if you have money in your hand, then ultimately, again, if you are the tablet, then go and pay on behalf of the borrower. So that's the Lashon over here. If you have money, if the borrower defaulted on the loan, and you have money, you're the tablet, you could be paying, so we can't in love. But if you don't, if you're not a guarantor, you haven't done something, you don't owe someone money, but you've offended them, you've hurt them, then hereby Allah, which means bring a lot of people to this person and try to reconcile. Okay. So again, it's interesting, I just want to point out, that people need to know that the Gemara does not bring biblical proof for art. Right? I mean, it does. It brings Yehuda, but then it says that's not really a real bit of Arif. Ultimately, again, that's Kabbalah. It's interesting that the Raya for Arif is coming from Mishnah. So once you just understand, to be honest, you don't really need a biblical proof, right, for the concept of Arif. In other words, it's just a transactional reality that people enter into these transactions and move it, in our case, for Shimon money, Ruben has every right to go ahead and just be an Arif. Okay, let's say we're bringing, a scriptural allusion to this. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up. So finishing there. So the Gemara says, so I said the fact that an Arif ultimately again become encumbered, meaning Mishtad is not focused. Now Yossi don't have to kind of Arif Mishtad. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara wants to make this about a smach. Let's remember again, asmachta. What's asmachta? The hyperbolic statements create line-logic realities. So let me this out, right? I lend it to Shimon. I lend $1,000 to Shimon, right? So Reuben says, okay, I'll be the Arif. So everyone says, it's interesting. What's going through Reuben's mind when he becomes the guarantor? What's going through his mind? What's going through his mind? Like Ruben's going to be fighting, going to be that. No, this is just like it's physics, it's it's beautiful, fantastic, right? But I don't know, I have no intentions of having to actually do that. So Ruben's got this. So essentially, it's an already, it's not stuff. So watch this. Rabbi Yossi Gemara Snach the Tanya, already Mishtabi. It's going to be Yossi holds Snach the Tanya. That's when the already is obligated. The Yehuda Gemara Snach the Lo Tanya, already Lo Mishtabi. But according to Rabbi Yehuda says Snach the Lo Tanya, then ultimately again, the already is not obligated. Actually, 1 second. How nice in the Choyom that Snach the Lo Tanya, but Mishtabi. It's not true. Let's say we asking Snach the Lo Tanya. We asking that hyperbolic statement do not create halachic realities. But yet, what? We do hold that there's a concept of an order as a guarantor. Sadly, I can sell that. I'm Rashi. Most things you kind of Bahuano, called the Hemingway, Grammar Mishabi Nashe. So what you might ask is as follows. In general, what is it? If you might really asking is, what is it that makes a guarantor obligation? So I was saying normally, how do you create the obligation? Kinyan, right? I can be a common kinyan and guarantee myself. For example, right? When a man gets married, you have to take upon yourself the obligation as an outline in the How does he do that?
Christmas Eve dinner to go and finish. Because that's going to be a problem because it's Easter, 7 fishes. That's the 7 vegan dishes.
Right, the chassan picks up a carrot, picks up a head, which is something. That kinyan obligates the obligations of the people. Because again, in general, in halacha, if you're going to become really obligated to something, there has to be a nice kinyan. So you can now I have a scriptural source to the concept of what obligates an art. I'm lending $1,000 to ship. Ruben says he's a guarantor. Well, what obligates him in that guarantor? Right? There's no, if we do a kinyan, right? By the way,
I'm not going out there so I can boss my on the ice, be laid up in the hospital, have a come there feed me
from the Hanoi he gets become a Hemingway, that he is believed. What does that mean? And I will say, what's the incredible thing about this case? I'm giving $1,000, and Shimon is guaranteed. It's a crap over here, right? Why, at the end of the day, why am I lending Ruben the money? Why am I lending him the money? Let's boil this down. Why am I lending Ruben the money? Why? Right? Why am I letting you bring the money? I'll say why? Because I believe in Shimon. Remember, if I believe in Ruben, then what? I don't need a guarantor. The only reason, whenever you have a guarantor, I will say guarantor by definition means I am not 100% sure that the borrower is going to come through. Otherwise, if I believe in the borrower, then I don't need the guarantor. If there's a guarantor, essentially what I'm saying is, who do I really believe in this entire transaction? The guarantor. That's really who I believe in. That's really who I believe in. So let's just listen to this. Shimon feels so honored by the fact that I'm willing to commit transaction based on his participation. That hana that he has, that I believe in him, is what commits him to the guarantor. That hana that he has, knowing that I am only lending to Ruben, based on his guarantorship. Sorry, I'm lending to Shimon. Based on his guarantorship, that's what generates halachic commitment to this transaction. Absolutely, so that's when we can see something that'll be amazing. What's the greatest thing you can do for someone in life? The greatest thing you can do for them is believe. When you believe in someone, and know that you believe in them. I mean, right? And you know, this is because we all have someone in this world in us. That knowledge that someone believes gives me the strength to move forward, to accomplish, to do. And when I fall, I pick myself up. Why did it already commit to this transaction? Because he's so honored by the fact that the lender believes in such a
focus on that which was obstructing
the greatest center to another person is that they know that you believe in them. That knowledge, you know, like knowing that there's someone who believes in me, gives me the tremendous wisdom to accomplish anything. So what's I? Stop over today. Go ahead.
With that, which
All right,
was
God bless
causing
you. Have a great day, everyone.
an overwhelming darkness in the sky. The sky quickly began to resemble one of those magi puzzles, and as I tried to focus on that which was causing the great obstruction, I began
All right,
to
don't say good morning. Good
see
morning. It is such a
that
small Hashem to be back here.
darkness was being
It's not
caused
supposed to be back at our shop, but it's such a small
not
Hashem to be back
by
here with all of you. Let me
a
show
natural
you
source,
when I go away. Two things that I
but
use tremendously. Number one, of course, the family. I have to say that. Well, I'm not going to say that, but it's true. And Baruch Hashem, the ability to start with all of you, it's managed the highlight of my day. And even though, again, I attempt to record this year, even virtually, but when I say nothing ever matches, the ability to come in to start the morning, see such beautiful neshama, such smiling face, feeling energy of just shiftless for greatness, Baruch Hashem. So it's so wonderful. It's unfortunate to be back in close lives, but it is wonderful, Baruch Hashem, to be back with all of you. So begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shirt. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha, dedicating all the Truman Takshin Pay and Zechus for the service levels for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for Kislev, Joshua McPhee, creation of the Yartzeit of Josh's Father Yisrael Yehuda, Rav Chaim Nefarel, and for the Swiss. In the Swiss, let's see if we can have our hostages and the security of all of our precious soldiers. Semi and Martha Epperson, for dedicating Sherman Druckers this month in memory of their parents, Mudlik Stiefel, Yitzchok Leib, Ben Aaron Akonim, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Barak Hadram, and Hilda Esterson, Linda Bas Helecha Frein, in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, Naftali Kori, Naftali Yona, Sheni Kondama, Ben Dietrich Miriam, and Danielle Vital. We hope that in the merit of all of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas will have an aliyah, the families, Ein Nechama. And then Hashem should return all of our hostages to Shalom, and our precious soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh again, and indeed, it'd be so much incredible to think about. Like, there's always been such uncertainty. We felt such uncertainty for the last year, and of course, with all of the events in Syria, the uncertainty is even compounded. Or things you also feel in the air. You feel in the air. It's one of the most terrible things. The air is almost. Sounds strange, but almost like a certain euphoria. All of Syria and the recognition that like this axis of evil in the Middle East is crumbling. It opens the door for a profound feeling that something dramatic is about to occur. That something the world is changing in ways that we never thought it would, and so rapidly and so overwhelmingly. They were showing pictures of sometimes the joint coordination of the United States and Israel about the destruction of all of Syria's weapons depot. Incredible. In the course of 48 hours, they wiped out over 80% of Syria's weaponry. Without Syria's air defenses, Iran becomes accessible. It's incredible just to see what's happening, and almost like a feeling like we live in an age of the footsteps of Mashiach, and in general, every day that goes by, we feel Mashiach coming a little bit closer. But you felt it. You felt it to walk in and to feel like a country, as they say, like a Gava Yehudit, a Jewish, I don't know, it doesn't translate well as Jewish arrogance, right? But a little bit. It's okay. It's more than pride. It's a shtickle Gaiva. It's incredible, because the truth is, we were so beaten down, and we were so hurt, and we were so battered and so bruised, and to be able to feel that, such a tremendous. So it's like, let's begin. We have a lot to do with Mertzman. It's hard to believe that our love affair with Val Basra is winding down. It's not over, but we're gonna. Sometimes you can't just be a one receptor man, right? Sometimes you have to play the field a little bit. So we're gonna have to. It's hard for us to settle down. So we're gonna be able to. But it is incredible to see that in Yetz Hashem we don't even have a full week left. That's what let's begin. Today is Kufay now. A really great Gemara. My right side. So we are picking up Kuf Ayin Aleph Amud Aleph. Kuf 171A. 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. My right side. So you might be quoting the right side. on Kuf Ayin on the base. So remember again, we'll say, just remind ourselves a little bit. In our Mishnah, we had a very interesting three-way machlokes. Well, I say Mishnah and Gemara, we had a three-way machlokes. All machlokes. Reuben and Shimon $1,000. Shimon paid back $500. Now we have a problem. What's our problem? So what do you do with the shtar? Now to say we have a shtar that is inaccurate because it says that Shimon owes $1,000. But in fact, Shimon only owes Reuben $500. So what do you do? So we have three machlokes. Rabbi Yehuda and the Mishnah said, no problem. Tear up the first star and write up a new star. Who's allowed to tear it up and write it up? Even witnesses. Rabbi Yossi says, no. Leave the first star intact. Rather, what do you do? Show her. Write a receipt. Shimon gets the receipt that he paid back $500. And that's it. Then we came to Rav in the name of Rav in the Gemara. And Rav essentially agreed with Rabbi Yehuda in principle. Namely, we tear up the star and write a new one. What was the machlokas? The machlokas was whereas Rabbi Yehuda in the Mishnah says that even to do it, Rav said this could only be done in basted. Only be done in basted. So the Gemara says if Rav had heard of Brisa, would he have still held the position? Now the Gemara says, what's the Brisa? My Brisa? Isanya. Here we go. Isanya. Harisha, how you know Shimbo Elazur? So we'll say this is exactly our case. Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. As I also just mentioned, we had a beautiful documentary we shared in Yerushalayim. The Chevron is on over here. You should just know one of the beautiful things. You guys don't get to see it because you don't even screen in front of you, but I get to see the hill of the temporary show every day. We had a beautiful share in Yerushalayim on a rooftop, last rooftop. In the old city, it was a perfect, it's actually warm. Yerushalayim was like 65 degrees. It was absolutely beautiful. You should just know, you don't see that. But we have a beautiful type of marriage show. We talk about cheer every single day. And I'm dedicated. Of course, I'm not going to lie, it's not easy to be dedicated at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No offense, guys. I'm just saying, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then 5:45 in the morning, right? But when I say it's beautiful, like we're part of something so much bigger that manage spans the world, and goes into Eretz Yisrael as well. Okay, anyway, this says in righteousness level. Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. Right, and what happened? Shimon take back $500 apartments. How many so what do you do? Yeah, what do you do with the stat? So even the current stat, the coaching stat, Akam is man and from the Rebbe Yehuda. So you say no problem. We tear up the first star and write a brand new star. I'll say now there's a very important point. I made this point earlier as well, but it's important to reinforce it again. What do you do? What's the date document? What's the date in the document? It's the original date of transaction. And this is very important, right? Why? Because remember again, the date in the document creates what? Creates a lien and encumbrance on the properties of the borrower. So you don't want to redate that based on today because then you just effectively move the lien to the present day. So we rewrite a new document. Now what does the new document say? What does the new document say? Reuben lent Shimon what? $500. But the date, transaction date for that document is the original date of the $1,000 loan. That's what Yossi says no. Because you show that. Yossi says no, don't touch the original star. Don't touch the star. So what do? You write a receipt. You write a receipt that says that Reuben paid back, that Shimon paid back Reuben $500. So what you're going to essentially have over here, according to Rabbi Yossi, is two documents. What are the two documents? Number one is the original loan document. Who's holding the original document? Who's holding that? Reuben the lender. So Reuben the lender is holding the document. Now what is the day? The document says that Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. Okay, but that's not true. I mean, it is true, but Shimon paid back $500. So there's another document. What's the second document? A shoulder, a receipt. Who's holding the receipt? Who's holding the receipt? Shimon, borrower, and it says that Shimon back Reuben $500. This is Rabbi Yossi's model. Why does Rabbi Yossi remember again? So why Rabbi Yossi? So here we go. Well, because what's intuitively right? Rabbi Yehuda makes more sense. Just rewrite the document. That seems to be the easiest way. Why does Rabbi Yossi dafka want the receipt? And there are two reasons Rabbi Yossi said why I favor the writing of a receipt. Number one, Achos, Kadesh Yaakov and the Poro. So it's interesting because the existence of the original document is a motivation for is a motivation for Shimon to pay back. Siabo says, when you have a receipt, there's a danger. What's the danger? What's the danger? If Shimon loses that receipt, then what happens? Ruben, the lender, has a document that says that Shimon owes him $1,000. And again, without the receipt, Shimon has no way to prove that he paid. I mean, I guess if he paid in front of witnesses, he could two different witnesses. But the without the document, he has no way to go ahead and prove anything. So the OC says, I like it that way. You know why I like it that way? Because ultimately, again, it creates an urgency for the borrower to repay the lender. The OC says, I want to turn the screws. I want to turn up the pressure on the borrower. I want him to feel the urgency to repay. The other thing Shlomi says is, I want the original date to remain on the document. Right? So he says, I want the original date because that original date, if we start rewriting documents, there's a concern about date confusion. I want the original of the transaction to remain. This way, the encumbrance date remains as it originally was. One second. One second. Calm down. Right? Yehuda, right? Now, remember, what does Yehuda hold? Yehuda holds that when Shimon pays back $500, what do? Tear up the original document, rewrite a new document. But Yehuda also agrees that you use the first date, the initial transaction date. So you'll see makes it sound like he's the only one who wants to use the original date. He also does. He says, no. How's he coming out of the This is what the DSC says. He's saying the following. He says, listen, it is not usual comment that you got. If you agree that in your replacement you will use the first date, then ultimately we only argue about one thing. What's one thing? That the Hebrew says we create a new star, and that the Ushi says we write the receipt. Means man, you shall come as part of the Allah in his night. So it's on you hold that in the new document you use the second date, the new date, and ultimately Parkina Allah of the Tarki. Argue with you on two things. Okay. So that's all right. That if you can really interesting because this happens all the time. Right? There's someone owes moving $1,000. Shouldn't part of the debt. He's paying in installments, let's say. Not after that it was an installment plan, but he has money now. He decides to pay back part of his debt. So what do you do with the document? What's your loan document? So again, just keep on remembering this. Fundamental focus, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yehuda, tear up the old document, write up a new document. The new document says that Shimon owes Ruben $500. Use the original date of the transaction so as not to mess up the lien that was created on the borrower's possession. Now, you will see actually now, don't say any dates, but rather just write a receipt. But 1 second, isn't the receipt really dangerous for the borrower? So Yossi says, yes, we want the borrower to feel the urgency of paying back the money. So turn up the heat on him a little bit, let him know that really the lender has a document that says that Shimon still owes him $1,000, and that will create an urgency in repayment. Beautiful. All right, let's go back to turn up on it. So we'll say Shaz. We're not finished yet. But we might going to go on a little bit of a detour. Turn up on it. Shaz, Shezman of Custom the Shabbos over Asar of the Tishrei. Shaz will also with the cartridge ready. Okay, so let's say this is fascinating. Let's say you have a document, right? And the document was dated not in accordance with the Jewish calendar, but rather with the secular calendar, right? Or some other secular dating system. And it turns out that when you look up, so I'll give you a good example of this, right? Next week, you find the star says that Ruben lent Shimon money on December 14th. Now, there's only one problem with having a date December 14th, and that's what? It's Shabbos. It's Shabbos. Or you find the document that says Ruben lent Shimon money October 2nd. October 2nd was Rosh Hashanah. So now you have a date, ultimately again, I think it was, I think it was. I'm ultimately probably buying this year, that's the easy, right? So the nice, again, somebody's using an alternative dating system, and when you look back at the date, it doesn't sense. Doesn't make sense because the date is a date in which a transaction would not have a. No one's lending money on. Because people are talking about money on Shabbos. That's a different discussion, right? Right? No one's lending money on Shabbos, and no one's lending money on Rosh Hashanah. So now, what so Shaila is? What do you do with a transaction like that? So in a sense, it's not a problem. How do we understand it? It's a Shtar Ma'okar. That was very interesting. Shtar Ma'okar is post-dated document. So this is very exciting. Because now we're going to talk about two different types of documents. A pre-dated document and a pre-dated document. You see, the whole issue with pre-dated post-dated as the creation of a lien on properties. Like whenever you lend someone money, or for that matter, there is an encumbrance that comes upon if you're selling properties, there's an encumbrance that comes upon the seller's property. Right? That's what I'm telling you with Achra. That's the exchange, right? The Vipas Achra is called sofer, that every real estate transaction comes with a guarantee. That's essentially how we pass that off. Or when we lend money to Shimon, so Shimon is guaranteeing the debt to property. So what the word is as follows. So halakha, so when does the encumbrance, the first of the encumbrance, the lien begins on the date. Here's the problem. Well, if you post-date a shtar, then that's fine, right? As long as both parties are okay with the post-dating, that's not a problem, because no one gets hurt in post-dating, right? In other words, if the lender is okay with post-dating, that means his encumbrance is not starting until whatever, 10 days after he actually made the loan, that's his business if he wants to accept that. Purchasers, people who be purchasing property, they're also not put at a disadvantage if the encumbrance only starts 10 days later because they're buying property with that encumbrance. So post-dated status really pose a problem. Pre-dated status, because what's going to happen? Essentially, the pre-dated star created an encumbrance before a lien before the transaction. And that's problematic because you can't create a lien which predates the transaction. The encumbrance ultimately is the result of the transaction itself. A pre-dated shtar is going to be possible. A post-dated shtar is going to be partial. You see, by the way, this actually has certain. Can you tell me a lot around the pieces? Take a look at just check it out front for just a moment. The second, I think, one right. Guys, check out the most. So, for example, places where they date their documents and according to the solar calendar, the document starts the test of the spring, so the document is dated the 15th of December. You keep your onions, that happening once I do a young test, also called that. So, lots of the Shabbos of Yom HaSiyum Tishrei, and then when we check out, when we line up the secular date against the Hebrew date, it turns out that the Shabbos or the Rosh Hashanah, that year we keep or Yom Kippur, כל יום שלך לא בשטר לא יקיפורים, ומי שלך באוסיום המופיע בשטר, אלא או מוקדמו או פסול, or kosher. So again, whenever you find a document, ultimately, again, that does not line up with the date that's used, does not line up with a feasible date that this document could have actually been done, there's one of two possibilities. Either predated or post-dated. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Huda says, I choose to understand that it's a post-dated document and therefore it's kosher. Rabbi Yossi is post-sell. Rabbi Yossi says, no, it's possible. Why? Because apparently Rabbi Yossi assumes that it is a pre-dated shtar. And therefore, Allah is going to be possible. So let's analyze this. So we read this as Rabbi Yossi. So this case came up before you. There was a case like this. The document said the 4th of December. It was back on the 14th of December was a Shabbos. And they did not, transaction definitely did not bring on a Shabbos. And Rabbi Yossi Paskin, the shtar was kosher, which obviously meant Rabbi Yossi understood it to be a shtar or a post-dated document, and not a pre-dated document. So the Gemara says, Amalo, Kechsharti, but no. At the end of the day, if you look at that. Shezman Kosa Tzim of Loya Demo There are two cases I will say. This is very interesting. He says there's two cases of date ambiguity. There's when the star has a date that we know for sure the star did not happen on date. It did not happen on this date. The VOC says in that kind of case, I'm okay with saying that the star was a post-dated star because that makes sense. People are doing the transaction now. They want to post-date it. So what do? They choose a date without recognizing that the date, let's say the secular date that they're choosing, lines up with the Shabbos or lines up with Yom Kippur. So again, when it's clear that the date used in the star is not a date on which the transaction could have occurred, Rabbi Yossi holds, I hold that that is kosher. But when it is a regular post-dated document, Rabbi Yossi says I hold that it's possible. Now, we're going to see, Rabbi Yossi clearly has a concern about a post-dated document which he has not fully articulated, which we're going to see in the Gemara to come. Okay, so actually, just finish up the Rashbam. The Rashbam says as follows. He says, Yitiga called the Dami, Shekasa, the Barak started, Dinan, the Kasino, Rabbi Marit Kasino. Alan Sabi, all right, actually, you know what this word is about. Fine. Six the Rashbam. Now, again, so we all we know is that Rabbi Yossi has an objection to a post-dated document. We don't know what his post-dated document, we don't know what his objection is, but we do know as follows. That when it's post-dated in a way that's clear that it's post-dated, even Rabbi Yossi will say that it's kosher. What's an example of a star that is post-dated in a way that's clear, that's good that it's post-dated? When the date used is a date in which the transaction can have occurred. So with the Shabbos, so with the Shana, there's a Kippur, Rabbi Yossi would agree that such a star is going to be kosher. Again, we don't understand why yet. That's just the shita. So let's go back to Baha. Rabbi Yehuda Nami Batzak Kamar. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even in that kind of case, right? Allah Kamaisa Bikasher, Shamra Vidas, Hakomo, here we go. She was caught not so shall-stat. So let's see, everybody agrees in the following case. So here we go. We're going to mention 1,000. The date of the star is December 14th. Now, by the way, this is December 14th. I went ahead and we looked at the date to take out our Jewish calendar, and we lined it up with December. What happens? The name says, Onas and Lukovenes, Shabbos Obas, right? And it turns out that December 14th was a Shabbat. Right? So it's clear that the date that was recorded in the Shabbat is not the actual date of the transaction. Everyone agrees that it's a document the kasha. Because I want to say, remember, let's just play this out. A post-dated document, in reality, doesn't sound like it hurts anyone. Right? Because remember again, if it's right, if we make money, so what happens is what occurs? Shimon's obligated to that. What else happens? Shimon's property becomes encumbered. Now again, post-dating is due. What post-dating is due? It delays the encumbrance. Who does that hurt? Really, the only person who hurts the lender. And if the lender do that, fine. That's his choice. So because there's no foul, right? No one's hurt. Therefore, as long as it's clear that it was post-dated. How do you have a case where it's clear that it's post-dated? The date that was used is clear the date in which the transaction occurred. Everyone will agree that it's covered. Okay, other dates. Your nephew proves, and look, the star will occur the alpha. Okay, here we go. So it's like, where does the problem come up? The problem comes up when we call the star will occur the alpha, which means post-dated document where it's not clear from the document that is post-dated. So the referee to our son. The star will occur the alpha, and I love so let's say, so again, where does this come up? This comes up in a case where, let's say, maybe December 13th. December 13th is a Friday. Is that today? Yeah, it's a Friday. So when I say, again, here, I know, the transaction happened on December 13th, meeting happened on December 13th, a couple of other things. They're pretty much one place between what you see and what you do is going to come up. Right, so here we go. Let's get into it. So it's like the music does come in. So here we go. Get ready. And then also you can see how all of this comes together. So the music come in. The music is what this is. What did you say? The Amar and Post-Dated Sofa. But you know this. You do not write receipts. You do not write receipts. Now, say now, why do I go to like this? You heard me like this.
Stuff like that.
Then you see it in the last couple of days. Why do we like this? Because receipts keep an unfair burden upon the borrower, right? Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen? The borrower now has to hold up this document. So the people hold no receipts, right? There's a loan document drafted. That's the document that we pay attention to, and we do not write receipts. Therefore, what? The loan document for what? And therefore, again, there's no concern. So listen, now watch this. Play this out. If you don't write receipts, then what happens when you go ahead and you repay your loan? What happens? Right, you're going to $200,000. Now, she wants to pay back. She pay back until what? Until you get documents. Right? If I'm Shimon, I'm not paying anything until Ruben gives me back that loan document. What happens if Ruben, what happens if Shimon wants to pay half, but wants to pay half? The fact is he's not going to pay half, right? Why? Because paying half is stolen. Because if he pays half, he's not getting the receipt. The document is still there. So not that Shimon gets interest to go to pay half. Therefore, again, he says, there's no chicanery, right? But there's no here. Because at the end of the day, you have the document is posted. So what are we concerned about? We're not writing receipts, which means that if Ruben has the document, it means that Shimon hasn't paid him back. Right? And therefore, at the end of the day, Ruben can't, there's nothing bad that could come out of all of this. But here we go. Yossi holds, they know, Kosin show that. Yossi says, no, we do write receipts. Nothing we may put off. And then this could be exploited. This could absolutely be exploited. I'm also getting for this. Now, we don't yet know, so I don't understand what could be exploited and how could a star model could be exploited. Just do it, because it is about to get crazy. So again, so now, what would be most of this is where these different stars at different times. Most here is something that on one hand very methodical, but on the other hand a little bit mystifying. Meaning what? We might have a lot of positions, telling for everyone holding those type of positions, we don't understand why we're respecting positions. Here's what I know. Right? So let's just go through what I know. What I know is everyone agrees that a posted document that has a date that is clearly a date in which the transaction did not have occurred. Everyone agrees is kosher. Nothing bad is going to happen as a result of that. What happens? How long the start will occur? But the date could have been a date in which the transaction occurred prior to December 13th. So what could maybe could have happened today? So the Yehuda says it's not a problem. Why? Because we don't write receipts. Therefore, Shtarma Ofer cannot cause a problem. Rabbi Yossi says we do write receipts, and therefore Shtarma Ofer can cause a problem. Now, again, I've also said the connection between receipts and Shtarma Ofer, the Yimar still has not explained. Hold on. I'm going to break down the shua. So here we go. Even according to the opinion that says that we write a shover, that we write a receipt, tiny a palga. Furthermore, again, that's only a problem if you write receipts. If you write receipts on part of the loan, so the entire amount, no. Below the Yimar says that's not true. We write receipts even for the entire amount of repayment. But it says apparently in the world of receipts, there's machlokas. Do you only write receipts only for partial payment? Or do you write receipts for entire payments? It's apparently another machlokas. But the point of the opinion that says you write receipts, you write receipts for the entire payments. Okay, hold on. Listen to this. But Yitzchak by Yosef lent money to the Abba. Ultimately, Rabbi Chanina Bar Papi, so the Gemara for Rabbi Chanina Bar Papi, Amarale, have me zuzah. So Yitzchak by Abba said to the Abba, give me my money. Give me money. Amarale, have me shtaroi, shackle zuzah. So again, happy. So Rabbi Abba was very smart. Rabbi Abba said, sure, I'll pay you. Give me the loan documents. In other words, you give me the document, I'll give you payment. Because without the document, the borrower is exposed. So I'm going to start ear custody. So Yitzchak said, I lost the start. But don't worry, you a receipt. Harav Lishmor Zametavayu goes to the shoulder. So he said, 1 second. So we're set that. Sorry. So the Abbas was Rabbi Shmuel, and the whole told that we do not keep receipts. You don't take receipts. So I said, it's incredible. So Rabbi Yitzchak responded and he said, Amar, man, Yohevle, first white line, man, Yohevle, me'achad Rav Shmuel, Raminan ba'aynin. If only I would have of the dust in Rav Shmuel to put in my eyes. I was saying, it's actually very beautiful. It's actually very beautiful. And ultimately, again, so what's happening, just what's going to happen here. The idea of putting the dust around the shoulder is obviously a sign of incredible color. Like, imagine the dust beneath the feet of Rav and Shmuel. If I only have some of their dust to put in my eyes, I could see with such incredible clarity. But, listen to this, bro. Yitzchak said, Harav Yochanan Bahari Shlokish, the only Targayu coats his shoulder. But as great as Rav and Shmuel were, Rav and Shmuel says you don't like the receipt, but Yochanan and the Shlokish said you do like the receipt. So Yitzchak was kind of that Rabbi Abba. I will say, there's a tremendous mishahaskinis. What was Rabbi Yitzchak doing? You see, Rabbi Abba quoted Rav and Shmuel that we don't write a receipt. Rabbi Yitzchak held differently. He held like Rabbi Yochanan and the Shlokish who said, you do write a receipt. But what did Rabbi Yitzchak do before he disagreed with the positions of Rav and Shmuel? What did he do? He built them up. In other words, he respected them. He respected them. It was like there was such a profound insight into the way, into the mechanism of agreement. It's a disagreement with dignity. It's the ability to hold opposing views without diminishing the person who is disagreeing with. Therefore, I think we all agree that one of the greatest things that we have lost as a contemporary society is the ability to disagree or to disagree with dignity. Humanity has always had different opinions, and that's beautiful. Let's see, what do I think? Gemara, right? Gemara every single day. What is Gemara? Can you imagine Gemara without disagreement? Oh, Gemara without disagreement? Keep the shop on us. That's whatever. Whatever. I think it's 3 minutes. You do keep the shop on. That's Gemara, right? It's interesting. Again, I will say, well, learning keep the shop on us. Fantastic. But you have to admit, the geschmack that you get from Gemara, you cannot replicate. You absolutely cannot replicate. And what's the excitement of it? The excitement of it is to see a variety of different opinions. But yet everyone lives on the path. Everyone lives on the same space. Everyone occupies the same David Amos, the same black Gemara. Because one of the most important things in Yiddishkeit is the ability to disagree with dignity. And here, it's incredible. This is money, things can be refused around money. But Yitzchak is disagreeing with his borrower. With Rabbi Abba, right? And the Yitzchak is saying, I want to write you a receipt. Rabbi Abba says, no, Rabbi Shmuel says you can't write a receipt. So again, when sometimes you disagree with someone, there's such a yitzhara to like attack your principles. Rabbi Shmuel, I got the different Shlokish. So what Yitzchak does, no, Rabbi Shmuel, such good over that guy. If only I could put the dust of their feet in my eyes, how great life would be. But Yochanan and Shlokish think different. See, that's how it is with dignity, with covet, with the recognition that the other person is entitled to their point of view, even if they are absolutely wrong. But the Lamaisa always is a dignity. Incredible. We write receipts when we stop us. What's saying the here, Lamaisa, we write receipts. These are like in Kosovo, because what's the problem? If you don't write receipts, then Avaj Taro Shozah, you're Allah Khadi. So it's the issue, right? Imagine if you don't write the receipt. So I understand. So we don't write the receipt. Then Allah Lamaisa again. So what can happen? So the lender should go ahead and use the lender. And then there's the bar that has to be paid. So the sorry, just the opposite. The borrower goes ahead. It's right. The borrower goes ahead and uses his shoulder. So that's it. The lender should be able to recollect again. So the must fly by it. What's happening? So now you think we should write a receipt. How much is that? You don't know how long the copy. But the argument cuts both ways. Because what happens if you do write a receipt? Then what happens if the borrower loses his receipt? What happens, right? The lender should technically correct the entire facing out of the loan all over again. So what you might think over here is you make it sound like by writing a receipt, no one's put at a disadvantage, but it's not true. When you write a receipt, it means what you're going to say. Receipt, and it's clear. Receipts put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why you say sure, the borrower has documentary proof that the reason part of the debt. Yeah, why did you put him at a disadvantage? You're writing a receipt in what? The original loan document is still in existence, which means that if the borrower uses his receipt, then moving has the ability to come after him for the $4,000. So the existence of a receipt, interestingly enough, as much as the receipt is documentary proof that the borrower paid that part of his debt, the existence of that document does put the borrower at risk. Should you lose that document, lender at the risk, but you guys say something of loan. So it's another rubber? Yes. It does put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why? Evet, loba, iş, malba. Contrast on the part of the Mishnah says another incredible piece of Solomonic wisdom. A borrower is a slave to the lender. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. The borrower is a slave to the lender. And therefore, again, I will say, you see this motif in halacha. We want the borrower to feel the heat. Why? Because if you borrow money from someone, it is your achray to get it paid. Your achray to feel an urgency, and you should feel the pressure. And show up to say it a little bit differently. Show up would say, excuse me, show up to say, I haven't known the Ishmael. Literally, when you borrow money from someone, you absolutely are the whole thing to them. That's what Shomar was saying. But people like what Shomar was on, he's our local Lamesa, we want the borrower. We want the borrower to feel the pressure. And we want to and ultimately feel compelled to change this back no matter what. So we're going to receipt. When he has a receipt, never the borrower has to be careful not to lose it. Yeah, that's called being an adult. Careful not to lose your stuff. And if you suffer repercussions. That's it. So it's such profound haskell in this also. It's also, part of the view for that halacha. I see very important. Halacha is not a system that is designed to make people feel good. Like, this is not DEI. This is, halacha is a system. Halacha is a system that is designed for the proper function of society. And in any society, what do you have? You have haves and you have nots. Right? You have people who have more, people who have less. And the people who have less are going to meet the people who have more. And that's incredible. And the people who have more have a more legal obligation to help the people who have less. But the people who have less and the people who have to feel an urgency to come through on their commitments. Once again, make them feel like religious stuff. We don't. That's not the goal here, right? The goal is to create a functional side. Think about it, especially in Shimon markets. Remember, in Jewish market in general, you're operating at a disadvantage because constantly emotional created this way. But you're not charging interest, right? You're not charging interest. It's leaving aside a hedge of Isra. You're not charging ribbis. So if you're not charging ribbis, the least that the borrower can do is ensure that the lender is going to get paid back in a timely fashion. And so if the borrower feels a greater urgency to do it, how opposite? Yeah, that's what we want. We want the urgency to be there. It's not necessarily, there are times when it is about making people feel good, but in general, in the system, the idea is creating a functional society where everybody is there for each other and everybody is honoring their commitments. In order to do that, sometimes people have to feel the pressure to come through on their obligations. And we want the borrower to feel an obligation to come through to the lender. It looks like just for that fact, also, if you think about it, this is so profound. Because who's the greatest borrower in this world? Who's the greatest borrower? It's not one of us. Every day I was up and I had to borrow everything I have is on loan from the Ribono Shel Olam. I open my eyes, I eyesight, and watch my legs working, my arms working, my heart is pumping, and all of these things. These are mine. I don't own these things. It's not like I did something to somehow acquire all of these Yisrael Baruch Hu. They are on loan from the Ribono Shel Olam. And said Shalom Aleichem, what is the relationship between the borrower and the lender? Shalom says it's very simple. A borrower is a slave to the lender because the borrower owes everything to the lender. Without the lender, right? Without the lender, I didn't have my house, right? And without the lender, without a police borrow to the lender, I do not have my life. And I will say it is such an important nuance for us to consider when we go through everything we have is on loan. Everything is on loan. And just like in any loan situation, there may be stipulation about how essentially how you use our money. Everything we have is on loan to us as well. And Moshe says, I'm happy to you. Use it wisely. Use it responsibly. Don't make foolish investments with the gifts I have given you. Because it looks like one day the loan gets called. The loan gets called. After 100 days money, the loan gets called. But the difference with this loan is that when I come up with a vision from Allah, I have to give an account for how the loan was used over the last 5 years. That's my goal. How did you use my investment? And you've also interested in one thing. What's the ROI? Right? What's my return on investment? I lent you, I gave you all of this stuff. I gave you all of these abilities. Show me what I got for it. And as long as we can demonstrate a top spiritual ROI, then that is a life well lived. But everything we have is on loan, and the lender is always in the sugar. Sorry, the borrower, always in sugar. It's a slave master blend. Let's go back to Star House. So what's it back to Star House? Incredible. So remember again, I know you're wondering that once again, we never explained the positions of Rabbi Yehuda and Yossi. That's Star Mukdam. You know what I mean? That was 7 minutes ago. Like, that's like 10 years in that living world, right? But just, what we have to access, what happened to the respect to the Star Mukdam? So here we go. Turn awesome. Called Hamukdam and Psulim. So we'll say if you predate loan documents, it's possible. And we explain this why. Because remember again, if you predate the one you're doing, you're backing up the encumbrance in the transaction that's illegal. But post-dated document kosher. Here we go. So when you say that pre-dated documents are kosher, post-dated documents are kosher, that's only by loan documents. By let's say sales documents. So if you're selling something, even post-dated documents are problematic. My time, what do you for this? Here's the concern. Here we go. Now we're getting into the kishkas of what happened. Our son is living a piece of land in Nissan. But we post-dated. And what do I put on it? I'm selling you the land in Tishrei. So now it's Nissan. And ultimately, again, I'm selling the land. The date I'm putting in the documents is Tishrei. So what happens? The March customer of Tishrei. Now what happens? Double like, now, in between, what ends up happening is I run into somebody else. I should say, I'm sorry. Let me go back. I sold Ruvain property in Nissan, but we dated Tishrei. And I remember again, from the Gemara's perspective, there's only one reason you're selling land, and that's why. Why did they sell real estate in the Gemara? Cash. So I'm selling land to Ruvain in Nissan because I need money. But we dated the document in Tishrei. Fine. Meanwhile, in Av, I go ahead and I run into someone, and I go back and I repurchase my land from Ruvain. He doesn't have to sell it back to me, but he just sells it back to me. Right, so what happens? When the son is using Ruvain, he's over there, and I go back in Chodesh Av, and I buy back the property from Ruvain. Tishrei, you sold me property. It just happened over here. I sold him the property in Nissan. So we gave it back in Tishrei. Meanwhile, in Chodesh Av, I ran into some money. I bought back my property. But now, we still have the star. And what does the star say? The star says that he bought property from me in Tishrei. He pulls out that star, and suddenly again, he becomes ownership of the property. You see, from here, you can exploit a post-dated document. That's the case. Starting how far now? That should be a problem with loan documents as well. Because look at the loan documents, watch this. The husband, the husband in Nissan. I lent Ruvain $1,000 in Nissan. And what happens? The customer started with Tishrei, but we posted a document for Tishrei in the family using Ruvain. Now what happens in between, like the Chodesh Av, Ruvain runs into some money, and he gives me back to that to parlay. But I'm only a Habishtarai. And then in Av, Ruvain says, okay, so I'm paying you back. He gives me back the document. But I'm going to I'm so sorry I lost the document. Yeah, I really that boy just holding on to it. The customer I write him a receipt. I have a receipt that says they give me back in Av. If you want this money, not the clay, but I'm going to honey hash with the assets. So a second, what happened? I wrote him a receipt. when teacher comes, what could I do? I can take out the document, what does the document say? But I lent you the money trade, and you say, one second, here's the receipt, I paid back. No, you paid back for an older debt. This is a brand new transaction. So you see that you can exploit a post-dated document, whether it's a transaction, whether it's a loan. Kasaba Sushover. So once they must do that, we don't write a receipt. Then once I get what's the God's writing receipt? What's the godless? The God's not writing receipts is that the only way borrower is paying back the loan is how? If he gets the loan document. And once he makes the no field exploitation. Even though the casino started new Corey, the casino top, I can't think of nowadays, but nowadays we do time but you know, just point out, we don't time and we do receipts. So how do we do this? So back in the other Sunday, the casino started new Corey, started in this money, casino, is incredible. Because listen to this. So Rabbi Aaron instruct is simple. Rabbi Aaron instruct describes. Whenever a document is being posted, what do? Write that in the document. Just write it. Write in the document. Here's a post-dated document. I'm going to ask you a kind of, the local computer office, so what's it do this guy? For some reason, people don't write that. They don't write that line. Right? Make sure you write this is not makes up. Like Ratzak would say to his scribes, because this is when you write receipts for people, stomach. Listen to this. So what do you do with it? What do you do with the receipt? If you know the date of the document, write the date of the document in the receipt. If you don't know the date of the document, then what? Leave the receipt undated. What's the great cop of leaving an undated receipt? That can be shown as proof of payment for whenever. How much is what they will stop? I'm going to do it actually, but I'm going to actually kind of type of 9 days. But the low cost, hockey, but even contemporarily. So let's say, so what happens? We don't end up writing the document that this supposed to be the document, and we don't leave the date off. We don't leave the date off the receipts that are used whenever. So you might have so don't let me help you. Takuni manza ovid mandalo ovid the aksana show. So essentially, you might say, but we don't avail ourselves of these opportunities. Now, so what do we do by the time over? You might say, listen, the systems can help you to a certain point, but you also have to help yourself. Take advantage of the opportunities or the remedies offered by Kazal. Don't take advantage of those opportunities. We are not here to get you. We are not here to do it for you. We're giving you the possibilities. Write your document that is about the document. Leave the date off the receipt. Do what you need to protect yourself. If you don't do that, then you leave open to exploitation. That's not the system's fault, but instead of the user. I don't say something for today. Go down. Right, because I do have a big family and a good Shabbos. It was a great place to be sitting in the back. I remember from the cover of the book. I have a wonderful quote on the other side.
And so my boy makes a video of your training room so we can review your training and shit. But guys, that being said, I don't know what the fuck this conversation was. If you guys are enjoying the space, you guys haven't dropped a like on the space tweet already. What are you doing? We're one like away from 225 likes on the space tweet. It's been done to the jungle charm, guys. Better to the space tweet.
All right, Triple Say, good morning. Let's begin. So today's Dr. Superfine Days 172.
We've been having some fucking freaky conversations. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Bro, I promised McCaddy and Rita I wouldn't talk to any more girls, so I'm not going to talk to any more women on this space. So sorry to all the form requesting. Don't worry, I'm going to break that promise. Mr. Nick is in the request for we let him up, bro. He probably fits in this conversation and shit.
Last line of Cook Iron Olive on the page 171B. Amalei Latina Radash. So this morning is dedicated to the Elman family in memory of Michael paternal grandfather in Koal Chaim Usher and Naftali on the occasion of his 55th yard sale. Also said by the Lerner family, Evil Yishma's great grandfather Joe Lerner, Yosef Benis Cohen, whose yard site is the day of the merit of our let's begin. Not a beautiful Gemara. So I'm going to do Rav Ashi. I'm going to Rav Ashi now today that we don't do this. I will say what's this. Remember again, we spoke about yesterday. How there are certain ways that a person could go at certain steps. It can be taken in order to avoid the Gemara says now that today we don't take these protective measures. We look at the top of the Rashban. Even though, I'm sorry, the top of Kubai and days of the Rashban. And like Hasbima Shtarmo Ochar Stama, and there was a really like Shtarmo Ochar, like the most dated document, stamp. The Lord Kodam, Yasrinu, the Kasminu, the Kasmina Kadra Alaibi, the Shaspiro, the Kasmina's man, the Shober, the Lord Kasmina Listama, who recorded the Yoshi. Remember again, we discussed the idea that some of the reasons one can protect themselves is in the Shtar Me'ochar. This star was written not on the date that it projects, but rather again it was dated at a later date. We also said that one of the reasons to protect yourself is to go ahead and go ahead and write the date of the star itself. We don't do anything. So to protect ourselves. So I'm going to listen to this. So the Gemara says, on the second line, Kopai Bezim David, Rabbonon Takune Takine. It will say, here's what we know. The rabbis set up measures, created systems which a person could protect themselves from inappropriate usage of shtaros. Man Ovid Ovid, Mandelo Ovid, Ihu, who the Afsid Ayashe. Was it is a very profound thing. Here's the reality. One of the mechanisms in which you can protect yourself from the inappropriate use of the Shtar Me'ochar. If you use those systems, great. If you choose not to use those systems, then you have brought losses upon yourself. If you brought losses upon yourself, then that's your problem, not the halacha. As it was, it's a very profound statement. At some point in time, all the halacha can do is create and use the mechanisms through which you could protect yourself from loss. But, let's say it's a very profound so you have to take responsibility for the nature, trajectory of your life. Sometimes when things happen that we don't like, it's easy to blame anyone and everyone, especially Chazal. If the Chazal said, listen, we've given you the mechanisms to protect yourself. If you choose to avail yourself of them, great. If you choose not to, then you take responsibility for any subsequent loss. Amalu Rabbanah, excuse me, Amalu Rabbanah Barakila, Lahano, Kasvit Dara, Naisha. What this means, Rabbi said, so these particular individuals, there are certain individuals who are writing Shtari Akmiyasa. And I will say, what Shtari Akmiyasa? Take a look at the Rashban. Lahanach the Kasi Akmiyasa, close state Shtar Matana, Sheikh Asaf and Akrais, below Asi the Mitzvah to the Jews. So it's like Shtar Akrais means any document, a document that can date. So the Rashban gives an example, we have Shtar Matana, I guess Shtar Matana was like the Akrais. And if I give you a gift and I choose to bolster your ownership of that gift to a child, that gift doesn't come with that price. I could give a gift with that price if I want, but there's no implied akrais in a gift. לא אומרים רשב"ן, אם מאמין שאתה מכירה שכתב על akrais, שתינה לשרוק בתרופות משס מכירה, that even not killing the color of the star. What about the other possibility is that you sell a property, and that sale does come with akrais, but it's not the document that generates the akrais. Ultimately, again, it's the agent, the presence of the agent, the fact that agent of a call that generates the knowledge about the akrais. If you speak down a little bit, seeing that Shman says, חשבו עכשיו עושה יום שנסנו המחלה והמחילה ואיכו המחש שמחש רקים נסנו לא אחר שלא תדיר. Você says we're going to see in the Gemara. God said to the people about this. If you are missing a transaction, for example, again, the giving of a gift or a sale, the date in the shtar should reflect the date of the transaction. Right? Look back in the Gemara for just a moment. Oh, so when you write a document of acquisition, you're supposed to say, let's move the document that gives us the information about the acquisition or transfer that occurred. So if you go ahead and you know the date that the actual transaction occurred, notice it looks like sometimes it's possible that when you're writing the star is just there to highlight the fact that the transaction occurred. But it's possible that what? The transaction occurred on a different date as the star is being written. So in other sense, witnesses, if you know the date, the actual date on which the transaction occurred, write that in the star. However, again, the elo, if you don't know the date, the elo, possible yom of the kamai date. Ultimately, again, write the present date. And ultimately, again, as the document not look like the last one. It's actually a very interesting idea. What Zama was suggesting is best is always to write the transaction date in the star, even though what? Even though again the actual date of the star. If for some reason you're just not sure about the date of the star, seeing the date of the transaction, write the present date in the star. I want to point out something. If you go back to that Rashban, the Hanach Katsia Kneasa, what they go straight across the Rashban, is right in the Rashban. And skip down. Basically, what they do is the young period there, the gas was straight also. אבל שתיים בו, שיש בו החייס, לא ישוב אלא ישוב בו עכשיו. ואם כן, חברים מוקדם, ופסל, ואסי למישהו תקופות this is why the Rashban is that is what is taking up this story of the Elsa and doing the star that I have at night. Like the Shkamakana. The Shkamakana. The little thing, the public level devices, we're talking about a loan, and I lend moving money. And that loan creates a incumbent on moving property. If I put in earlier dates, and the date which we are currently sending another Shkamakana, and a Shkamakana is possible. But because of the Shkamakana, where there is no Akhrayis, therefore, love is just saying the star should reflect the actual transactional date, even if that is earlier than the present. But if for some reason you don't know the transaction date, then halacha l'maisa just put in the present date. Fine. I'm going to do Rav Sachet. I'm going to do Rav Sachet. Rav said to his scribes, Rav said to his scribes, Ki kayamisu b'shili, possible b'shili, ba'ab b'nisiyu l'chum. So we'll say, this is the following. When you go ahead, and you are in Shili, when you are in Shili, so write the location of Shili in the document, even though what? Even though you were given, you witnessed the transaction itself, or you were given the instructions, then you take a look at the Rashban, which is all, so this is in the 2 or 6 lines down in the white lines of the Rashban. Kiyasa Hisu B'Shili, Vatin Osvin Sham, Osai, Yerbishari Mechira, Oshari Hava, Oshtar, Oshtar, Eagles, מקום שכן יושב שם בשעת השיבה, כלומר, עשה נוחה, משרעים מקום כלומר. Which is the piece of your Bible. The piece of here is there for witnesses, or the social, whoever it is, witness the transaction, transaction, and from the city A. But the star itself is being written in city B. So let's say, so these have on in Rab, and Rav on the slide, but when that happens, for the names of both cities. You need to say, this document being written here in the city of Shuni records the events that we saw in the city of the idea is seeing both things recorded in the document itself. And the Gemara says, possible being so to again here in the city of Shuni. Right, we are writing this document while we are the Alpha in the city of Shuni. Even though what? You actually saw the actual transaction because we're giving your instructions while you were in the city of Shila. Okay. So Rav said this is all just business about the halachas of shtaros. So the idea is there are two important locations where the city is and where the actual transaction is being occurred. We're actually occurred. And in the event that those are two separate locations, they both need to be mentioned in the Mishnah. Love is at the front. Time man. Time man did not be started by males. I have a shot. I love giving $100. So what happens? I let's make it $1,000. I would give it $1,000. So what happens? For Amar, shot me give it trade in a country. I go to the next listen. Do me a favor. Break this down for me. $500 dollars. They both say, why do I want $500 for this? Because we'll say, I know that we're going to do that for $500. So if I was remember again, we're in this whole discussion over here because we split up our company again. What do you do with the original loan document when you have opportunity? So if you're not focused, cyberbullying, my say is, go ahead, Jason, write to me two $500 documents. That's when you're moving, please read that $500, you're doing one document. Those documents are still there. So what's now the we do not do it. We do not do it. I was saying, I'll take a look at the Restream for just a moment. Hi, man, it's a 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down in the wide lines. Hi, man, Malvis and Malva Barney are using. But I'm going to kislu these trade and commission. Kishay Harvey, I love the commission. Those extra stars of commission. Below you, it's our self show, but low casino showing that's a low. We're going to see now where one of the parties to the start wants to change the step. That was saying, but essentially, I'm going to give you the conclusion before we start talking about it, which is you can never adjust or change anything to do in a document unless, of course, what? You have the explicit consent of both parties. Even if it looks like something is objectively beneficial for both of them, you still cannot change it without the explicit consent of both parties. You know, number one, I lend you $1,000, I've got $1,000, I showed the basin. Do me a favor, give me two $500 stars. Give me two $500 stars for this one time. At first glance, well, I should see pretty solid because this year was going to pay back $500 at a time. I'll give him one star. We don't have to start retrapping stars. So the Gemara is supplying my time, so we don't do it. Why? Meaning, when we don't do it without the express consent of the loan of the borrower. My time, I'll try one of those with the Nefalila Malva, the Nefalila Loga, because we'll say ultimately again, the rabbis like to in a way that benefits both the borrower and the lender. So the Gemara says, Nefalila Malva, Kadesh Yaakov Lepara. So we'll say the idea over here is the truth is, it's in the Malva's best interest not to get two $500 stuff. Why? Because if it's just $1,000 strike, then what happens? When the borrower pays back $500, so what does the borrower get? And he pays back $500? A receipt, shover. So we discussed yesterday that what happens? When you're a borrower and you get the shover, it's in your best interest to what? Pay off the remainder of the debt as quickly as possible. Why? Because you're responsible for watching that shover. So you have that shover, you're going to be another $500 for the same $500 again. Therefore, again, it's in the lender's best interest not to have the documents because that forces the borrower to pay back faster. But if the best interest is to be $1,000 document. Why? Because the borrower does go ahead and pay back $500, the shtar becomes public. The most the halacha is when there's a public shtar that Rashbam brings down over here. That's whenever you hold that says I owe Ruben $5,000, Ruben owes me $1,000, and then we know that Ruben paid back $500. In order for me to collect the rest of the shtar, I have to take the oath. I don't have to take the oath. Was it because why? Because the shtar itself is public. The shtar is compromised because the amount written in the shtar is the amount that's compromised, not the amount that's owed. We'll say it's considered to be the interest of the borrower if the lender has to before getting paid what, and that ensures the honesty of the lender. You see the Gemara pointing out over here is that it's not in the best interest of both of them to get two $500 shots. The Gemara goes by $500 each. I lent Ruben $1,000, and I have two documents and I go to Basin Bar. Shavinu Niguli card mail. Basin, do me a favor. For me, write me one document of $1,000. One document of $1,000. What's the halacha? Well, long we Shavinu like Basin will not be why because Harvard Dragona knows what the Nefa Lulamalda, the Nefa Lulamalda. Also, because Basin will only do something that is objectively beneficial for the Malva and the Lova. And the reality is, okay, Rabo said that it is in the best interest of the Malva and the Lova that things remain as is. How so? So the Gemara says, based on the Malva, here is a below in this no shtarei. So we'll say it's good for me to have two $500 shtareis. Why? Because the Mice this way again, when the borrower repays part of his debt, I still have to shtar the other $500 shtar, which is not cause them in any way, and take the shua to collect the rest. And if only the low guy, Kadesh like a fliparo, and I won't say the Lova's best interest. Why? Because the Lova doesn't have to worry about a receipt, and never doesn't have to feel the lock on to pay. I'm not actually, hi man, do not get start at 5 nails. Usually, Carmen Shavin, who me really tried to function. Well, listen to this. This third case. I think we're $1,000. And what happens? I come to this Jason, do me a favor. Just write me one star for 500. I will say, now why would I be asking for one star for 500? I will say, ultimately, again, to say that essentially I'm claiming that Ruben already paid me back 500. So all I need is 500 outstanding. We'll look at that for just a moment. That's about 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 12, 14, 15, I'm going to actually find my start. Will that bar, but I'm going to suffer two card bar function, use my shop, shut up, currently a Mozart. Look, Casino Lishtar, Afina, Lom with my shop. The Hosh King's man shall say, Shema, Sharp Deck, the Yish was Shover, the Yotzi Hamilda of Sharshal Kamishim, Yomer Kov, Akahu, Shabes the Kapapas. Let's listen to this. I shall be Basin, I have a star for $1,000 against Blue Bay. I say, Basin, do me a favor, just write the star for 500, right? And that's it, because the assumption is I'm claiming the Ruben already paid back 500. So Rashi says we do not do this. Gemara says my time up. Aminon, I'm with Rapare. It's possible again that Ruben paid back the entire debt. If Ruben paid back the entire debt on both sides, then why do I still have the star? Why do I have left that star? So here's what happens. Well, I'm going to have the star. So what happens when Ruben repaid the debt? Ruben said, give me back the star. So that's what happens. Borrow money, and then you pay back the debt. The borrower has the right to demand the star in return. I said, I'm going to irritously. I said, I'm so sorry. I lost the star. But we have good news. Because of the tabla, I'll go ahead and I'll write you a receipt. I wasn't because the year is that I will produce this $500 star, and when Ruben produces his receipt, that's what. This star reflects a different debt. That shover was $4,000. This was 500. This star was 500. Again, as I said, we started this case. The bottom line is, even if someone comes up in engagement, I would like the star modification. The star modification appears to be innocuous and does not appear to really negatively impact anyone, or even better, appears to positively impact both parties. Allah for the nice teaches me no star modifications without both parties present and with their expressed intent. Sorry, it's good. So we'll say that's the case. Shneach, we'll say it's a great case. Shneach, to the Echad Ashis. One is rich and one is poor. This is not talking about spirituality. This is talking about Ramanish. One is rich, one is poor. Now watch this. What happens? Father dies and leaves behind Yerusha. What's Yerusha? The Yerusha is America, a back house, and a base house.
Yo, what up, Maris?
An olive press. So I say, so what's that law? Now remember, just so you understand the tension over here.
How you living, girl?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thankfully. What's new?
Okay, the hashtag, I didn't get what you mean because I was able to, I discovered that I opened meaning well. In the title, putting the description together with title and all that. So I had to put the title, then I saw under YouTube Studio the advanced settings where I should put the description and the hashtag. So I did that. The one you said last that I didn't get that, honestly. That's why I said let me put the call.
Okay, do you know what a do you know what a hashtag is?
Yeah, hashtag crypto, hashtag tech, hashtag cryptocurrency, digital marketing.
Exactly.
The ones I did, is that okay?
Yeah. So I was just saying you should put a few of those in the title if you can fit it, like hashtag crypto.
Okay. Oh, under that title, all the titles. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just a few of them and change them up. So like one could be hashtag title, hashtag crypto, and hashtag NFT. Another one could be hashtag Web3, and hashtag marketing. Another one could be hashtag Bitcoin, hashtag social media, whatever you want.
Okay. How many do I put in it? The hashtags? At least 3?
Two,
Max 2? 3?
yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
And you can ask ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT for a list of just good hashtags that you could use.
Okay.
Okay, so all 10. And when you've done that, send me a link. I'll look at it. Once that's good, I'll send you the list for the other social media platforms where you want to upload, okay?
I've done that already. I've uploaded all the 10 on YouTube. I've done that. But all of them are still under visibility, private.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the recent today. Yes, I've uploaded all of them.
Okay, excellent.
It's on the hashtags and
so just add, yeah.
That's what I say.
Okay, so just add the hashtags to them and make them public, and then let me know when that's done. I'll take a look at it, and then I'll do the list to upload on the other social media platforms, and you're going to do the same thing.
I shouldn't bother leave it for 24 hours. Put it in public now.
No, you need to add hashtags to the title.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I add the hashtags,
Yes.
do I make them public or I put them still in private?
No, then you make them.
Doesn't matter.
No, then you make them public, and then anybody can see them.
Okay.
And then I'll send you the list of other social media platforms you can upload, and once you do that, then you're really going to start populating the internet with your content.
What I want to do now is let me put the hashtags. Once I go, tell you don't check it. Then once you check, we proceed to the other social media, okay?
That's correct. I'll send you the other social media right now, and then you know what to foresee that you're going to be doing next.
Furthermore, again, the other townspeople are also prohibited from lending either of them money. Why are they prohibited from lending either of them money? Because they'll say again, if you lend Yosef ben Shimon A money, Yosef ben Shimon A can easily say what? They were saying, it wasn't me. Nimtza. Le'echad bein shtaros shal Yosef ben Shimon Parua. Let's say again, halacha l'maisa, someone had lent Yosef ben Shimon money, and it says, and the document is stamped, paid, Paros, Shnei, and Peru. Therefore, I will say, because we don't know which Yosef ben Shimon this applies to, both of their loans will be considered to be repaid. So let's say, so let's say, again, you have to imagine cases like this came up all the time, where you have two people in the town who have the same name. So what does this mean? People can't say they can't lend each other money. No one can lend them money either. Obviously, you can't offer them. So what do? You must be very simple. You shove it.
Now what?
Even though under the circumstances, you just like Yosef and Shimon, your name and your father's like this, Yosef and Shimon just love.
What did you say, Maris?
Like, had a grandfather.
I said, can I check them now?
Can you check what now?
Yeah, you said you sent something. I've not seen them.
Yeah,
I said, can I check them?
yeah. Check your DMs on Twitter.
What kind of simon? Look at the Rashi. Yosef and Shimon show goods. Right? Yosef and Shimon, the short one. Oh, love us. Or the lighter one. Old Gihor, right? Miyosef and Seven Shu, Araf Oshakar, the dark one, the light one, the short one, the tall one. In other words, I had something write a physical sin about the individual. How you're Muslim on it, so okay, the process. Okay, so what happens if they look the same? Now they look exactly the same. Then you still coin. Then I both say ultimately again, and if one of them is a coin, you add a coin. So okay, at some point you understand the principle is at some point in time, you just have to find something that distinguishes them. Whatever it might be. Now the couple would have to be careful. As you find it distinguishes them, that's what nice stuff. That's the nice stuff. It's something that will miss. So for example, you wouldn't distinguish them by let's say writing their profession. Right? Because people change professions. So you have to some type of sin.
What'd you say?
What'd you say?
Go ahead and distinguish.
No, I was trying to ask ChatGPT about the software. Why such hashtag? He gave the hashtag was three, hashtag was crypto blockchain, crypto NFT, crypto community, crypto trading,
Yeah.
then hashtag decentralized finance.
Yeah. So take 2 or 3 of those and put them in each one of your videos in the title, and then let me know when you're done and your videos are public. And then what you're going to do is upload all your videos to all those other social media platforms with titles in the same way, descriptions if you can. Yes, did you hear me? Yes, I'm here. You are going to make your videos public after you put the titles in with the hashtags. I sent you a list on Twitter. Do you see on Twitter I sent you a list of other social media?
Rabbuna says, I'm sorry, we can't allow you to collect from the star. Why? Because it looks like we don't really know if you, the guy holding the star, is in fact an thought you in the star. You could mean the Reish Galusa. You could mean, right, to mean Shavar Malka, to mean Shavur. The idea that Rabbuna saying will say that's what. He said if the document just says, you didn't make that borrowed from you, but doesn't identify who the lender is, the you is, then the Maisa, what Rabbuna said is just because a guy shows up in David holding that document, the possession of that document is not enough proof that you are the you, that you are the anonymous lender who is named or not named in the shtar. So I'm going to this stuff. I'm going to this stuff. It was like the Huna is not as much. The Huna is not as much questioning as much as he's kind of questioning out loud. How can we allow you, the guy holding the shtar, to collect this loan when in fact you are not named in the shtar as the lender, and we don't really know with certainty who the lender is. So the Gemara says, I want to just for that. This is such a lot. Took Ayin one. So this is that. Listen, go and invest. This matter. The Orta, well, the food is going to come back, right? You know, we already raised this question. So you have a physician job, but go and investigate the matter. That you could report back to Rabbuna this evening and ultimately tell him what you think the halacha should be. So Nava, so what's what happens? Rabbi goes out on his information gathering mission. Dog, he inquired and he investigated the hashka.
Maris, did you see I sent you a message with the social media that you're going to upload now?
Let's say you have a jet. It has witnesses on it. It has social media. There's no date. There's not. So as we learned, remember from our given days, we learned that the average extensive of a date, a right of different people. So we'll say, what's the status of such a date?
Yeah, tell them now.
In
Do the same for the following platform: X, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest, Threads, Tumblr. just to play just to show them. I think there's one of them that my location for the long term don't allow me to move.
That's okay. Just do it. Do it for the ones that you can.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take care of that. If you have questions, you let me know. In the meantime, I'm in a Twitter space right now. I'm about to share. So,
So each of them is 10 cents.
what'd you say?
Each of them should be 10 cents 10. The hashtag just like in YouTube.
Exactly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Initially, we did have just big time streamers, but as you know, we decided to streaming different types of Web2 games. So anything basically. I actually managed the stream. That's probably like our main game right now. There's other people who are playing Maple Story. There's Arc Raiders, which is Web2. Yeah. I myself, I do stream, but as of right now, because of the IRL shop, we're a little bit more busy, so I only have a day of a schedule, which is Sundays. But yeah, just basically, have a good time, enjoy ourselves, create a family environment for everyone. Because a lot of us have like kids or like, just trying to have a community that isn't toxic and is friendly and more about playing games to have fun and not so much about the money, because sometimes what we experienced with Big Time, it was there's a lot of toxic people when it comes to playing video games that incorporates the economy and then money as well. But as of right now, I can happily say that everyone in the community is super friendly, very nice, willing to help, and yeah. That's so good. And we also have a rigorous content creator program, and I think so for some other games too. So if there's any streamers that they're interested in brainstorming or getting involved with that, we love signing up new people to release new clips for the content creators of the games. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So any game.
Where the lender is not named by name, but it just has come from you.
So yeah, any game that we get in contact with, we always try to make it as a full guild package so that we include every streamer that is participating with us on the stream schedule. Make sure that they care of
Anyone who buys
or whatever it is that they can.
he's the lender. So they switch the device overlay, then the feel of no, we're not coaching that people do stuff. Like we're not coaching that ultimately drop the style and lost us. There's no way of saying that we assume a certain level of documental vigilance. Right? We assume that if a person has a document, that's what makes the holding. We assume a certain level of vigilance. Like people aren't going to buy lend who make money. I'm not going to leave that guy. Therefore, getting more to the we're not worried about it. And we're not giving a question on the viewer. How do I know that's not ultimately again for someone who's in the document? What is to this? I'll tell you. This man, how you read your office. Shame Ephra Yosef, Shame Ephra Yosef in Shimon. Shame Ephra Yosef in Shimon. Listen again, it's our Mishnah. There's a city, and in the city you have two residents. One of them is in Yosef and Shimon. And there's a second guy named Yosef. What's that? Ain't on your phone, the host
yeah, so we recently opened the shop in September.
Well, I thought you have
We go through Buckeye, we have kids obviously, and I think that was one of the big reasons why we named it Fat Guild, because we always wanted it to be family oriented. There are a lot of the people like me who are gamers that all have their kids, and it's such a good environment to know that you can come into a space like this and know that, hey, your kids are going to be okay, and there's not going to be, anything inappropriate that people have to worry about. And with the IRL shop, we just opened it in September, and it's basically the same thing, just in real life, where like people can come in, we've met so many creators to that as well. Our current one that we're working very closely with is
how can you allow either of them to to lend money to others. After all, what? After all, why don't you say that you let them lend other your money when one of them showed up to collect? Why don't you coach yourself what? This is this Yosef insurance, that's the lender. The other guy is the other opportunity your lender, but rather he dropped his stars, and this is the other one found it. Allah, no, then a kilo I will say, what do you do here? That for that negotiation for people losing their documents. Not negotiation for that. George Figueroa says, Abai will say what is the difference. L'nefila techadmo chashinon, l'nefila t'anan chashinon. Let's say, George Abai says, there's a real fundamental difference in those cases. What's the fundamental difference? We'll say, the case ultimately, again, of saying they say so, the reason that negotiation is Nefila, because there are only two people
there was this shop, I don't know if you guys know it, but it's FYE. And they were selling on their because I guess they were going to close the stores. I don't know what the case was, but they were going out of business. So a lot of their collectible, they have a lot of collectible items, a lot of gaming items. And so TikTok was like, you know what, we're just going to buy it out. And then make our own shop. Obviously, we've been doing the stream schedule since 2022, like I said, for over 2 years now. And his idea was, you know, let's make the shop, but let's make it so they can be streaming, they can play the Switch, they can play the PlayStation, they can do the PCs as well, and the Xbox. So basically the way it is, it's a gaming hub where all of that is there, but there's also they can shop the items. If they shop the items, then they can't replay, so they can just purchase playtime itself. That's what the front of the store is. The back of the store is more like content creation. So like that's where the daily show is happening.
And because you should belong to anyone, therefore what?
It's pretty fun. It's pretty IRL to watch that in person. It's very entertaining.
Not enough proof that he is the true Malbec, that he is the true legend. So we'll say, tomorrow and we'll start over this today.
Yeah, it's like so if you guys go to fabio.com and you guys scroll a little bit, you can see the clips that have been filmed there. You can see
what's the fundamental shiloh here? The fundamental shiloh is if when you show up in dating with the star, are you, and let's say again, you are not named in that star, are you, so we assume
the way it works is Shana and Liana, they go and they just for people, they also have their own Twitter, their own Twitch as well. Under the same name.
That perhaps again the real owner of the star
yeah, so they actually have on their Twitch, they also do every Thursday, they do online dating for like people who want to participate. And like I said, their community is really big, over 2 million people. So a lot of them, they just go in and they talk to each other, they write down your information, they kind of like keep notes for every participant. And then they just go back and forth saying like, hey guys, this person is single, looking for this, and so and so. And it's the same thing IRL. They get the contestants. If someone doesn't show up, luckily since we're at a casino, at a mall, we can replace people easily, and a lot of people have been willing to participate, which is because they see it as a fun thing to do, an experience.
I wanted to do it, but my wife wasn't exercising. Nice, interesting. Well, where is this located at?
We are in Connecticut, and on here you guys can look up. Yeah, you guys can look it up. It's called Foxwoods Resort Casino. They have a mall connected to them, and that's where we're at. We're at Suite 500 in Tanger Mall.
That's awesome. Wow, I'm in West Virginia. Not too far, but
not too far.
Far enough.
Yeah.
But make it up north, I will put a message there to check out.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are all welcome, of course.
After a year with the casino, you'll be so successful that it'll be impossible for you not to go.
Yeah, come check it out.
That's awesome. Well, when we've all made it big, then yeah, we'll take tours, go to each other's locations, pop up in each other's cams.
Yes, of course.
When did the website with the 24/7 grain train, how did that kind of come about? When did it come about? Obviously, when it started, it probably wasn't 24/7. So how did you
So initially, the way it started was during big time when we were playing a lot of big time. And to be honest, Tupac and I, we had to build spots where we were doing 9-hour streams just to make sure we can get it to the next person. Eventually, it just evolved where we started recruiting streamers. And the thing is that we don't have a particular criteria other than like be a good person, be kind, be friendly. If you have a camera, that's like awesome. But if you don't, that's okay too. If you have an avatar, microphone is required. And so with the streamers, basically what it has come down to is just someone who is friendly and community, you know, that kind of stuff. And so everyone on here that we've recruited has been people that have been wanting to build with us and that we've met through big time. And that started maybe about like a year and a half ago. And like I said, 3-5 is ideas guy. So he's the one that comes up with the ideas and we just execute them together. But yeah, that's what that's like. We were right in big time.
All right, so it's like good morning. It is such a plus Baruch Hashem to be back here with all. I mean, it's supposed to be back, right? But it's such a plus Baruch Hashem to be back here with all of you. Mamish, when I go away, two things that I miss tremendously. Number one, of course, is my family. I have to say that. I'm not going to say that. But it's true. And Baruch Hashem, the ability to start the day with all of you, it's Mamish, the highlights of my day. And even though, again, I attempt to record this year and to give it virtually, but for myself, nothing ever matches the ability to come in to start the morning to see such beautiful neshamas, such smiling faces, to feel an energy of vigorous, for greatness, Baruch Hashem. So it's so wonderful. Unfortunately, that is what starts, but it is wonderful, Baruch Hashem, to be back with all of you. So by thanking all of our sponsors, money here to thank our sponsor, our annual commentator sponsor, the Til Shvacha, for dedicating all the Sherman Tafshin Pei Hey, the close to the Soros levels for Ami Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for Kislev, Josh and Bekfim, creation of the Yartek of Josh's family, Yisrael Yehuda, Bernard Chaim Rapalzi from the Bracha, and for the secret of our hostages and the security of all of our precious soldiers. Sammy and Malka Esperson, dedicating the Sherman Drugs this month in memory of their parents, Woodwood Stephen, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Acoin, Sarah Stephen, Sarah, Bas Baruch Hadram, Linda Esperson, Linda Bas Henneth Freiman, in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yona, Shinikom Damo, Ben Beatrice Miriam, and Ben Yod. We hope that as a marriage house, all of our Tamatora, all of the Neshamas will have an idea, the families in the summer. And there's Hashem, we should return all of our hostages. The Shalom and the Karo, our precious soldiers should be successful. And indeed, it's so much incredible to think about. Like, there's always been such uncertainty. We felt such uncertainty for the last year, and of course, with all of the events in Syria, the uncertainty is even compounded. What's incredible is you also feel in the air. You feel in the air. Just one of the most incredible things. You feel in the air, and you smell almost. Sounds strange, like almost like a certain euphoria. With this fall of Syria and the recognition that like this axis of evil in the Middle East is crumbling, it opens the door for a profound feeling that something dramatic is about to occur. It's something the world is changing in ways that we never thought it would, and so rapidly, so overwhelmingly. You know, they were showing the pictures of something joint coordination with the United States and Israel about the destruction of all of Syria's weapons depot. Incredible. In the course of 48 hours, they wiped out over 80% of Syria's weaponry. Without Syria's air defenses, Iran becomes accessible. It's incredible just to see what's happening, and almost like a feeling. Like always, we live in an age of the splits of Mashiach, and in general, every day that goes by, you feel Mashiach coming a little bit closer, and you felt it. You felt it to walk in and to feel like a confidence, as they say, like a gava Yehudit, a Jewish, it doesn't translate a lot of Jewish arrogance, right? But a little bit. It's okay. It's more than pride. It's a shtickle, a stolz. It's a Yiddish stolz. it's incredible because the truth is we were so beaten down and we were so
I am
hurt,
not
and we were
from
so
Fan
battered and
Guild.
so
When possible, may I please share my
able to
project
feel
with you all?
that. Such a tremendous. So it's like, let's begin.
Thank you so much. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "Tim is king," and I'm making true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube, they're available in my profile and in my pinned post. You also find in my pinned post a link by Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. No one dares you to look at their Linktree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. I also have a Discord. We invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger. Use of technology, so agricultural drones, floating houses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers and develop the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, a shiller, or any other kind of influencer, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Beautiful. Just know, you don't see them, but we have a beautiful type of Nancy Show who's part of our cheer every single day. Are dedicated. Of course, I'm not gonna lie, it's not easy to be dedicated at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No offense, guys. I'm just saying, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then 5:45 in the morning, right? But when I say it's beautiful, like we're part of the so much bigger, and that knowledge spans the world, and Jason carries the star as well. Great symbol. Okay, anyway, Commissioner says the Bryce says as follows. Ruben lent Shimon $1,000, right? And what happens? Shimon paid back 500 Carmen Commissioner Zeus. So what do you do? So now what do you do with the star? So even the current star, the close to the star, after this man, we can do ready. And he just says, no problem. Tear up the first star and write a brand new star. We'll say now it's a very important point. You might have made this point earlier as well, but it's important to reinforce it again. What do? What's the date on the new document? What's the date on the new document? It's the original date of the transaction. And this is very important, right? Why? Because remember, the date of the document creates what? Creates the lien and encumbrance on the properties of the borrower. So you don't want to redate that based on today, because then you just effectively move the lien to the present day. So we'll rewrite a new document. Now, what does the new document say? What does the new document say? Reuven lent Shimon what? $500. But the date of that transaction, the date of that document is the original date of the $1,000 loan. That's what he does. Rabbi Yossi says no. Because the shoulder. Rabbi Yossi says no. Don't touch the original star. Don't touch the star. I said, what do? You write a receipt. Write a receipt that says that Reuven paid back. Sorry, that Shimon paid back Reuven $500. So what you can essentially have over here, according to Rabbi Yossi, is 2 documents. What are the 2 documents? Number 1 is the original loan document. Who's holding the original loan document? Who's holding that? Who's holding that? Reuven, the lender. So Reuben the lender is holding the document. Now, what does the document say? The document says that Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. Okay, but that's not true. I mean, it is true, but Shimon paid back $500. So there's another document. What's the second document? A shoulder, a receipt. Who's holding the receipt? Holding the receipt? Shimon, borrower. And it says that Shimon paid back Reuben $500. This is Yossi's model. Now, why does Rabbi Yossi? Now, let's remember again. Why does Rabbi Yossi hold this? So here we go. Well, because it was intuitively, right? Rabbi Yehuda makes more sense. Just rewrite the document. Be the easiest thing. Why does Rabbi Yossi doesn't want to receive? And there Rabbi Yossi says why I think of a receipt. Number one, because interestingly enough, because the existence of the original document is a motivation to pay back. See, I will say, when you have a receipt, what's the danger? If she's that receipt, then what happens? Reuben, the lender, has a document that says that $1,000. And again, if you don't receive, then I mean, I guess if you came in front of witnesses, but the matter that's the document, he has no way to go ahead and prove anything. Yossi says, I like it that way. You know why I like it that way? Because ultimately, again, it creates an urgency for the borrower to repay the loan. Yossi says, I want to turn this piece. I want to turn up the pressure on the borrower. I want him to feel the urgency to repay. The other thing Yossi says is, I want the original date to remain on the document. All right, so Yossi says, I want the original date because that original date, you start rewriting documents as there's a concern about date conclusion. I want the original date of the transaction to remain. This way, the encumbrance date remains as it originally was. One second. One second. Yossi, calm down. Rabbi Yehuda, right? Remember, when Shimon pays back $500, what do? Tear up the original document, rewrite a new document. Rabbi Yehuda also agrees that the first date, the initial transaction date. So Yossi makes it sound like he's the only one who wants to use the original date. But at the end of the day, Yehuda also does. To which the Gemara says, no, how do you come Rabbi Yossi Yehuda? This is Rabbi Yehuda. He's saying the following. He says, listen, Rabbi Yehuda, if you agree with me that in your replacement document, you will use the first date, then ultimately, again, we only argue about one thing. What's the one thing? The Rabbi Yehuda says we create the new shtar, and Rabbi Yossi says we write the receipt. The Gemara says, "Im zman risha kamet paligna alacha b'chado." Im zman sheni kamet Rabbi Yehuda. If you hold that in the new document you use a second date, the new date, then ultimately again, palgina alacha b'tarti. Argue with you on two things. Okay, so we'll say so. That's all right. So we'll say remember again. So this is really, to me, this is, I don't know why this is very exciting. It's unusually exciting. That if you think about this is really interesting because this happens all the time, right? Where someone owes, right? Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. Shimon pays back part of the debt. He's paying it in, let's say, not after that it was an installment plan, but he has money now. He decides to pay back part of his debt. So what do you do with the document? What's your loan document? So again, just keep on remembering this. Fundamental focus, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yehuda, tear up the old document, write up a new document. The new document says that Shimon owes Reuben $500. They use the original date of the transaction so as not to mess up the lien that was created on the borrower's possession. Rabbi Yossi, absolutely not. Don't start with new dates, but rather just write a receipt. Hold on a second. Isn't the receipt going to be dangerous for the borrower? So Rabbi Yossi says, yeah. We want the borrower to feel the urgency of paying back the money. So turn up the heat on a little bit. Let him know that Reuben, the lender, has a document that says that Shimon still owes him $1,000. And that's the urgency and repayment. Beautiful. All right, let's go back. So we'll say shtar. We're not finished yet. Okay? The Gemara is going to go into a little of a detail. Shtar shezmano kasam b'Shabbos or ba'asara b'Tishrei. Shtar me'ocher hu v'kasam b'Tishrei. This is, let's say you have a document, right? The document was dated not in accordance with the Jewish calendar, but rather with the secular calendar, right? Or some other secular dating system. And it turns out that when you look up, a good example of this, right? Next week, you find the star. Star says that Reuben lent Shimon money on December 14th. Now, there's only one problem with having a date December 14th, and that's what? It's Shabbos. It's Shabbos. Or you find the document that says Reuben lent Shimon money October 2nd. What was the problem with that? October 2nd was Rosh Hashanah. So now you have a date. Ultimately, again, right? And all can see Bobby buying this year. That's what you see. So again, the point is, somebody's using an alternative dating system, and when you look back at the date, it doesn't make sense. Because the date is a date in which a transaction do not have occurred. No one's lending money on Shabbos. Different discussion, right? Right, but said no one's lending money on Shabbos, and no one's lending money on Rosh Hashanah. Now, what the Shaila is, what do you do with a transaction like that? So Yehuda says it's not a problem. How do we understand it? It's a shtar mo'ofer. Shabbos says this is very interesting. Shtar mo'ofer means a post-dated document. This is very exciting.
Thank you so much, GM, everyone. I want you to know I'm the easiest follow back in the game. If you follow me, I will definitely follow you back. I'm Rabbi. So for more than 4 years of the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king" in us.
When I lend money to Shimon, so Shimon is guaranteeing the debt of his property. So what you're going to see is as follows. So halakha, so when does the encumbrance start from? So the kashos, the encumbrance, for me begins on the date mentioned in the shtar. Here's the problem. Well, if you post the shtar, then that's fine, right? As long as both parties are open to post dating, that's not get hurt in post dating, right? If the lender is okay with dating it, that means his encumbrance is starting until whatever 10 days after he actually made the loan. That's just he wants to accept that. Just people will be purchasing property, they're also not put at a disadvantage if the encumbrance only starts 10 days later because, hey, they're buying property with that encumbrance. Post-dated shtaros don't really pose a problem. Pre-dated shtaros do. Because what's going to happen? Essentially, the pre-dated shtar, you're creating an encumbrance before the transaction. And that's problematic because you can't create a lien which predates the transaction. The lien of the encumbrance ultimately is the result of the transaction itself. So a predated shtar we're going to see is going to be hustle. Post-dated shtar is going to be we're going to see, by the way, that this actually has certain things that are for just a moment. Then start with the second of the intermediate wide lines. So, for example, places where they date their documents, and according to the solar calendar, the test of the the document is dated the 15th of December. So Yom Shabbos of Yom Asir, then when you check out when you line up the secular date against the Hebrew date, turns out that the Shabbos or the Rosh Hashanah, that Yom Kippurim, or Yom Kippur back. Kol Yodem Shlo Nechtav Lo Yom Kippurim, V'Nimtza Shlo Nechtav Ba'os Yom HaMofiach B'Shtar, Ela O Muktzah O Pasol, O B'Kasher. So let's say, so again, I think you find a document, ultimately, again, that does not line up, the date that's used does line up with a feasible date that this document should have actually been done. There's one or two possibilities. Either predated or post-dated. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says, I choose to understand that it's a post-dated document in the first step. Rabbi Yossi post-self. Rabbi Yossi says, no, it's possible. Why? Because apparently Rabbi Yossi assumes that it is a seeking the shtar. And therefore, Allah is going to be possible. Let's analyze this. Yehuda says to the Yossi, "Hello, my son, doesn't this? So Yossi, this case came up before you in Sihori. It was a case like this. A Reuben mentioned $1,000. The document said the 14th of December. They were backing it, so the 14th of December was a Shabbos, and they could not. The transaction definitely did not happen on a Shabbos, and yet Rabbi Yossi Paskin that the shtar was kosher, which obviously meant Rabbi Yossi understood it to be a shtar or a post-dated document, not a pre-dated document. So the Gemara says, "Amalo kechsharti bazeh hechsharti." Amalo kechsharti bazeh hechsharti. Yossi says, "No. At the end of the day, so look at the Rashbam. The Rashbam says, Amalo kechsharti bazeh." It's about 7 lines up in the bottom. Sorry, in Yisrael, posting starts to Shabbos and Kippur. והכל יבינו שהוא מאוחר, ולא נופק מן היכולת כמה. אבל מאוחר בעלמא, שזמנו כסף יום לא ירצים, ולא יודע מאוחר הוא. So Yossi says this. There are two cases of it. Very interesting. Yossi says, there's two cases on date on the day. There's when the star has a date that we know for sure the star did not happen on this date. Did not happen on this date. Yossi says, in that kind of case, I'm okay with saying that the shtar was a post-dated shtar. Does that make sense? People are doing the transaction now. They want to post-date. They choose a date without recognizing that the date, let's say the second date that they're choosing, like the Shabbos or like the zipper. So again, when it's clear that the date reaching the shtar is not the date on which the transaction could have occurred, that Yossi holds, I hold that that is kosher. But when it is a regular post-dated document, Yossi says I hold that it's possible. Now, we're going to see that Yossi clearly has a concern about post-dated document, which is not fully articulated, which we're going to see in the Gemara to come. Okay, so if you actually just finish up the Rashbam says as follows. He says, the dummy, Alana Sadi. All right, actually, you know what the story. Fine. Let's go back. Now again, so we don't know. All we know is that Yossi has an objection to a post-dated document. We don't know what is post-dated document. We don't know what his objection is, but we do know as follows: that when it's post-dated in a way that's clear that it's post-dated, even Rabbi Yossi will say that it's kosher. What's an example of a shtar that was post-dated in a way that's clear that it's post-dated? When the date used is a date in which the transaction is not occurred. It was a Shabbos. It was not a Shabbos. There's no care. Rabbi Yossi would agree that such a shtar is kosher. Again, we don't understand why yet. That's just key. So let's go back to that. Rabbi Yehuda Nami Bazeh Chaman. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even in that kind of case, right? Allah Hamayis will be kosher. Does Hakomod, and here we go. She was kakluba on also shashtas. So let's say everybody gives the following case. So right here we go. The date of the shtar is December 14th. Now, by the way, this is the date shtar is December 14th. And when we go ahead and we look at the date, we take out our Jewish calendar, and end up with December 14th, right? And what happens? It says right? And it turns out that December 14th was a Shabbos. Right, so it's clear that it was recorded in the shtar, not the actual date transaction. Everyone agrees everyone agrees that it's a post-dated document, the kosher. As you will say, remember, let's just play this out. A post-dated document, in reality, doesn't sound like it hurts anyone. Right, because remember again, if it's right, if you're going to pay money, so what happens when you're going to pay money? What occurs all of a sudden? So first of all, Shimon is obligated to pay back. What else happens? Shimon's property becomes encumbered. Now again, what does post-dating do? It's the way the encumbrance. Who does that hurt? Right? Really, the only person who hurts is the lender. And if the lender is willing to do that, that's his place. So because there's no foul, right? No one's hurt. Therefore, halacha says, as long as it's clear that it was posted, how do you have a case that's clear that it's posted? The date that was used is clearly not the date in which the transaction occurred. Everyone will agree that it's kosher. Okay, on the base. Okay, here we go. So I was like, where does the problem come up? The problem comes up always which means posting the document where it's not clear from the document that it's posted. So we'll say, so again, where does this come up? Well, let's say maybe December 13th. So I don't know, December 13th is a Friday. Is that today? Yeah, December 13th is a Friday. Right? So Lamaisa, again, here, I don't know, did the transaction happen on December 13th? Didn't happen on December 13th? I don't know, it's possible it did, it's possible that it did. That's where the machlokas between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda is going to come up, right? So we'll say, here we go, let's get into it. So exciting. Rabbi Yehuda, here we go, get ready. And then we'll say,
Katie is talking.
This comes together. Rabbi Yehuda Tamei. Rabbi Yehuda comes to his What did Rabbi Yehuda say? The Amar Ein Kosvin Shover. Rabbi Yehuda holds, we do not write receipts. We do not write receipts. Rabbi was saying, now, why don't you write receipts? What does it mean you don't write receipts? So Rabbi was saying, before the last couple of days. Rabbi Yehuda goes, why don't we write receipts? Because receipts create an unfair burden upon the borrower, right? Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen? The borrower now has to hold on to this document. So the people who don't write receipts, right? There's a loan document that was drafted. That's what we pay attention to, and we do not write receipts. Therefore, what's the loan? Don't think we for what? Therefore, again, there's no concern.
Just what time the space is ending.
No right receipts. Right, but now she wants to pay back. She pay back what? Yes, that right. I'm not paying anything back until Ruben gives me back that document. All right, what happens if Ruben? What happens if Shimon wants to pay? Rabbi wants to pay out? The fact is he's not going to pay. Why? Because paying half means it's closed. Because if he pays half, he's not going to receive. The document is still there. So it's not that Shimon's best interest. Therefore, again, that essentially says there's no chicanery, right? Like, there's no trickery. Because at the end of the day, even if the document is stated, so what? What are we concerned about? We're not writing receipts, which means Ruben has the document, it means that Shimon hasn't paid him back. Right? And therefore, at the end of the day, Ruben can't, there's nothing bad that could come out of all of this. But Yossi is here we go. But Yossi holds, then no, sure, right? But Yossi says, no, we write receipts, did nothing meaning for them. And this could be exploited. This absolutely be exploited. I've also get it. Now we know, so I don't understand what could be exploited and how could a star more operable. Just wait, because it is get crazy. So again, so that's not what we must do. Something that I want to very powerful, but I want to have a little bit this. You must outline the position. Look at everyone hold their position, but we don't understand why they hold their respective position. I know. What I know is everyone agrees that a post-dated agreement that has a date that is clearly a date in which the start of the transaction cannot occur. Everyone agrees is kosher. Nothing bad is going to happen as a result of that. What happens? How long when it's to start or but the date could have been a date in which the transaction occurred. It was dated Friday, December 13th. So what could make things have happened today? So Yehuda says it's not a problem. Why? Because we don't write receipts. Therefore, Shtarma Ofer cannot cause a problem. Rabbi Yossi says we do write receipts, and therefore Shtarma Ofer can cause a problem. Now, again, I've said the connection between receipts and Shtarma Ofer, the Yamar still has not explained it. Hold on. I'm going to break down the Shua. So here we go. I feel like I'm supposed to show that, even according to the opinion that says that we write Shover, that we write receipts. Honey, maybe a palgo. Furthermore, again, that's only a problem if you write receipts on part of the loan. The entire amount, no. Below me, the says that's not true. You write receipts even for the entire amount of the payment. So apparently, in the word of receipts, this is my focus. Do you write receipts only for partial payments? Or do you write receipts for entire payments? That's apparently. You know, not focused. The Gemara says, supposed to be thinking that you write receipts. You can write receipts entire payments. Okay, hold on. You have those, see? Have a massive break that the Abba. Listen to this. But he's touched by you. lent money to Rabbi Abba. Also, when they said nearby puppy, when they came for the nearby puppy, Amarle, how do you see? So these stuff that Abba said to Rabbi Abba, give me my money, give me my money. How do you see? So again, what happened? So Rabbi Abba was Rabbi Abba was very smart. Rabbi Abba said, sure, I'll pay you, give me the loan document. In other words, you give me the document, I'll give you payment. Because without the document, ultimately again, the borrower is exposed. So I'm related, start plus your says Yitzchak said, I lost the star. I lost the star. After look like Tabla. Don't worry, I'll write to your receipt. Amarle, Harav Yishmol Damit Harbayu, into goes to the shoulder. So he said, 1 second. So Rabbi Yitzchak said that. Sorry, Rabbi Abba said that, but there's Rabbi and Rabbi Shmuel both hold that we do not write receipts. You don't write receipts. So it's incredible. So Rabbi Yitzchak responded and he said, Amar, man, Yohevle, first line, man, Yohevle, Me'achai B'Rav Shmuel, Ramina Ba'ini. If only I would have of the dust and Rav Shmuel to put in my eyes. That's very beautiful. Very beautiful. Then ultimately, so what's going to happen here? Yeah, here putting the dust around the Shmuel is obviously a sign of incredible covenant. Like, I'm not even the dust beneath the feet of Rav and Shmuel. If I would only have some of their dust to put in my eyes, I could see with such incredible clarity. But Rabbi Yitzchak said, "Part of Yochanan v'Harish Lakish, Zo'amri Tarbayu Kosei." But as great as Rav and Shmuel were, Rabbi Shmuel says you don't write the receipt. Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish said, "Do write this." Like Rabbi Yitzchak was kind of that. I will say, there's a tremendous misunderstanding. What was Rabbi Yitzchak doing? You see, Rabbi Abba quoted Rav and Shmuel that we don't write a receipt. Rabbi Yitzchak held differently. He held like Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish who said, "You do write a receipt." But what did Rabbi Yitzchak do before he disagreed with the positions of Rav and Shmuel? What did he do? He built them up. In other words, he respected them. He respected them. Also, it is such a profound insight into the way, into the mechanism of disagreement. It's a disagreement with dignity. It's the ability to hold opposing views without diminishing the person who you're disagreeing with. It's essentially all the three. So one of the greatest things that we have lost in contemporary society is the ability to disagree or to disagree with dignity. Humanity has always had different opinions. And that's beautiful. What Gemara. Right? We read Gemara every single day. Gemara, can you imagine Gemara without disagreement? Gemara without disagreement? Like, it's a shovel up. Like that's whatever. Okay, it's 3 minutes. That's right? It's interesting. Again, we'll say, all of us love learning case of shovel up. You have to admit, the message you get from Gemara, you cannot replicate. What's the thing about it? The excitement of it is to see a variety of different opinions. Everyone lives on the same dot. Everyone lives on the same state. Every piece the same Dalai the same block Gemara. Because one of the most important things in leadership is the ability to disagree with dignity and fear. It's incredible. Rabbi Yitzchak, this is money. He's thinking around money. Rabbi Yitzchak is disagreeing with his borrower, with Rabbi Abba. Right? Rabbi Yitzchak is saying, I want to write you a receipt. Rabbi Abba says, no, Rabbi Shmuel says he can't write a receipt. So again, when someone disputes with someone, there's such an Yitzhahara to like attack their principles. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel. I got the Yochanan Shlokish. So what does Rabbi Shmuel? Such good love. If only I could take the dust of your feet in my eyes, how great like this. But the Yochanan Shlokish is so different. So that's how it is. That's how it is. It's covered with the recognition that the other person is entitled to their point of view, even if they are actually people. Right? The mentor always with the thing. Incredible. The pizza rabbit, right? Goes to the shoulder. We write the seat from the Stavros to close to the shoulder. We'll say with a peer, that's what so we write the seat. We start right in close to the shoulder. Because what's the problem? If you don't write the seat, then Abba Shtaros says that Yoko Allah Let's say here's the issue, right? I'm not writing receipt. I don't understand. You don't write receipt. Then halacha nice again. So what should happen? The lender should go ahead and lose the loan document, and that means the borrower never has to repay anything. So we must 1 second. The LMI, posting sober the oven. Sorry, just the opposite. Just the opposite. That if the borrower goes ahead, right? If the borrower goes ahead and loses his shoulder, so that's it. The lender should.
Maximus, I just have a question. Did you say it's going to be another 15 minutes until you let people show?
LMI close the shoulder. So now we should write a receipt.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Everyone, I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
If you write a receipt, then what happens? What happens, we'll say? What happens if the borrower loses his receipt? What happens then? What happens then? The lender could technically collect the entire face amount of the loan all over again. So the point Umar is making over here is, you make it sound like by writing a receipt, no one's put at a disadvantage, but it's not true. When you write the receipt, most people understand receipts, and it's clear, receipts put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why you say chas v'shalom, the borrower has documentary proof that he repaid part of the debt. No, why does it put him at a disadvantage? Because it wasn't. If you're writing a receipt, then what? The original loan document is still in existence, which means that if the borrower loses his receipt, then Reuven has the ability to come after Shimon for the full $1,000. So the existence of a receipt, interestingly enough, as much as the receipt is documentary proof that the borrower paid back part of his debt, the existence of that document does put the borrower at risk. Should he lose that document, the lender has the ability to collect the entire face amount of the loan. Well, so get ready for this. Amalei Rava, yes. It does put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why? Eved Love Liish Malve. Closer Shlomo says another incredible piece of Solomonic wisdom is a slave to the lender. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. The borrower is a slave to the lender. And therefore, again, I will say, you see in halacha, we want the borrower to feel the heat. Why? Because if you buy from someone, it is your achrayus to get it paid. And you should feel an urgency, and you should feel the pressure. Shlomo says now, Shlomo was saying it a little bit differently. Shlomo was saying, Eved Lo Ishmael, that means that literally when you borrow money from someone, you absolutely are the holder to them. That's literally what Shlomo was saying. But on a deeper level, Shlomo was also saying is that we want the borrower to feel an urgency. We want the borrower to feel a pressure. We want him to feel a pressure. And we want him to go ahead and ultimately feel compelled that he's got to pay this back no matter what. So we're going to write a receipt. All right, but 1 second. When he has a receipt, look, the borrower has to be careful not to lose it. Yeah, that's called being an adult. Be careful not to lose your stuff. Be careful not to lose your stuff. And if you do lose your stuff, suffer the repercussions. That's it. So I'll say such profound Musar Haskell in this also. Which will say, part of the beauty also about halacha, this is very important. Halacha is not a system that is designed to make people feel good. Right? This is not DEI. This is halacha is a system. Halacha is a system that is divine, that is designed for the proper functioning of society. And in any society, what do you have? You have haves and you have nots. Right? You have people who have more, people who have less. And the people who have less are going to need the people who have more. And that's incredible. And the people who have more have a moral and legal obligation to help the people who have less. But the people who have less and the people who have more have to feel an urgency to come through on their commitments. Once they're going to make him feel bad, he's going to lose his stuff. That's not the goal here, right? The goal is to create a functional society. Think about this, especially in the Jewish loan market. Remember, in the Jewish loan market in general, not necessarily operating at a disadvantage because Rebbe Shalom created it this way, but you're not charging interest. Right? You're not charging interest. It's your ribbis. Leaving aside the hedge of Islam. You're not charging ribbis. So if you're not charging ribbis, the least that the borrower could do is ensure that the lender is going to get paid back in a timely fashion. And so if the borrower feels a greater urgency to do it, Allah says, yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want. We want the urgency to be there. It's not necessarily, there are times when it is about making people feel good, but in general, in a legal system, the idea is creating a functional society where everybody is there for each other and everybody is honoring their communities. In order to do that, sometimes people have to feel the pressure to come through on their obligations. And we want the borrower to feel an obligation to come through to the lender. Let's say, just the derech hashkaf also, if you think about it, this is so profound. This who's the greatest borrower in this world? Who's the greatest borrower? Us. Every day I wake up, everything I have is on loan from the Ribbon Shalom. I open my eyes and I sat and function, my legs working, my arms working, my heart is pumping, and all of these things. These aren't mine. I don't own these things. It's not like I did something to somehow acquire all of these things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They are on loan from the Ribbon Shalom. And says the Gemara, it says Shalom Aleichem. What is the relationship between a borrower and the lender? Shalom says it's very simple. A borrower is a slave to the lender because the borrower owes everything to the lender. Without the lender, right? Without the lender, I wouldn't have my house, right? And without the lender, without a Kodesh Baruch Hu, the lender, I would not have my life. I would say it's such an important hashtag that he wants for us to consider when we look at everything we have as our loan. Everything we have is our loan. And just like in any loan situation, there are going to be stipulations about how you use the borrowed money. Everything's on loan from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And Moshe says, I'm happy to loan it to you. Use it wisely. Use it responsibly. Don't make foolish investments with the gifts I have given you. Because it wasn't one day the loan gets called. The loan gets called. After 120, the loan gets called. But the difference is that when I come up for the base in Shalmala, I have to calculate about how the loan was for 120 years. That's my motive. How did you use my investment? The Ribbon Shalom is interested in one thing. What's the ROI? Right? What's my return on investment? I lent you, I gave you all of this stuff. I gave you all of these abilities. Show me what I got for it. And as long as we can demonstrate a proper spiritual ROI, then that is a life well lived. Understand? Everything you have is on loan. The lender is always Meshuggah. The borrower is always Meshuggah. It's a slave mamish. Let's go back to Tran Hassan. So we'll say back to Shtamuk to Mochar. Incredible. So Tran Hassan. Shtari Chov Hamukdam and Psul. So we'll say, remember again, I know you're wondering that once again, we never explained the positions of Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yossi by Shtar Mukdam earlier. You know, only 7 minutes ago. Like, it's like 10 years in that Yomi world, right? We're better than that. You know, but we're up in that test. What happened to the respective Shittas like Shtar Mukdam? So here we go. Tran Hassan. Shtari Chov Hamukdam and Psul. We'll say if you predate loan documents, it's possible. And we explain this why. Because remember again, if you predate, then what are you doing? You're backing up the encumbrance state early in the transaction. That's illegal. But post-dated documents are kosher. Look, here we go. So when do we say that predated documents are kosher, post-dated documents are kosher? That's only by loan documents. I will say sale documents. So if you're selling something, not loaning money, I'm selling something, even post-dated documents are problematic. My time, what's the reason for this? Zimnin, watch this. So here's the concern. Here we go. Now getting into the kishkas of this. What's going to happen? I'm selling Reuben a piece of land in Nissan. But we post now it's Nissan, and ultimately again I'm selling the land. The date I'm putting in the document is Tishrei. So what happens? Now what happens? Now in between, what ends up happening is I run into somebody, or I should say, I'm sorry. I sold Ruvain property in Nissan, but he dated Tishrei. There was, and I remember again, from the Gemara's perspective, there's only one reason you're selling the land, and that's why. Why did they sell real estate in the Gemara? Cash. So I'm selling land to Ruvain in Nissan because I money. But we dated the documents in Tishrei. Fine, so I sold the land. Meanwhile, I go ahead and I run into somebody, and I go back and I repurchase my land from Ruvain. He doesn't have to sell it back to me, but he does sell it back to me. Right, so what happens? And I go back in Chodesh Av, and I buy back the property from Ruvain. And what happens? In Tishrei, Ruvain takes out a document. And what does the document say? That Silver sold me property in Tishrei. So this seems to happen over here. I sold him the property in Nissan. So he gave me the document in Tishrei. Meanwhile, in Chodesh, I ran into some money. I bought back my property. It's fine, property's fine. But now, Ruvain still has the shtar. And what does the shtar say? The shtar says that he bought property from me in Tishrei. He pulls out that shtar, and suddenly again, he can claim ownership of the property. So you see from here, you can exploit a post-dated document. That's the case. Shtar Havon, Nami. There should be a problem with loan documents as well. He's lucky to have no loan document. Let's watch this. He does it. Gemara says, I lent Ruben $1,000 in Nisa. And what happened? Because of this, started with Tishrei, so now what happens in between, right? The Polish Ruben runs into somebody, and he pays me back the debt. And then Ruben says, okay, somebody paid you back. You can sorry, I lost the document. Yeah, I don't need that. Because of like tablet. So what happened? I write him a receipt. I have a receipt that says he paid me back in So a second, then what happens? I wrote him a receipt. So Tishrei comes, what should I do? I take out the document. What does the document say? That I am lent Ruben money in Tishrei. Ruben say, 1 second, there's a receipt. I paid you back. No. You paid me back older debt.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. When possible, may I please share my project?
A post-dated document, whether it's a transaction or whether it's a loan.
Well, I'm Jewish, so I don't really celebrate Christmas, but at least for Hanukkah, I'd love to go viral. I don't know if it's going to happen this year, but one of these years it's going to happen.
And we do like to see. So how do we do this? Roll is managed so it's incredible. Listen to this. So Rabbi Abba instructions simple. Rabbi Abba instructions scribes. Whenever a document is being posted, what do? Write that in the document. Just write it. Writing document. This is a post-dated document. That's all. I'm going to ask you to know. The low cost you help you. Also, the only that separate. But now we don't write that. For some reason, people don't write that into themselves. They don't write that line. Right? Make sure to write this back in this post. There's another Isa. What's another Isa? Like the Safra would say to his scribe, because these two honey top, and you write this for people. Here, the issues in the Katsu, the long Katsu, Sama. He must so if that's the case, because what do you do with it? If you know the date of the document, write the date of the receipt. If you don't, then what? Leave the receipt. What's the date of the undated receipt? That's proof of payment or whatever. One more people say, I'm going to do the Rashi, I'm going to do the Rashi, stop for 9 days. The low of dinner. But even temporarily, someone says, what happens? We don't end up writing the document, and we don't leave the date off. We don't leave the date off the receipt so that it can be used whenever. So the Gemara says, so we don't ourselves of these opportunities now. So what about first? The system can help you to a certain point, but you also have to help yourself. If you take advantage of the opportunities or the remedies offered by Chazal, if you don't take advantage of those opportunities, we are not here to baby you. We are not here to do the work for you. We're giving you the possibilities. Write in the document that is supposed to be the document. Leave the date of the receipt. If you don't do that, then you leave yourself open to that is going to be used. So for today. All right, Jerry was a great host sitting in that spot. Wonderful to see.
Yo, are you Michael?
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning.
Oh, you're Michael. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Excellent. Okay, well, welcome. You should know you're doing really well, my friend. Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so firstly, you've done really, really well. Like aren't you proud of your link tree? Don't you think it looks good? Do you think your link tree looks good?
Yeah. It's awesome. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Absolutely. It looks really good. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have you make some videos. Okay, so you're going to use you're going to use Grok to make some videos. Now, one thing in your link tree, you want to make the L in LinkedIn capital, just a small little change. Maybe you already did, and it's just not updating for me. Just one moment. Let me check. Dog, you're amazing. You already did. Good on you, buddy. Okay, so I'm just checking your other stuff, making sure it's good. So far, so good. Excellent, man. Looks really great. Okay. So I'm gonna send you a link to someone's YouTube account, and you're gonna want to make videos like they make them. And I'll send you the prompt that you put into X, or pardon me, into Grok, and you should be good to go. You don't want to upload anything though. What you're gonna want to do is send me the video before you do it. I'll explain what you're gonna do in just a second. So, okay, there's that. Did you download the Grok app, Eugene?
No, not yet.
Okay, that's fine. What do you go by publicly? Do you go by Michael or do you go by Eugene? What is your name?
I go by. My name is Michael.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, Michael, go look at your X messages. I sent you and then I sent you what I want you to put into. No, I didn't. Hold on one second. Apologies, I sent it to the wrong person. Not a big deal. Okay. Okay, where is you? Here we go. Okay. Look at the video that I sent you, or the video link, the YouTube link that I sent you, and look at it. And what you're going to do is you're going to create 10 videos like that person. And what they're going to be are just simple videos. And I also sent you a prompt of what they're going to say. You're going to create 10 of them. But you create 10 that you like and that makes sense to you, you're going to send them to me. Now, not all of them are going to be good. So what you're going to do is you might have to make 20 or 30 of these videos before you get 10 really good ones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand perfectly.
Okay, excellent. So you want to download the Grok app and use the Imagine tab, which is at the top, and then you're going to put that prompt into it. It's going to create 10 videos for you. Once you get 10 videos that are clear, that look like you or what you want to represent you, you're going to send them to me. I'm going to look them over. Once they're good, we're going to work on titles and hashtags and descriptions and hashtags for them. And then you're going to upload one of them to YouTube We're going to check that to make sure it's good. Once that's good, you're going to upload the other 10. And then what we're going to do is put this on all your other social media as well. So you have some content there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay. So you can come in here if you ever have questions. I did not know. I've said hi to you before. I saw this account that you're using come in, but I was like, I don't know who Eugene is. So but okay, so Michael, what you want to do is do what I said, and if you have questions, come back in here and I'll answer them for you, or you can DM me. Okay?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Absolutely, your link tree looks really good, buddy, and we're gonna help you. So we're gonna get you with a really good profile picture, whatever you want. You're gonna have it on all your social media. Make sure that you have descriptions for yourself. So get ready; it's gonna be exciting. Okay? Excellent. All right. So you go create those videos and then come back when you're done. Okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care. Absolutely.
Talmud Torah sponsor. Okay, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor is also Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year in the zuchus of completing Maseches Bava Basra and Baruch Hashem wading into the holy waters of Maseches as Hashem to finish this Masechta. Mazel with bracha and Mishar Tavul Mitzlach as our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Josh and Becca Friedman, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos this month, creation of the Yartek from Josh's father. Yisrael Yehuda Ben Rav Chaim Rafal Zichron Levracha, in the safe return of our hostages and the security of all of our holy soldiers. Tammy and Malka Esterson, vacating all the Sherman Josh's month memory of their parents. Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband, their skilled physiotherapist. Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonashani, Komdamo, Ben Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Yidal, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah, Shtaf, and Kid with Kol Chole Yisrael, the Shbaruch Hu should bring home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful, the Chol Maaseh David. Let's with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. Beautiful, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. A lot of beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is daf Zayin. 7. We are picking up on both on the days, and we left off. Where did we leave off? Of the intermediate wide lines. Okay, got it. Reish Lakish. Fine. So the first of the widest lines, right? Correct. Good. First of the widest lines. Excellent. Okay, good. Reish Lakish says. So let's just remember again, we're still in the midst of the topic regarding pshara, regarding compromise, and what does one do in a situation? Is compromise something we strive for? Compromise something that we do, we don't do? Again, the topic. Sorry. Topic over here of Rish Lakish. So the Gemara says as follows: Rish Lakish says as follows: Shnaim sheba'ol l'din, echad rach ve'echad kasha. That's interesting. So imagine for a moment you're the dayan. Two people come before you, Ruvain and Shimon. Ruvain is very now Rach and Kasha means Ruvain is very soft, easygoing, but Shimon is difficult. Also, what am I concerned about? Now watch this. Achlo Tishma Re'en. So again, if they have not yet begun presenting their cases, or they presented this, but I don't yet have judicial clarity. A judge has a right to accuse himself. See, either before they presented their cases, their sides, or after they presented their sides, but the judge doesn't get clarity as to where things are heading. The judge has a right to recuse him. Why? Now, what is the judge concerned about? Shema nischayev chak v'nimtza chazak rodfo. So what is the judge concerned? I'm concerned that what's going to happen. Shimon, who's the very prickly, difficult guy, what's going to happen? He's going to lose the case, and he's just going to come after me. He's not going to let up. And the truth is, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. See, interestingly enough, before they presented their cases, or even after they presented their cases, but before I have a sense of clarity, I have the right to recuse myself. However, Shemin is chayv chazak rintzarov v'rintzachazak. You should tishma divrayim v'anti yodea v'hechan atinota. But if I already heard their sides and I already have some semblance, I already have some level of clarity as to kind of which way the din comes out, but if I heard the sides, and again I have a little bit of clarity as to how this is going to shake out, I don't have the right to recuse myself. Why? Shene'emar lo saguru mipnei. Literally, again, do not. We'll see exactly what saguru means, but for our purposes right now, don't fear anyone. Don't. The judge has an obligation to be fearless, so don't be fearful of any person. I will say, what a profound Gemara. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, which is in life. Sometimes you have the ability to not get involved. And again, right? I think when we're young, we're very incredibly idealistic. Sometimes, like naively idealistic, and we think we can solve every single problem. As we get older, we recognize I can't solve every problem, and therefore, again, there's a certain amount of dispassionate maturity which says I'm not getting involved in this. I can't affect change. So you have a right to say I'm not getting involved because I can't help. But once you are involved, you don't have a right to your responsibility. Once you're involved, then ultimately see the fruits of completion. I mean, profound Gemara. The Rishon Kakar says, how do I know that if a student was sitting before his Rebbe, remember, going back to yesterday's down, a student should not ask him in the presence of his Rebbe. Right? You've established this. So how do I know that if a student is sitting in front of his Rebbe, the row is the chusla ani b'chol ashir, and when the Rebbe is adjudicating a case, and essentially the Talmud feels that the Rebbe is delivering an erroneous psak. And so the student sees a merit for the poor person, or you see the way in which the rich person is guilty. How do we know that a student should not be silent in the presence of his Rebbe? So once again, this is talking about a case where the Rebbe is passing the case, Rebbe is the dayan, the student is there, the student sees that the Rebbe is mistaken in what he's about to pass. So how do I know that in such a scenario, the student should not be silent in the presence of the Rebbe? Shne'emar lo saguru mipnei ish. Do not, literally again, do not be fearful. We're going to see really what lo saguru means is don't withhold. Right? Don't withhold in the presence of any person. Do not withhold your words in front of another person, even if that other person is your Rebbe. So again, there's this very fine line. On one hand, the Talmud is always obligated to have derech, always obligated to have covenant for his Rebbe. Right? On the other hand, if the student sees that the Rebbe is making a mistake, then halacha l'maisa, the student is obligated to ensure that an erroneous judicial ruling does not get made, and is obligated to speak up even in the presence of his Rebbe. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "He eating yodin, esmi eating." So now the Gemara gives some Muslim witnesses. Witnesses testify. Know about whom you are testifying. Right? I mean, the Gemara makes it as if the witnesses are testifying about Yishmael. Because since testimony is such a heavy thing, going ahead and determining the outcome, potentially the outcome of people's lives, so there has to be a tremendous sense of responsibility. Witnesses know it's as if you're giving testimony about HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. For whom you are giving testimony. Simply part of man. If you testify falsely, who is going to extract punishment from you? Shnei Mark, as the pasuk says, "Yom Shnei Ha'anoshim Asher Ha'mariv L'fei Hashem." The pasuk says, and ultimately again adjudication. Like the two people who are litigating against each other know that they are standing before Hashem. You come for testimony, you're coming before God. Because remember again, ultimate judgment is reserved for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and therefore involved in the judicial process. It's as if they're standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. and the judges should know who are they judging. So Kiviyachol, they're judging HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And before whom are they giving that judgment? They also be part of the head, and who is to extract punishment from them should they fail in their responsibility. Shneimar Elokim Yitzod Ba'adas or Elohim Yitzod Ba'adas Kel. V'hem Yehoshaphat Omer Vayomer LaShoftim L'umat Osim Kilo Adam Tishpetu Kiyim LaHashem. The pasuk says that he said to Yehoshaphat said to the Shoftim, he said to the judges, see what you are doing, for you are not only adjudicating man, but you are adjudicating, so to speak, God. Shemi Yomru. So what says the idea over here is that you are involved in the judicial proceedings. Understand that to be vulnerable and be powerful as well. And therefore, if you pervert the process, you corrupt the process, you dishonest in the process, just know that all of this is happening in the presence of God. The verse is Shemi Yomer Hagayim. Mali B'Sarazeh. So most of the reactions see Mala judges going to say, you know what, I'm going to this one. Forget it. Forget it. What do I need this headache for? We must have a lower. We must have a ain't all the dying, blood, ain't all the dying elements in our blood. So what's it? This prophet says, don't worry. It's incredible. The prophet says to the judge, your job is not to ensure that you produce perfect results. Rather, your job is to ensure that the process is holy and pure. And meaning, what does that mean? So for a judge, remember, we'll say, is it possible that a judge delivers an erroneous ruling? Is that possible? Absolutely. So what is the job of the judge? The job of the judge is to based on what she sees. That's it. Ain l'dayin model, ain l'dayin elamashin of those. The judge is only able to act based on what he's able to see with his own eyes. A very profound thing. All the judge expect anything from the judge other than to do the best he can with the information he had at hand. Is it possible that the judge will deliver an erroneous ruling? That's not a problem. The problem will be culpable only if you don't see the process through in the right way. And it also feel that such a beautiful and incredible line. Ain l'dayin elamashin of those. It's very important when we pass judgment, understand we're only passing judgment based on what we see with our own eyes. And as we get older, we recognize that what we see with our own eyes very often is never the complete picture. So it's so incredibly important. What you see is ultimately what you pass judgment with, but what you see is rarely the entirety of the picture. Incredible. Remember goes back to by the way, so the Gemara says, what exactly is when you say verdict? What is the Gemara? So remember again, going back to this second. So what's
Yo, look who it is. What up, Giant Judge?
Beforehand, we had the approach of
How you living, Tim?
that halacha l'maisa,
Excellent. What's new?
you can't go ahead and
Have you been chilling yourself?
otherwise to be suggested before a verdict is delivered. Well, here's my approach. Exactly what
Yes,
certainly again.
All right. Well, you know that's on you. It's something you got to do, big man.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Okay, sir. What's considered to be okay. So now you come right. All right. And the judges say, Ruben, you're chayiv, Shimon, you're pater. Amrav, halacha b'shem and the Rav said that halacha follows Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha. So the most Shem and Karcha is the opinion that said yesterday is that mitzvah, it is a mitzvah to do pshara. Right? Rabbi Shem and Karcha preferred pshara, compromise, over mediation, over adjudication. And that comes on the Gemara and says that, right, so Rav says, Tarachon is built up. You need that song. The Horah, Rav, yet Rahuna was the tongue of Rav. You have a hustle to make Rahuna, and when the gates will come to Rahuna, you say that all the rule. When you see, you shut up when you see. So again, when the gates will come to Rahuna would ask them, you want din, you want adjudication, sure, you want mediation. So it's not fiction. As Rav just said, the mitzvah follows Rabbi Shimon Karcha. Rabbi Shimon Karcha says, mitzvah, so it is a mitzvah to go ahead and do pshara. Yet Rav's own atonement, which sounds like Pshara, mediation, is the preferred mechanism. Yet Rav Huna, who is Rav's Talmud, seems to be giving people the choice. To which one says, no. My mitzvah nine for Rishon HaKarpa. When Rishon HaKarpa says that it is a mitzvah, Pshara, what does it mean? Top of Zion, 7a. My mitzvah, remember who, Idina Ba'isu, Pshara. What the Rishon HaKarpa meant was as follows. That when litigants come before you, you mitzvah, give them the choice. You give them the choice. What do you prefer? Do you prefer mediation or do you prefer adjudication? This is very interesting. We thought the whole time we were saying that we prefer mediate over adjudication. Now it turns out what we mediate for is a mitzvah because then litigants would Kevra, do you want to adjudicate or do you want to mediate? Whereas the back to this any kind of whether or not there's a mitzvah to tell the litigants what their actions are. So you should make perfect covenants. So you should make perfect saying that there's a mitzvah to tell the litigants what their actions are. Mediation versus adjudication. Kama Savarishos. And Kama holds, no, it's not a mitzvah to tell them what their actions are. But rather, again, you have the right to tell them what their actions are. The Gemara says if that's the case, then it's the same thing as the tradition of Sheminiasyon. We give an end, which is Tishman, the very last of them, they kind of didn't know that. The Akarashai, Roma Lines, whatever said, the point of contention.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Echo Mac. When possible, may I please share my project with everyone?
At what point do you have the ability?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I followed every person in this space. I would appreciate it if you would follow me back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. This is the biggest event in global history, and I'm king of the internet, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You will also find a pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community. We need to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Therefore,
Oh, absolutely. For 4 years. I think this data will be extremely valuable to humanity in the future. We'll learn about breathing patterns while people sleep, sleeping patterns, circadian rhythm, a REM sleep. That's a lot of important data for future biologists and certainly just people in general to be able to study.
He made a compromise in his mind. He's like, better to do this of the golden calf, Avodah Zarah, which hopefully again they can come back from, rather than killing me, which they will not be able to come back from. And if I makes the compromise, so I will say, so interestingly enough, what's happening over here is the Gemara faults him for that compromise. The Gemara says, Aaron, bad compromise. What should Aaron have done? What should he have done? He should have stood up to Klal Yisrael in the moment and said, no, no. It was saying, now again, when you hear the logic is so profound and so beautiful and so incredible. I was trying to save Klal Yisrael. What you begin to do is traditionally with Yehuda, like you begin trying to make a compromise. You're trying to save Yosef. No, what you do is you say, Kevin, we're not doing this. Or, let's say, the message to highlight like this. Compromise is a very powerful tool. Very powerful tool. And to be used in such a constructive way. To go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience, Judge. All right. So you said that you've been able to shield yourself a little bit. Why not more?
Yes, I've been busy with IRS.
Oh, that happens. All right. Well, you see how I do it. Let me send you a website. I will send it to your. What's easier, X or Discord?
The use of compromise.
What's
any of the two you could
any of the two is good. Okay.
Right.
So what you're gonna find, I'm gonna send it to you.
It's an incredible idea that sometimes it's time for compromise, but sometimes the disparity between the two sides is so clear, right? It's so vast that you have to find.
And I did like to say,
and to only do what is right.
Just a moment.
Incredible. The honey tonight, these opinions. Hoter Mayim gracious mother my darshide. So I recorded this pasuk yesterday. Hoter Mayim from Mishlei. Hoter Mayim gracious mother. That will be the opening of the channel of water, right? It's the beginning of judgment. What do they do with it? So the Gemara says, "Kid Rav Hamnuna." We'll say first wide line on 7a. Like Rav Hamnuna, what does Rav Hamnuna say? I'm Rav Hamnuna. It's beautiful Gemara. Ein tchilas dino shel adam nidon ela al divrei Torah. The Bible says incredible. After 120, the first thing that a person is judged on is Torah. Is Torah. Did you learn Torah or not? Did you learn Torah? Shnei Amar, Poter Mayim Reishis Mother. So I'll say, because again, Mayim, water, is often compared to Torah. So Poter Mayim Reishis Mother, the first thing I'm judged about after 120 is Torah. Tosis and the Maharsha asked a number of different questions on this, that, on the three questions that I'm asked about after I die. Torah is the second one, but we're not going to get into that. I'll say, point of view that I want to make to something amazing. The first question that a person, that a Yid is asked after he dies is, did you learn Torah? Did you learn Torah? So let's say Tosis points out that the question that the Gemara phrases is, Kavate itim Torah. Did you set aside?
All right. I just sent you on Discord link to a website. I'd like you to go to the website. It's called spacesdashboard.com, and it is the best resource for you to find space. Let me know when you've gone to it.
Did you learn Torah?
I've been using it before. I saw you made a post about it
I don't have it.
some days back. I've been using it since then.
Beautiful. Okay, so what you want to do is go to the search bar of that platform and type shill, SHILL. There's a shill. Go into that space, you press the mic button, you before you press the mic button, you go and repost it, you like it, and then you drop a comment. Then your comment can be I mean, just like a broken down version of that message that I sent you with like I'll do this for $5. I'll do this for $10. I'll do this for $20. The more people see this, the more they're going to want to connect with you. Then you press the microphone button. You wait patiently until they let you up. They're going to say, Giant Judge, welcome to our space. Go ahead. You're going to say, hi, I'm Giant Judge. I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd like to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. This is going to give your project more visibility. It's going to help you to rank higher in social media, in search engines, in AI. Additionally, it's going to ensure that you get more DMs, that you get more people who are interested in your project, and you get more publicity. If this sounds like something that's interesting to you, please send me a DM. I want to connect. And you do that 10, 15 times a day. I mean, that's what you have to do if you really want to get some business out of it, and you're going to be successful. Does that make sense to you?
If you dam it up,
Yes, sir.
you shut it down, you stop
Excellent.
it quickly. It won't-
All right.
it won't-
Well,
it won't
I'm
overflow.
always welcome.
But or
You're always welcome in here. You can stay. You can live in here. I have people who live in here with me, as you know. But unfortunately, I'm not the one who's going to be getting you business. The people who are going to get you business are in Twitter Spaces. So let me hear your pitch. Let's hear it.
I can't go. I always
You
begin
know?
a fight.
Yep. So we're gonna pretend I'm an ex-host, and I'm gonna let you up. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for being in our space today. Again, like, retweet, repost, bookmark, do anything that you have to do to ensure that we more people in here. Tag your friends. We're going to have our next speaker. The name is Giant Judge. Welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Thank you for the privilege, please. Can I speak about my project?
That's why we gave you the mic. Go ahead.
All right, thank you for that. My name is Giant Judge. I'm one of the best marketer on the Web3 space. I do like to promote any project here that needs my services. You can always follow me and I'll follow back, DM me, and I'm going to respond immediately. This is what I do in this space. I promote projects, I post them on my different social media platforms, which you can see through my link tree on my bio. And when you connect with me, you're going to get more visibilities, you're going to get more DMs and more interactions. I'm always active, engaging on your posts to make sure that you get visibility. If this sounds interesting to you, you can always DM me and I'll respond immediately. Thank you.
Okay, that's good.
Let's go.
I
talk about some famous sayings.
I'd like you to add a line in there. If you can, write this down. You write down, I have over 30 different social media platforms on which I can promote your project, which is more than most any marketer you will find, which makes me unique.
Ultimately, again, as a result of his silence, he will avert 100.
I'm currently not where I can get a pen to write.
That's okay. Send it to you. Don't worry. I'll send it to you.
And the reflexive response is
all right, sir.
What makes me a unique marketer for your project, is that I have over 30 different social media platforms on which to view.
Save yourself from so much heartache going forward. Incredible. So Shmuel says, Crux, there's a pasuk that highlights this. So there's a pasuk also that highlights this as well. That literally, again, a person opens, right? Opening up the water. Opening up the water is the beginning of judgment. Reish Mea Dini. Okay. Hodik Shmuel says, that's our first adage. So I say adage number one is just because, so essentially, I think it's going to be this lesson if our parents teach us, right? But just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you need to respond. I just want to point out, that this is this used to be a relatively simple idea, right? I definitely think that since the advent of social media and different things where response becomes instantaneous, right, is one of the hardest things. Like someone says something, someone posts something, and like they need almost like verbal vomit, like the need to just like.
Okay, I just sent it to you.
Respond without
on this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So what you want to do is add that line in there wherever you find it appropriate, and then you want to shill. There's a shill. Again, you just type in the word shill, and you're gonna get
often is not punished for 2 or 3
5 or maybe 3 or 5 different spaces at any given time per hour, and you go into them and you shill them, and nothing's going to happen the first few times you do it. Maybe the first times you do it, but you do it 100 times and somebody's going to connect with you. They're going to say, I like what you had to say. I'll DM you. You can certainly in your in the message that you're going to comment, that you'll upvote their stuff for free, $5 for whatever, $10 for whatever, $20 for what I wrote that one time, and to send you a DM if they're interested. If you do that enough, you're going to get some business out of it. But if you just do it once a week, nothing's going to happen. You have to make sure that these people remember you. And they'll be like, oh yeah, I know Giant Judge, come on up, let's talk. And especially some of these big spaces where you have 700 people in it, those ones, you're going to want to be more patient, but they'll let you up, and they will, like, what am I saying? Some of the spaces, let's say there are 5 people in there, and they're just talking and talking and talking. You can, you ask for the microphone, and if they haven't let you talk in 30 minutes or an hour, go find another space, because they're obviously not paying attention. But to a space that has 700 people, they have a lot of people to go through. They might have 90 or 100 people that they have to go through. So just be patient. You'll eventually be asked up. And if you're not, don't let it get you down. Try the next time. I can tell you that I try to get in as many spaces as possible. And some of them I just don't get into. And I know some of them just have heard me so many times that they just don't like to call me up because they know it's repetitive and they're sick of hearing it. But I don't care. If you're going to allow people to chill, I'm going to at least try to get in there. And unless I've done something to you personally, and you then I have as much right to do it as anybody. For as many spaces as I'm in where people say, we know what you're going to say, there are people who say, I don't know what he's going to say. What I've never heard before. What is this? They get some interested. It's like, oh, you've never heard him? He streams time, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, oh, let him talk. And you're going to get that too. So your goal, I would say per day, is to show yourself in 10 different spaces. I don't know how many people you have following you right now on X. I'm going to look at it right now. Giant Judge has 4.1 thousand followers. That's amazing. That's really good. So you have a big account. I mean, it's not quite big. It's still small, but it's moving into the medium territory, which is really good. That's taken a lot of time. You have been doing this since May 2024. One thing I want to tell you, and I noticed this, but it's not a big deal. On the pic that you have as your avatar, at the very bottom, there's a little white. You want to make sure that you make the picture just a little bit bigger so there's no white at the bottom, that it's all red going around it. Does that make sense?
Or again, if I lost my literally I lost my posting days.
Excellent. Okay. Well, then with that, I've got my man, his name is Mr. Zeku. He's the guy in here alongside me, Neil. He's got a space coming up in 4 minutes that I'm going to join. You should join it as well if you can. It is, I reposted it, so you can find the link to the space if that's of interest to you. And If you have questions,
And if you don't get what we want from our
you know,
culture, like,
hop on in.
it's
And
a crisis of faith.
but it's an excellent, it's a chill, connect, learn, Web3 newbie friendly game followers.
And if the answer is no, it's because
Actually, that's a different one. Mr. Zeku, if you look in there, I'll repost it now. So just look at my account, and it's TTT Phase 3 Alpha version 1.08, one evolution, the awakening. They'll let you show there. And if not, you'll find other spaces on which to show. And that's going to be really big for you. Okay. So how many? What's your goal? How many different spaces a day are you going to show? That's exactly right. Good job, man. Absolutely. Giant job. And let's say you only get 2 in a day, and then the next day you forget. That's fine. But if you 10 spaces every day from now until for the next year, that's going to be over 3,600 spaces that you're going to have shown. That's a lot of spaces. Everybody's going to know you. Everyone will know you on track. Like, that's how you have to see yourself. It's not that big of a community. There are, at any given moment, maybe 10,000 people on Twitter spaces. If you just keep chilling yourself, people are going to learn who you are. And then what they're going to say to you is, hey, Giant Judge, I want you to be an ambassador for my project. When you go and chill, just talk about my project, and I'll give you $10 a week. And that's a free $10 a week that you didn't have previously. So the advice that I have to you, before you go, let's make sure you change your profile picture to be correct. So if you can, change your profile picture. You don't have to change your picture, but just make it so that there's no white at the bottom.
So it's interestingly enough, this is a simple adage. What's a simple adage? If you're lazy, your work doesn't really get done well. Or say it a different way, laziness could often be seen in the product, in the product you produce. As I was like, we see this in life. Things that I really care about get done in a certain way.
You know what, Giant Judge, before you do that, apologies. I've been wanting to do this. We're going to change your profile picture just a little bit. We're going to change the yellow text to white. Not that yellow isn't good, but white well, it's going to be easier for people to read. So just one moment, I'll change this for you. And I'll make it so that...
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, ceiling's going to sag. Okay. Hold up.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a person.
Okay, I want to ask you about
Yeah, I think it's really good.
Yeah, I just made a design today, so I like to check it.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, though, the judge is hard to read, but it's no big deal. Okay,
raised against me. So I trusted, turned against me.
I'm quickly, please change the yellow text to white.
So we'll say, it's a very important soul. It's going to sound a little bit like a downer, but if there's one thing you can count on in every single relationship, it's that people will fail you. People will always fail you. Now, that's not, I don't mean that like that's a silly. We're human beings. Human beings are frail and fragile, which means no one is perfect. And so often in life, we feel that like if someone loves me, all right, always be there for me, always consistent. But no one could always come through, and no one could always be there, and no one could always perform. And this happens all the time, right? I love someone, I trust in them, I believe in them, and they don't come through, and I feel so betrayed. Meanwhile, it's not an act of betrayal, right? What is it? What is it?
Okay, excellent.
It's just human kind. It's just human
So
kind.
I'm going to send
No
this
one's
to you,
always on.
but
No one's
you
always
should know.
perfect. And sometimes, again, I feel like if you love me, you've always got my back.
Just
I
one
love,
moment.
of course, I love you, but I can't
Let me see if I
always
did
do
it right.
anything because I'm just not perfect. And so those moments when someone who we love and someone who we trust and someone who depend on, quote unquote, betrays
Please
us,
put a black outline around all of the text.
Or is not.
A thin black outline.
They just don't come through in the way that I expected them to. The feeling of betrayal is so profound. Meanwhile, they didn't mean to betray me. They're just a human being. And it's important to always say, those moments to recognize it's not an act of betrayal. It's just a moment of human frailty. Even the people sometimes who you trust in greatly raise your fist. Now again, sometimes in Mosaic it means that yeah, people who I really trust actually betray me. Yeah, that does happen also. That's even much worse. That's even much worse. You're not an active betrayal. There's sometimes people who I put a tremendous amount of trust in are not there when I need them. But it's not because they don't care. It's just because they're human beings. So the Gemara goes right there. This is an incredible Gemara. There was another person who says as follows. Ki rechenasin ava aziza afus safsira shechivan. So I said, this is incredible. There was a guy who used to say the following adage. You know, when I was madly in love with my wife, right, and the love was passionate, we were able to be together on the sharp edge of the sword, right? Hashtag delo azilach nisan. Now that love is not as passionate. Porya barshisin garmigi lo sagila. Even a bed that is 60 amas wide is not big enough for us. Now listen, this is a profound Gemara. What is it saying? That you know, when the love is passionate and intense, right? We don't need our own space, right? The husband and wife can occupy the same space, right? And we're fine. We can sleep together on the edge of the sword. I don't need my own space. Just need our own together. You know what happens? The husband needs the wife needs her space, and suddenly there's not enough space for everyone. Now, by the way, so like, what do you do with a Gemara like this? What exactly is the takeaway message? So most I think there are many takeaway messages, but I do think what's very important to understand is that love and marriage evolves, and sometimes again, you know, I've often thought about this. I don't know if this is true. You know, like people get very caught up in the extinction of like, I don't know, like things like that. Like, you know, people get really caught up in this stuff. I've always, and again, I don't know, I don't have any like expert information, but I've often wondered to myself, you know, getting caught up in this constant extinction presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. Who says the humpback whale is supposed to be around forever? Who says maybe Hashbaruch created the humpback whale that is supposed to be? And again, I want to be clear. I have nothing against the humpback whales. They should live and be well, right? But again, I just wonder, like, people get caught up or like global warming. But I don't know if it's true. Global warming. No, so like, who says that the Earth is supposed to remain at a constant? In other words, all of these things presuppose that things are supposed to remain as they are. Maybe not. Maybe the world is in a constant state of evolution. Everything is always just, so maybe the species that existed, 100 years ago are not supposed to exist today. Or maybe again the temperature of the world is supposed to. I don't know. But one thing is clear, which is definitely in the realm of relationships, things don't remain the same. So I will say that's true, right? Then you see like the husband and cow. Right? Sometimes couples been married a little bit longer or a lot longer. Why don't we have that? And I was like, why don't we have that? Because we're responsibility, right? Because no one's supporting us, right? Because like, oh, and suddenly again, you have all these, you realize that it's supposed to evolve. Right? If you're married for 20 years and you're still the same childish, like looking into each other's eyes, whispering in the corner, that's immature, right? That's immature. You're not supposed to have that. It's supposed to evolve. And that's nothing wrong with your marriage. And there's no less love. and there's no less intensity. It's that marriage and love and everything evolves. So this doesn't have to be like a damning statement about the lack of intensity. And it's just like things change. Yeah. So chassan and kala, president, are inseparable. Inseparable. And they can occupy the same space. Oh, you're stepping on my toes? That's so sweet. That's so cute. It's so wonderful. Please step on my head. Please step on. It's great. It's fantastic. Yes, side of the sword. I don't need any space. Well, smother me, right? And then it's normal. But as time goes on, and people mature, and life changes, and there's other responsibilities, I love my spouse no less, but the relationship looks different. Things take, and that's not a bad thing. I will say sometimes again we become so disillusioned because, well, how come I don't feel the same intensity in my marriage that I felt under the chuppah, or that I felt at the vart, that I felt at this? Yeah, because that's life. This life, stuff changes, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's part of the.
All right, changes. I don't know why this is taking so long.
So the more goes weiter.
Use the one that you currently have for right now. Once holidays are over, we'll do another one for you when you don't. It doesn't have to have a hat and everything. So it's fine for now. And with that, I got to get into this other person's space. I told them I'd do this. So I'll pause for the will.
Remember, the top of the art was 10 12. Originally, when to us from a height of 10 12, go down to the earth. והבייס אשר בא המלך שלמה, 60 אמה ארכו, ו60 רחבו, ו30 אמה כמוסו, ולבסוף כסיב כמה השם בשמיים כיסי, והארץ הגולי. איזה בייס אשר תבנו לי. So I will say this, interestingly enough, so what happens, and later on he says, my home, or like my throne is in the heavens. So in the beginning, Hashem spoke to us from on top of the Kaporas, 10 tefachim off the ground, and then he spoke to us from the heavens, meaning relationships change, they evolve, and sometimes again the intensity and the closeness that marked the beginning changes. The love is still there, but the relationship has evolved in a different way. Incredible. So my masha the highlights I go to listen to the Kedusha, so what's going back to what it's stated on above on the days 6b. So Gemara says, what now? Remember again, those saguru ish. The Gemara says, how do you know that saguru is lashon of the kavushin, is lashon of holding back? So I'm not Amar Kra, the yayin lo tishta the lo sagar. Oger Bakayis Ben Man. Most of these are all different Lashonas holding back. So therefore, remember again, the Gemara used it. If a Talmud is sitting in front of his Rebbe and he sees that the Rebbe is making an erroneous ruling, so what happens? The Talmud should not hold back, right? Rather, the Talmud should go ahead and his opinion. So you see that Saguru is a Lashon of holding back. Okay. So Gemara goes right. I'm Rabbi Shlomo Nachmani, I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Kodayin Shedan Din Emes Lami. That's beautiful Gemara. Any judge who adjudicates correctly, Mashresh Shechina B'Yisrael, causes the divine presence to rest within Klal Yisrael. Shneimar Elokim Nitza Ba'adas Kel B'Kerev Elokim Yishbot. The Chol was a very profound, because since judging is ultimately reserved for Baruch Hu himself, if a judge adjudicates correctly, he brings the Shechina into the world. So because he's acting in the stead of God. The Chol Dayin She'ein Dan Din Emes Lamito, and any judge who does not judge appropriately, Gorim the Shechina causes the Shechina to depart from Klal Yisrael. Shene'emar Shod Aniyim Me'ankat Yonan Ata Akum Yom Hashem. Gorim Shod Barachman. Arush Barachman. Kol Dayin She'nota Mizeh.
Thank you so much for having me here. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity and your lovely community's presence. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm always ready. Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I want to say shout out to my man, Mr. Zeku. Mr. Zeku is the man. I love Mr. Zeku. And if you ever have the opportunity, please send Mr. Zeku a follow. Up vote everything that they've done. They're just a wonderful, wonderful promoter. Um, to anybody who's hearing me, I will follow you back if you follow me, and I'll do my best to follow every single person. It's about growth, and we all want to grow our communities. We all want to ensure that our projects are as as successful as possible. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother timeline in a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on that than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube links, the opportunity is available in my profile. Additionally, the links are available in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our team. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, and world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate of the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity there. Absolutely. Yes, we can understand you.
Okay. All I doubt is set one cast, posting, commenting, GM. If you want to do anything on it, you set one cast. So let me explain how you are trying to you are not paying the platform, you are paying yourself to post on it. So let me break it down step by step. So this works technically. When you want to how triggers the self-transaction, it's just like you want to buy something, you want to buy something, you transfer it, you receive a pop-up that allows you to pay cash and pay cash transfer your phone. So if you want to specific mistake, you receive a pop-up that allows you to pay one cash to yourself. So you might be able to have or an about cash flow. You can use let pay as a specification. On the same time, you use specification. Giving your TTT wallet. So you copy your TTT wallet, go to ask you send one cast. As your TTT wallet, your own personal wallet that is imported to cast. Send one cast to you. So if you verify and create this your post your so you pay yourself one cast. So the only thing you spend is 0.00. So let's say $0.003. So right now, so what action triggers when you check that there are many millions of posts there. Many of them are loaded. Even if you check some posts,
Yo, I'm just checking the sound on this. Can you hear me? Nobody in here needs to say anything. I'm just listening to myself. Oh, this fucking sounds amazing.
Thank you for the privilege to speak. Dear everyone, my name is Janet. I'm actually liking what you say. My last question I would do ask. So, it saves your network and your internet connection. I just joined a few days ago and I've been unable to link my wallet to the account I created. What's what is it? What device? I'm using the phone. I'm using the mobile phone. Is it an Android device or an Android device? Okay. Do you know Kiwi browser? Or do you have it? Yeah, I have it. I have it. Now just log in on Android. Then now card registration so you can connect your card registration so you go down. Okay. So you can post on that. Yes. Okay, so import is the information you have to okay, so when you are done, you can connect it. Okay, import it to that wallet so you can connect to that wallet. If you have any question, you can ask. Thanks for accepting that. Thank you. So, may I know what TTC is all about? Okay. So, if you are trying to connect with human AI, Casper, your services, I hope you have. Okay. So, if you are trying to connect human AI, we are trying to connect with human you as a customer. Are you one? That's my question. Why is that? I just joined this space. I want to do you know anything about Casper? So let me first explain what Casper is, why it's good. So as I said earlier, Casper is the first and it uses doctors and technology to track because Casper we are then 8 years without the fastest transaction complete Casper is Casper is not milliseconds. TV so 0.00 Casper and one Casper now is 0.1 let me say 0.8. So what and have information to can learn about Casper how you can build your own app Casper it's 44 or 5. Do you know 5? Have you ever heard of 5? It's 44. No. Okay, so 5 is 44 is platform where you can build your own personal cloud. Cloud like you just have to type your AI. Okay, once you spend some time you spend and guess what? So it's 44 hours. You just type your and ask them guys and you send the price of your airbrush. So they are trying to use their own personal app on cars. You understand? So if you want to use cars as a so
any judge who rules erroneously and takes from this one and gives to that one. In other words, that the judge is ruling erroneously, he's ruling incorrectly, and therefore again he gives and takes to the wrong person. So what happens?
Yo,
Miskip is going live on Kick, by the way. I think in like an hour.
who is that?
Yeah. Miskip.
Who's that? Alright, Pistol Pete.
This is a different. So guys, retweet this space because we are here now for 100. If you retweet, we will have more people. So if more people, you will gain followers. Don't lie, maybe less, maybe more, but you will have followers. So please retweet this space, like and grow and gain. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Absolutely. Trader by Z, big shout out to you guys. She is always grinding. She is always building. She is always showing up. She's one of my favorite people to have up here speak because she absolutely does what it takes. Guys, she will follow you back, and I love that. She is helping us build this community. Big shout out to you, Trader by Z. I need everybody in this space to give her a follow. And of course, you already know, follow everybody in your space. All of your hosts, all of your speakers, guys. We have some base projects in this room today. Listen up and remember, right here in this space, we have founders, we have project owners, we have devs, we have content Liam, this is a great day, fam. The question is, how are you feeling today?
Hey, I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Getting in here and just support you guys with some girls. I mean, it's not much fun. Love the Rave God BFP, my brother.
Do you have anything that you want to? We're so glad to have you here, Scorpio. Do you have anything you want to show to us? What you're working on, kind of what you do, and Web3, anything, bro?
Yeah, I just have one business in there. Basically, I help creators with professions with just like I mean 500 to 1,000 plus a day. And I've been doing some pressure for like a month a day. So I'm there, like, yeah, it's what I do. So, you know, anyone or something like that, you drop it, you shoot me, DMs, to get connect.
Bro, that's what it's all about. It's about that connection. Scorpio.tgn, we're so glad that you're here today, that you've come to spend some time with us. Big shout out to you. Everybody in this space, give Scorpio a follow because that is exactly what we do here in this space. We help each other grow. Guys, in about 2 minutes, I'm going to be working on that very next giveaway. 32 Dream. I know you're there. I know you're locked in. You're already crushing it. Go ahead and start reviewing some of those quote retweets, because you're the one that's going to pick the winner. So, guys, stay locked in and let us hear from our very next speaker. Guys, after the speaker, we're going to have 5 shout-outs. Some of you who are requesting. So, if you're here in this space, you know we want to hear from you. I understand you might be a little bit shy. It's a lot. Public speaking is a lot on some people, and I totally get it. But you will get better just by being up here. We are kind, we are fun, and most importantly, on this speaker panel is the fast track to growth. So get on up here. We would love to hear from you. Let's hear from our next speaker, Gratitude. I love your name, fam. How are you doing today, bro? I think Gratitude is rugging. He is giving me emojis, which means I have to sit you down, but then I will definitely bring you back up. Don't you worry. But that black guy, my friend, I know you're here. What's going on, fam? How are you doing today?
I'm very well. Thank you, Yopidos. GMGM to you. GMGM to the big steppers, the vibe, the Scooby vibe. Ola, 32. How are you feeling today? GMGMs, shout out to you. I see you. Shout out to you. I see you. Shy, the priest. Yevicha, shout out to you. I see you. Real Gods, shout out to you. I see you. Owner of the mess, Mrs. Yokidos. Shout out to you. I see you. Shout out to Scorpion. Shout out to Drone. Shout out to Jim.
Yo, what up, Smart Sam? How you living, big dog?
This community just had a video of this night. Was chaotic, messy. I don't know what you're doing.
Sam, can you hear me?
And I don't know what you're doing. Milky Dogs on the big step out this whole channel. You're missing out. You're like Giga channel. You're not the big step out this whole. So my name is Black Guy. I'm a content writer. I'm also a community step out community. Just like you can see, Milky Dogs has a very big community, and community is a very foundation of very big community, and Milky Dogs do possess that. And I'm also a reply guy, so do want to come up with me, do want to go check out my page to see what I have going on. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you for joining us this night. You guys are all OG. You guys are fucking. Thank you very much for having me here. Bye.
Bro, you always bring the vibes. Thank you so much for coming and hanging with us. You are always showing up, bro. You are literally always showing up. So big shout out to you. Guys, these are like the exact type of people that you have got to connect with. Reach out with them. Start collaborating. Start partnering. And most importantly, give them a follow. Guys, in about 15 seconds, we're going to have vibes. Shout out those who are requesting. showing up. You already know we're going to go through as many speakers as possible. Let's do it. Yo, my guy, Vibes. Is it okay? Can you give a shout out to some of these base chats who are in the request fam? Oh, no, that is okay, guys. I'm going to do those requests really quick. We have DeFi Major, Goodness, Gia Lily, Bloodline, Rita Ella. What is going on, Rita? We will get you up here. Gift.wa.robros, Sermon, Viral, Belly, Deity, Davister, and a whole lot more. You guys are absolutely crushing it. Keep showing up. We will get you up here on this stage. And my guys, I am literally, as we speak, minting a couple more Rave God NFTs. If you guys have not checked them out, then jump on to right there. And if you do not follow Rave Gods already, you are wrong, my guy. But Rave Gods, jump on his page and like the most recent tweets, guys. He is absolutely based and building something very special. So glad to be doing this collaboration with you. So glad to have you here. Let us hear from the next speaker, Drawn. I just and I'm willing myself not to get sick, bro. It is not going to happen. I will not allow it, bro. How are you feeling? I'm doing great. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. So, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. We make it so fast. And like you see, everybody, my name's Jerome. I'm a supporter guy. I play that. All what you need is just to say my name. Following back everything you need to just say my name. I am very active, staying on Twitter like 24 hours per day. You get the guy, I can't say anything that I feel so sick. All good. Everything. Bro, thank you still for showing up. I understand you're not feeling good. Big shout out to you. Everybody give Drawn a follow. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for grinding, even though you are not feeling your best. 32 Dream, I think it is time to announce our very first giveaway winner. What do you think? Yes, I'm pretty sure everybody has been waiting patiently to know, Rochelle. I believe so, yes, you're right. Yes. So, like I said, how do you want to do this? First and foremost, I already know you're going to want to do some shout outs because it's something that absolutely must get done. But after that, you got to let us know who you're choosing. All right. Let me do shout outs real quick. First and foremost. All right, so we have Monkey Spank 420. That is a crazy name, my guy. We have AT Averse with a bell pepper emoji and a smile now, cry later emoji. We have Dylan Frontangelo, or Frontangeli, I don't know. Darren Franklin, Brawley makes JPEGs with a bone emoji and a lightning. Jasper Shamir with a ninja and a lightning emoji. Kerala J. Aisha. I have no clue what the heck that emoji is. We have Absolute Culture, Paulus, Joy, the Wizard, Scorpio.tdn, not 5March.so. We got Architect 32 Dream. Definitely just. Really? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yo, Rita Ellen, can you hear me? It might be you. Oh, no. Can you hear me, bro? Or is everybody running? I hear both. I got to know. I hear both of you very clearly. You can hear the both of you, your heroes. Let me message my partner. the most. And so Abby Z with the green heart emoji. She says, chill and spill space is cooking real, builder connecting, alpha drop, giveaway flowing, and pure vibes. If you're serious about growing in Web3, building network, and getting seen, you need to be here. Don't miss out. Let's waddle together. They tagged Tula and Yucky Dog. Are you? Can you hear me on Mrs. Yucky Dog's phone right now? Yeah. Perfect, guys. Let's absolutely cook. I had to switch it up for a minute. I have no idea what my phone runs or what is happening. I think it is just the vibes. Big shout out to whoever won. I see it right here. It is Abby Z. Abby Z, shout out to you and congratulations. Shoot me a DM on X with your ERC address and we will get that money over to you. Guys, let's stay absolutely locked in and do exactly what needs to be done. Who is up here that still needs to speak? How about Mentis? How are you feeling today, man? So, like, this is a good place to be in. Like, we have the market going great and, like, we all are here. So, it's just good to be here. Bro, it is amazing to be here, and I am so glad that you are here vibing with us. Everybody give Mentis a follow, check out his page, give him a like, and I see Brave God's hand up. What is going on, my G? How are you doing, bro? I'm doing fabulous. I want to know, are they aware that I'm going to give away 2 NFTs today to 2 lucky winners? Bro, I was not aware of that, so they definitely don't know. You have got to let them know. Yes, let them know, bro. Yes, so I am going to give away 2 NFTs to 2 lucky winners. And, buying for yourself might increase your chance of winning. So, because the more loyalty and love you show the project, the more love that we will always show you. Loyalty begets loyalty. But either way, 2 lucky people are going to win Ravens. Yo, do you guys hear me right now? Am I back on this phone? 30 can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you guys. I am 100% back. We are live and I'm absolutely cooking. I got way too excited about my internet being back because my internet is in fact back and gone again. So that is what happened, guys. I am on my cellular data, but it is okay. We're going to keep cooking. We're going to keep vibing. Big shout out to you, Brave Gods. Guys, you already know he is giving away 2 NFTs. And these are the exact type of NFTs that you want. They're absolutely fire. And they come with real utility. Big shout out to you. Let's keep building. Let's keep growing. In a second, we're going to have 32 Dream. Shout out
Mochi Mama, how are you, girl?
Guys, it is so important to retweet this space post. We have got to get the word out. We have to let people know exactly where they should be spending their Wednesday, which is right here with all of us. 32 Dream, I'm tossing you the mic. Let's do some more shout outs. All right, my peanut banana. Hopefully, all you guys' hands are out of the pickle jar and you guys are locked in today. We have the wizard Jasper Shimbier with a ninja and a lightning emoji. Stupid underscore Chad. That's her name. We have title chef. That's what they follow. Orca underscore Eat01 OG. Scorpio.tgn. Boko J. KYR. Good dub. Absolute underscore culture. Monkey Spake 420. That's a crazy name again. AT Averse with a bell pepper emoji and a cry now, smile now, cry later. Dylan Fratangeli, Daryl Franklin, Brawley makes JPEGs and I think I could get this. Gorilla J. Let's go and let's grow, my people. Did we lose you again? Oh, no, that's okay. If you guys have not spoken, raise up your hand and make my life 1,000 times easier because Mr. Yucky Duck's connection is not working properly unless you guys could hear him and it's just me. Okay, now. You guys hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Sure. All right, so then it is Mr. Yucky Duck's connection just going, yeah, just kidding, site, we're not working. And so, raise up your hand if you have not spoken and make my life 1,000 times easier, of which I believe we
If you're speaking, I can't hear you. Alright, so Wistia is an aspiring Web3 developer, thread writer, DeFi and NFT enthusiast, citizen at Onboard 3 Learning in Public. Unfortunately, his connection's not working either. And so let's move on to our next speaker. And I see Dave the Gunner with your hand up. And so Dave the Gunner and Dave, floor is yours.
Yo, can you hear me, guys?
Yes,
Who are you, big dog?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, dog.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Alright.
I want to give a quick shout out to Yoki Dog, the host, the co-host, Vibes, 32 Dream, my fellow speakers and listeners as well. I want to just put myself out there. Name's Dave the Gunner, all the way from Nigeria. I'm a content writer, a reply guy. I'm looking to grow. I've been on this space quite a number of time now, and I have to say I've been enjoying it. I've been growing a lot. My followers have been increasing, so do well to follow me, do well to engage me, do well to interact with me, please. Once you follow me, I'll definitely follow you back, and I will not unfollow you, so please follow me. I'm trying to grow my page, I'm trying to grow myself. I'm hoping that one day I'll be able to host my own space, and I can't do that without you guys' support. So please do well to engage my page, do well to follow me, and please do well to follow all the speakers, do well to follow all the listeners. Let's engage, let's have fun, let's interact with one another, let's grow, let's help each other grow. Like, we can't end the year the way we started, so we have to find something different, we have to be on something different. So please do well to engage my page, follow me, I'll follow you back. If you're looking for anybody active online, I'm that guy. I'm always active, so engage me, please interact with me, help me grow, and I'll do the same for everyone. Big shout out to everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and hope everyone has a lovely day. Thank you.
Yo, you are welcome. Big shout out to you. Look at me having like 3 different accounts to come back on 32 Dream. What is up? Thank you for taking over for me for a second, fam.
Bro, I thought that was somebody else. I love that PNP. It's so damn cute. It's so damn cute. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go, guys. I am like set on having this space today, no matter what. It doesn't matter. We're absolutely gonna cook. We're absolutely gonna do exactly what needs to be done. We have Rave Gods in the place. He's still here. Where did he leave?
Currently I don't see him in the speaker panel, but he might still be in the space. I'm not exactly entirely sure.
Say no more. I will check and we will do exactly what needs to be done. Who's up here that hasn't spoken? Has Rita spoken yet?
And there.
Yo, Rita, what is going on? You have got to take the mic. What is going on today, Rita?
Hi, okay, dog. How you doing today?
Checking, we will do exactly what needs to be done. Who's up here that hasn't spoken? Has Rita spoken yet?
And there.
Yo, Rita, what is going on? You have got to take the mic. What is going on today?
To my amazing vibes and dreams, how you would do it. And to the beautiful, beautiful speakers, I will say OG, UK, dog. That PSP is why I love it. I love the PSP. And Miss Yuki Dog,
always helping us grow. So big shout out to Rita. I need everybody in this space to do what is right and give Rita Ella a follow. We absolutely appreciate you. Yo, Rave Gods. My guy, I see you are back, fam.
Yes, bro. I don't know how I got kicked out.
Yo,
Yes, sir, bro.
what up?
I had someone texting me, asking me for a specific color rain guard, and I was just looking to help them out. And, yeah, that's what happened. But things are good. Things are good. I'm excited. We have a couple more spaces tonight. I'm really happy to be here with you with the Yucky Ducks because I love you and I love your community. But we have a couple other people who are coming after these NFTs. So when I say this, I'm stressing it. Get your hands on them when you can, because they are in demand. And they are the floor is 0.6 right now, and they're going for 0.12. And there's only one that's listed that low. So this is whether you're buying it to hold it for the real reason that you should, or you want to make money. You're the first ones to hear it because I love the Yucky Ducks. There's only half of them left in 3 days. There's only 1,000 of them. All one of ones. Get your hands on some.
That is the absolute facts. I am literally buying some as we speak. While this internet connection is coming in and out, but you know what? Some things just must be done. So big shout out to Rave Gods, guys. Just a reminder that we will be announcing 2 winners for this week's Yuck Pot. 2 people are going to get $100 in Ethereum each, a Rave Gods NFT each, and also $50 to a charity that they choose. So big shout out to you. Let's keep building. Let's keep growing. Who's up here that has not spoke? GAQ. Did you get a chance to speak, my guy?
Just let me chance.
Absolutely, my guy. Go ahead. The mic is yours. Talk to the people.
Space. So shout out to Yucky Duck community. So we do shit with the project. So we started our events. We tend to 24 hours back yesterday. So almost minted at 89%. 89% within the last 2 hours. So the flow is still very cheap. Until it's open, it's only 5. So that 24 hours back yesterday. So almost minted
Exactly the vibe for joining us today. Everybody, give my guy a follow. Congratulations on the event. I see exactly what you guys are
Is this a game changer? Yo, what up?
Welcome, everybody. Make sure you are not engaging bottom right. This is not a drill. Let everybody know it's about to throw down. Alright, so today we got the Will team, Wilson Nations Web3.TTN in the building. Let's grow. Alright, so, Ben, I know a lot of y'all have been at the edge of your seats anticipating this ambassador program. Guys, this, and I'm pretty confident in this, is going to be one of the most impactful ambassador programs on the face of this earth. Because we are growing a movement of tree gens all across the world to make history by getting 1 billion trees planted in a single day. And the reason this is so important is because as soon as we cross the 1 billion tree day, we're going to have so much forward momentum, we will be able to regenerate the world. We're going to be featured all across the news, all across social media. Everyone's going to be talking about the tree gens and the 1 billion tree day that we accomplished on June 5th. But we do need a movement. And I'm not just saying a movement. We literally need a movement. I'm talking tens of millions of people. Fortunately, we have the benefit of collaboration, right? We got 29 million tree planters in just one country. That was Ethiopia. What is Nigeria capable of? Now that we have them at the government level participating in this think it is possible just within Nigeria to get 1 billion trees planted. Whereas if you're requested to come up and you haven't retweeted the space, that's the only reason you're not up yet. It's just basic policy. Retweet the room, bottom right. Everyone, shout out to Action, who's tagging people. Shout out to Sammy, who's get all these bangers. Okay, yeah, I can share with you. I'll pop it into the channel of TV. How about that? All right, Sammy's tagging friends to get in here. Action's tagging friends to get in here. Everyone, be like Sammy. Be like Action. These are exemplary. Oh, Henry's going ham. Love you, Henry. Let's grow, Henry. Let's freaking grow. Tagging the peeps. Alright? So, guys, we present the tree gens, right? Because to be a tree gen does involve giving it your all. To be a tree gen means you're going all out to do everything that you possibly can. You're leaving nothing on the table, no stone unturned, right? You don't diddy daddy and call yourself a tree gen, right? You go all out, you make it happen, no matter what. You know, that is what. Oh, we got Mars in the building. Much love, Mars. Let's grow Mars. You know, and so that's who's going to get into the ambassador program. So, what is involved in this program? First of all, thanks to the phenomenal partnership with LilTF3.TGN with Kingfisher's Media, it's learn to earn just to get on board. Okay? So you learn about our mission, our vision, our values, our product.
Yo, Neil, you're the man. Thank you so much for letting me share in that space.
And so the education, I've made all the course content. We'll see whether I think we can launch that. And then you're going to go through some coursework, an exam, or an assignment. You complete the assignment. If you pass, then you actually earn TGN. We'll see what they bought TGN so that you can give it to Learn for Impact through this program, right? To you guys. So that's number one. You get paid just for joining the ambassador program, assuming that you pass. Right? Number two, you're getting multiple NFTs. We have an extremely limited edition, the most scarce supply. There will never be more than 100 of these.
What up, Bono Nosy?
And those exclusive for the ambassadors for our team, who are representing us, who are grinding, who works their way towards getting that NFT. That's number one. Plus, you get an amazing .TGN NFT. If you already have one, Merry Christmas. Now you have a second one. You can gift one. You can have a second. Because, guys, these .TGN NFTs will be getting multiple airdrops. 1 million Ensure tokens, which is another refi token, plus TGN. The TGN to start with, and as you are making an impact, as you're representing an organization with it, and you're displaying it, you keep getting a bit more TGN over time. We have people report, hey, this is
Yo, how you living, pimp?
this week, he's doing something cool, boom, you're getting more TGN. So there's getting multiple airdrops.
I'm amazing. How are you?
Something.
How'd you find out about me, son?
Yeah, from this piece and from my last.
Oh, excellent. All right, do you mind if I send you my social media guide? It's free.
Oh, no problem.
Are you following me on X?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. What is your name on X?
And let me check. You can put my videos.
Okay, you're following me on X. Send me a message on X, and I'll send it to you right now, okay?
Okay. I sent you a message already.
Wow, look at you. All right, I'm looking. I see you. Excellent. Yo, what a Brahmin. How you living, pimp?
Which is wild. With this, not only can bots not work, we have really good civil defense to make sure that these are real people engaging, and that's what we're rewarding. But you get streamed crypto. This is an innovation by Superfluid. Every single second, you are a TGN if you're growing this movement. Every second. And who's going to be earning the most? Well, don't normally do that. Only got let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Big Ben. My man. Yeah. Let's go. Happy birthday, bro. What the hell? Hey, what's up, Big Ben? Birthday, bro.
Yo.
Thank you so much. You know, my time is such a depends me. I'm still level 18 years. It's already your birthday. It's already your birthday. Was it 19 where you are? Well, yeah. We're all going to celebrate. We're all going to be like, hey. Alright. Thank you so much, guys. 41 minutes to Big Ben's birthday. Alright, cool. So, alright, so, how do you earn the most? How do you make the most impact? See, those two things are exactly the same with treatments, right? The reward you get equal to the impact that you make, and that's not just the same with planting trees. That is also with growing this movement, right? And how do you measure the It's about the engagement you get. It's about the reposts. It's about the comments from real people and how credible those people are. And how do we set you up for success? Well, if you're an ambassador, right? You're an official Treegens ambassador. You get access to the latest and greatest alpha content. I'm talking templates, every single meme. We have Treegenified. All the most popular ones, right?
Yo, what up, girl?
That are out there.
How are you? I'll let Tom Miwa.
More into our Treegen characters, right? Those are templates. And then we got exactly
How's your day going?
templates to be making banger
Oh,
memes.
girl, get the fuck out of here.
Threads about the new releases that we have, like, right?
Psych, you come back. Just say hi.
Or when we launched the Proof of Tree, iOS and Android app. Thanks to Valentine, we're coming out with the iOS and Android app very soon. And that's going to allow anyone to plant trees and get rewarded. When we come out with MGrow, we tokenize mangrove trees, right? We come out with our Carbon Forward flywheel, when our DAO governance token allows you to vote on if you have your own carbon credit project that you want that impacts investment from our DAO treasury. That's going to become a possibility in the not so distant future. When we come out with the Renaissance Festival, right? Shout out to Monthly Earth Day. Base Forest. Base Forest has so much potential, bro. Can't wait for the Earth Day party and how we're gonna use that as to raise awareness for the big June 5th day. So, Nick, you're definitely a Treegen ambassador already, and I would love it if you could go through the ambassador thing. So,
what up, Kahinda? Iola. Hey, I know you. You just had that space. What up, big dog?
TGN is the token that I am the most bullish on. My only regret this cycle was not personally buying more. I'm obviously the founder. I have allocation, but that's vested. It's vested over the course of 3 years with a 1-year ramp, so I don't get anything for all yet. But guys, how many tokens can you say this is for? TGN has outperformed Bitcoin, has outperformed Ethereum, has outperformed Solana. How many tokens? Oh, wait. How many tokens can you say have actually done that? This cycle, most of them are down like 90, 50, 70%. And, we're crushing it. And we're just getting warmed up. We are just getting warmed up. We haven't even done buybacks yet. You imagine once this carbon forward flywheel is really going and we're doing buybacks in this massive treasury subject to a DAO vote. Once we have the 4% tree backs happening, guys, we get say 1,000 people spend $50 a day on a crypto debit card. 4% of that over the course of the year is $730+ thousand of buy pressure on our token. What do you think that's going to do? All these things are coming together such that we are going to absolutely crush it in 2026. And anyway, the point that I'm trying to say is, as all these things are getting released, you're going to be getting the best content. I'm talking animations, talking the best marketing strategies, how to make a hook, how to make viral videos, how to clip things up. How, when you have the long form content, you can clip up, you can do all this different stuff. And depending on the engagement that you get on those posts, you get paid every single second. So that's I think the main benefit of being a Treegents ambassador. Well, depending how you look at it, you could also say that the main benefit is that you're literally changing the freaking world. I mean, how good would it be to wake up in the morning and just know, hey, I'm making history with this organization, Guys, I've lived a life with no purpose, and I've lived a life with the passion that you're hearing in my voice right now, and I can tell you it is literally like night and day. It is like, man, like, no purpose sucks. I've worked like some soul-sucking jobs just for the paycheck, and it drains you, man. It really sucks, and it's good to be able to. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and then you do this other impact stuff on the side. Like I tend to, right, where I would do what I had to do to make money, and then like all the rest of my time I would be trying to make an impact and doing charity parties, and 100% of the money from those charity parties would go towards impact, and that was great. Like I did actually enjoy that time, but to be able to do both at the same time just hits differently, and it's really really fulfilling. And to be able to burn the midnight oil like it's nothing because you actually enjoy it. To be able to jump out of bed in the morning, like this is one of the best things in life. Like life is not about living for the weekend. The vast majority of our lives we're working. And so to find joy in that is what happiness is really all about, right? You need to find joy. You need to enjoy the stuff that you're doing as most of your life. And that's what working with Treegents can actually be like, because you're making a difference, guys. When we get 1 billion trees planted in a day, that's incredibly impactful. But it's not just about that, right? It's about what does that lead to? What that leads to is many other billion tree days to start with, right? Because just like the 4-minute mile, where everyone thought it was impossible to run a whole mile in 4 minutes, then the same year that Roger Bannister did it, dozens of other people did it. Same year. Everyone thought it was possible, and for decades people tried and they couldn't do it. But the same year that Roger Bannister did it, dozens of others did it. Now even high school kids do it, right? Now tens of thousands of kids. And the same exact thing is going to happen.
What up, Blessing?
Planting trees.
How you living, girl?
People say, oh shit, you can get 1 billion done in a day. Countries are going to be like, dude, every country's got to do that. Are you kidding me? Carbon markets is 950 billion
Yo,
a year.
hey, what's going on? Blessing, is that you?
And we can unite our country. Not only
Hola, Tamiwa, how are you?
to feel connected, to feel engaged.
No, that's different.
Come together for
How are you, Hola, Tamiwa?
and the world. But it's also
I hope you're having a good day. Hello.
I'm good.
Excellent. Hey, would you like me to send you my free social media strategy to be able to increase your network?
Yes.
You've got it, girl. Are you following me on Twitter?
Yes, I'm following you on Twitter.
Excellent. Is there any way you can send me a message so I can just send it to you really easily?
Send you a message
On Twitter? On Twitter. Yeah, on X.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Brandon. How are you?
You good?
Excellent.
tomorrow I'll be changing my name from Iyari to Iben.tjn. So, teachers, I've already scheduled a call with you.
Hello. I see you. Okay.
So basically, I wanted to ask about children's because I'm yet to get any form of it, and also we're talking about trees, children's trees and all that. Well, I think last
Wow.
year's NGO
This is amazing.
program NGO was I was unable to attend to the program because I was in Abuja, and the NGO program was not in Abuja, but I supported them online here.
Welcome.
We did it.
Okay, Ola Tomiwa, check your Discord or check your X messages. I just sent you the strategy. If it makes sense to you, great. Do it. If you need help, let me know. And I can help you in any way I can. But it's absolutely free. It's absolutely free. You don't have to pay anything. And it's going to help you to be an excellent social media marketer.
Okay. I'll check that out.
Excellent, madam. Hey, how are you, my friend? Excellent. Hey, are you following me on X? Yes, you are, Rachel. Rachel, are you following me on X? Rachel, follow me on X. I'll send you the same strategy that I sent everybody else. All right, are you following me on X? Okay, send me a message right now on X, and I'll send you the strategy that I sent to everybody else, and you read it over and let me know if it makes sense to you. Okay? Shout out to my man Neil. Neil bringing in peeps. No way.
What is Neil doing?
Neil introduced me to a whole bunch of people, and they were expanding. Big Ayula, how you living, my man?
Yes. I talked to you before and I got banned. I know.
Okay.
I didn't get banned from Houston, but keep banning me. And I know this fucking Rabbi guy.
All right.
He's living in, and he's like, he's living his life and he's doing this shit, man. He's like imagine if he put this energy into coding. Imagine if he put that shit into coding.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no money in coding anymore. ChatGPT is the best code in the world.
There's no money. Hey, look at Megabomb. Simple game. If you know the code, you make a little simple fucking game, and you get Don't say that to me. Be quiet.
It's my.
I know who you are. But I also know how to tell you. If you have any knowledge of coding, actually Java, fucking 3D or whatever, and had some like 2-3 people to help you can make a game. Look at Megabomb.
No, turn your camera on.
My camera is already on.
No, it's not. You joined a new server. Turn back on.
What server? Where am I? Who am I talking to? Bro?
This dude's so drunk right now, he didn't even know where he's at.
Oh my goodness. Nah, I smoked a joint, man. Hey, who is this?
Turn your camera on first.
Okay. No, you invited me to me and looked at Shell. I know this guy. I talked to him before, man.
Hey,
I
Gaba.
don't know if you remember my accent, but
Gaba.
Yeah.
Listen to Rabbi for a second. He's gonna tell you how degenerate I am.
Okay. No, but I don't know if you're a fucking retard. Okay, tell me, Rabbi.
This man over here has mortgaged his own home. He has spent his child's college tuition all on ping pong and 2K. My man over here, did you lose the money that you won the other night?
You know.
Oh, for sure.
Hey, do you guys want to hear my life story? Do you guys
Listen.
Yeah,
Listen.
let's hear your life. Let's hear your life story.
Do you want to hear my goodbye?
Yes, I do. Go ahead.
No, I can't. Because we're not in private. I do. If we meet or I talk to you one-on-one, I could tell you my life.
I want to hear it. Tell it to me right now.
I had fun. I wrote a diary of my fucking over 600 days in, when I was young. I was 15 now, 15 to 17. I wrote it, and I'm not gay, man, but it felt good for my fucking psyche. It felt good for my fucking mind, and I wrote it all down. And I still have those fucking diaries. And my mom did the same. When I came out from UTA, and I was 20, I just came out, and not even a year, man, and she's gone. She's dead. Then was, yeah, he was my idol, yeah, fuck, man. This man, 14 years ago, man. That's crazy. Feels like yesterday. I just got a call this morning, man. That's crazy. So don't tell me his guy. Oh, hey, good for him. Right. What are you doing, man? Hey, I talked to you like 2 years ago, man. Still sitting with your fucking 3 million people screen, hacking. No, not even hacking. Just fooling. You're everywhere, man. You're crazy.
Thanks, Ben.
I need you. I need to fuck. You need to invest in me, brother. We invest, but we're not going in any US and no Europe. We're going in Asia. Invest right now. And there's no even crypto. Crypto's good, but it does not. It's not good. Okay. Why did you join me? Hey, gambling. Why do you invite me to this?
You ever let him talk?
I can't hear him, bro.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know what screen I'm listening to.
Bro, who's gonna tell you about how degenerate I am and you cut him off?
How degenerate? I know how degenerate. Bro, I know him from probably. Hey, gambling. I know him longer than you. And then him, right? There was no Rabbi when we were in fucking Island Boys. There was no fucking Rabbi then.
No, what? Rabbi.
Not at that point. Not at this scale. There was no. There was not. And you know, now you just focus on your fucking chicken. Hey, give me one chicken, please. Oh my goodness, thank you. Why am I using this? Who is this random people though? Brando. See Brando, man. What the fuck is this? I can't even hear them. They're all muted. They don't wanna go. They're all bitches.
Hey, Mr. Gava. I'm going to tell you right now. You listen to me and you listen to me well. I'm the boss here, okay? You're not the boss. You either be respectful of the people who are in here. It's as simple as that. No one wants to hear your fucking mouth right now. You got that? You're good. So you're fine.
I know you. I've seen you 2 years ago. We were in the Discord call, and you still here. You have 3 million.
My man, you're sitting in the same fucking room you were.
That's all I said, bro. That's all I said.
Put that camera on, Gava.
What do you mean? Yeah, he never remembered my face.
Gava.
Maybe he never remembered my face. Hey, can you see me?
Yes, I see you. Hello, you beautiful thing.
Do you remember me?
I've met a lot of people.
Yeah, but we talked like a year ago.
Okay,
Yeah,
phenomenal.
and I'm looking.
All right, well, pleasure to have you here, my man. I hope you're having a good day.
Thank you. But then I was, and, yeah, but also, why? You have 300 people and you're muted. Why?
Because they're listening. My man, my man, my man. Who taught you to communicate? In what fucked up scenario did people say this is how you communicate with people?
So he's free. What? You're banned. I remember there's so many fucking books in my channel talking about I remember that.
There you go. Excellent. See, if you had botted me, I'd remember you.
No, but I remember that.
Okay, phenomenal.
There were books, you know. You were the first. You were like the first. Actually, you bought the disco butter or whatever. Actually. And, hey, that's good. Hey, don't take me wrong. That's W.
That's W.
But now, that's but it is. That's W. Look at this. Motherfuckers now they pay for shit, and they have viewers pay for shit. Hey, you did that, and you did it amazing. And not too much. But then that's how everyone. Because Rabbi Richard, you know, I raised kick so many times. Yeah. But I got banned. My first shit was I got banned from history. But that was stupid. They actually banned me for that. You can quick on that now. Even quick on that. And that's crazy. And I have my cousin, black, you know, like they're Indian makeup. Like, bro, they took it out of context. Yeah,
Mr. Garba needs to be
then
studied.
I started to evade it. And then I started to evade it. Now I have that on me, evading. I'm like, what the hell, man? Hey, I made my accounts like 3 weeks, 2 weeks after keep their stuff. You know, I'm gonna ban you for this shit. Motherfuckers. But now they want me for fucking banning it. So, hey, if anyone can get me a new account, I pay for making me a new account. Give me.
Doug, why don't you just buy one? Listen, why don't you just buy one? My friend, I'm trying to help you with your problems. Okay, you can buy them. Okay, if you want, I'll send you the them.
No, I don't need sports, man. I need a new account.
That's
what you're saying. Bravo. You're saying you have a buy account. You're retarded, bro.
I need my name. Though. I need to choose name. I can't be like 300 fucking different fucking people. No, I need my name, bro. Gala 90 Gala. I need something.
okay. Listen to me. Listen. I can give you a website. Do you not listen to people? Do you just talk? When other people are talking, it's like that's when you think you talk, okay? When I'm you listen. It's as simple as that. When you talk, I'll listen.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. I'm telling you, I'll give you a website if you want that is basically a broker. So you can buy an account that's aged, and then you can change the username to be whatever you want.
Can you make that for me for $5?
I'm not gonna make it for you, but I'll give you a website where you can buy it.
Why not? Why can't you make it for $5? Good evening, outside.
Yo, what's up? How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm listening for you.
Excellent. Hey, BJ, did you send me a message on X yet?
I haven't sent you.
Send me a message on X, and I'll send you my social media strategy. It's free, and it'll help you expand your network.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a question to ask you.
Go ahead.
Gambling addicting. I'm gonna be honest with you. But it's crazy. Coach, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, BJ.
I said I have a question to ask.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I said Casper.
Go ahead and ask it, BJ.
I said it was Casper.
Where's Casper?
Yeah.
So she called me Casper.
No, what are you about that project?
Yes. It was Casper.
You know, I'm not the best person to tell you. Hey guys. Hey, to retrograde. I can't do this. Okay, when people are want to talk to me, I can't have other people who are having conversations with me. So you guys can go. There are 500 different channels in here. Go to one of them. You guys can speak amongst yourselves. But when people are talking to me, I got to be able to have conversations with them. Okay, with that said.
Let's try that. I can hear you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes.
I said it was Casper. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm not a representative of that coin, but if you see in here.
So what do you guys do for a living?
Okay, my man. Listen, Mr. Gala, I've told you, I'm having a conversation with someone here. I can't have it amongst other people.
I've seen it. 2 years ago, I was in the same position, doing the same thing.
That's what I do.
I'm asking this.
Hey, to retrograde. I love Mr. Gava. He can go into one of the other different channels that I have and talk as much as he wants. But I'm here to help people, and it's I just can't if I'm having multiple conversations going on. Mr. Gava, I'm telling you, you can go into one of the other channels and talk, but I'm having conversations with people in here. To BJ, go ahead. BJ, you want to know about?
I just wanna.
Yeah, you want to know about the kava? Yeah. Again, I'm not the best person to tell you about it, but do you see in here? There's a person, Neo, N-I-O.
Yes.
Talk to that person and anything that you want on it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you were talking about your social media strategy the other time. What does it mean?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so did you send me a message on X?
I should send it now.
Yeah, send me the message on X, and I'll send you the social media strategy.
Oh, so how does it help me? How does it help me?
So, did you just send it to me? Are you anonymous AI? Well, yeah, go ahead, Retro Ray. Go ahead.
For a second?
Yes, I can. But I'm gonna. If you guys want to have conversations, you just have them in one of the other channels.
Bro, there's no one even talking except this one dude, BJ, about marketing. Like, he started a conversation. We're in here, good vibes, trying to gamble. Like, what's the issue here?
The issue, I have a lot of people here who are asking me about social media strategies. That's what we were talking about before you guys came in. I'll unmute him, but just you guys go into another channel and talk about gambling. I can't talk about gambling right now. I'm in the middle personally of a Twitter space, and I've got a lot of people here. I'd love to be able to talk to you about, but as you can tell, I'm preoccupied.
Join my call.
Okay, anybody else out there who wants this social media strategy, send me a message on Discord, and or not on Discord, on X. Send me a message on X and I'll send it to you. Anonymous AI, if you're in here, is Anonymous AI in here? Okay, that's this is BJ. Got you, BJ. All right, I'm sending it to you.
This Brian. Do you receive my text on X?
Yes, I did, and I'm responding right now. Excellent. Hey, excellent. BJ, there's someone big. BJ, listen to me.
Yes.
Excellent. Somebody in here, Big Ayula. There's someone in here, Big Ayula. They're the person about Cass. They'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, I said I can see your messages on X, and I'll soon acknowledge it now.
Excellent. Did you see there's a person in here named Big Ayula? Do you see the person Big Ayula?
Yes, I can see him.
Send them a message. Hello, Big Ayula. Hello. BJ, send Big Ayula the questions that you have about Caspa. Excellent. Hey, Big Ayula, send me a message on X, and I'll send you my free social media strategy. And you let me know if it makes sense to you.
Okay, I'll send you.
Excellent. BJ.
Okay, I'll send you, James.
Excellent. I appreciate it. On X. BJ.
Yeah.
BJ, did we send you?
I've already read about it.
Does it make sense to you?
Yes, it does. It does.
Okay, good. So do it. And then when you have questions, come to me and I'll help you, okay? Everything I tell you is free. You don't have to pay for anything. I just want you to be more successful. So make sure that you do it. And then if you have questions, come back to me, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much, child.
You're welcome. You can call me Rabbi.
Rabbi, okay, much Rabbi.
You're welcome, my friend. To my man BJ, if possible, can you please mute your mic unless you're speaking?
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. So, yeah, BJ, just mute your mic. If you want to talk to me, unmute your mic. There you go. Perfect. All right. To anybody else in here, thank you so much for being here. I love having you here. You're always welcome here. I'm live 24 hours a day in here. If you haven't been sent my social media strategy, message me on X and I'll send it to you. And then the onus is on you. The ball's in your court. You do it. I'll help you if you have questions. And you should know for anything else, I'm here to help you. And shout out to my man, Neo, for getting everybody in here. You're amazing, Neo. Neo, I haven't even sent you my social media strategy, so I'm going to send it to you. Ayula, I just saw your message. I'll send it to you right now.
Like, if you want to leave that, like this is this is a great inflow. Like, I think we're going to start recruiting, core team members from the ambassador program, people who go above and beyond and have great ideas. Like, promote you through that. Because we get to, like, I've hired hundreds of people over the years. And, like, I used to throw festivals, I used to do a water nonprofit, I used to do all this. And I've interviewed so many people, and, like, the interviews are never reality, right? Like, people can say all kinds of wonderful stuff in the interviews, when the rubber is the road, when you're actually, like, doing the stuff, you really see what you're capable of. And so that's the beauty of the ambassador program, is I get to see you work, and we can talk about it. KF Media! Oh, by the way, we got some people requesting it's up on stage. If you're not planning to speak, please drop myself, and then I will let the others up. But go ahead, KF.
GM, 3GM, tree gens. Generate your tree heads. For GMs, generate your tree heads as you would regenerate yourself. How about that?
Tree GM, the new one going out. Tree GM.
Tree GM.
Yeah. Nessie.gen. I knew we were Nessie before. Did you add that to try to be like another gen, or it's .dgn, just so you know. Anyway, as you were, KF Media.
Thank you.
You're .dgn.
I think you and I have reservations. I'm going to try to talk through some of the mechanics. I will go into the learning center with a little bit of illness and a little bit of my family to inspect the coursework that's indicated in the learning center. And then I heard Big Ben saying that he didn't get any additional information outside the interest support, so that would be true as of right now. Just signal your interest. We will be outside these spaces. We will be communicating all information on how to participate through the Tree Gen Ambassador channel in the Telegram group. So just pay attention to that. And we need the one thing that I notice about some of the web treats when we have, sometimes it creates more friction than necessary. So I'm going to go with you with this as reduced friction as possible to make sure we're getting the rewards while still observing the integrity of the impact reporting that we're going to be seeing as a result of this back to current. So that's our official impact reporting platform. And we have our community. So through that means we can become grant operators at the time, but we could operate our own grants program. But the tree gens could, the tree gens must participate in the grant program that we have now through time. We're not there yet, but we'll get there. So just wanted to kind of throw out that information, start getting confusion. You and I should probably talk after this space just to go through some of the mechanisms of how we're going to do all this, and then maybe lunch tomorrow. Maybe I'm thinking Friday might be better because it's a slow news day anyways. It's the Friday before the next major holiday. So maybe as a group exercise, Friday's a better day to watch this, but we'll discuss that.
Yeah, I think we launched the education part ASAP, but I'll obviously trust your guidance on that. And then, probably after holiday started, Jan, we do the assessment.
Excellent.
Test,
Yes, sir.
Test, you get all the grades, you get paid. I don't know, we should do it, brother. You're the expert. I will stand on the shoulders of giants here, so I'll provide what you want to do.
Well, there are no experts in this. There are experienced and highly skilled. How about that?
All right, that's good. All right, friends, if you're questioning, I do want to let you up. Just make sure you're free, post in the room. If you're up here on the stage, raise your hand if you want to talk. Otherwise, we'll start rotating. Mr. Rothschild, how are you doing, my brother?
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Tree gens. Did we happen to change the title? Was this a show space earlier?
Yeah, I did edit it. I want to put friend on you. That doesn't mean you can't, brother. Please go ahead.
Excellent. I sincerely appreciate it. And I'm so proud, so happy to tell you all that in the Purple Pill, not only will you be able to see me live, but you'll be able to hear this space. You want to watch it now or a decade from now, or perhaps even a century from now. I recently figured out how to embed the videos into this Purple Pill. So I think that's really exciting. If you don't want to go searching, I have reposted them in my timeline, so you can check them out there. And I want you to know how bullish I am on your project, Tree Gens. June 5th cannot come soon enough. It's going to be a big, beautiful day for everyone who cares about the earth. And with that said, also, if you are following me, I follow back. And if you aren't following me, send me a follow back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm Rabald. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own, and I want to ensure that you have generational wealth. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view some of these in the purple pill. Additionally, you can view them all in the link in my profile. Additionally, you can view my link tree in my pinned post. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have a full house in my Discord right now listening to the Tree Gen space. So shout out to all who are currently watching me live, chill in the Tree Gen space, listening to this space. You can join us. We have over 2,700 community. The link is discord.me/rabbi. It's also in my name. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you all to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouse, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is some water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. That I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
What a badass fucking crew. That guy is fucking amazing. Like, he's fucking amazing. Right? That dude fucking said the truth. He's everywhere. Like, he's fucking everywhere. He's on Discord, like, 5 servers on Discord. And man is streaming everywhere. Like, Jesus Christ. How did that dude do that? Like, he's fucking good. Like, he's fucking good, to be honest. He's fucking good. Now, what's up, my man, Trajan? How are you doing, bro? Why? Yo, I noticed you didn't put the mother in the fucking today. What happened there? I have today's conversation or what? I have to introduce myself here too. When I'm introducing myself, I motherfucking die, you know. So I'm doing right, man. Wait, hold up. 1 second, Dicey. Just put it out. I'm gonna come back to you in just 10 seconds, okay? Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned a lot of amazing organizations that you represent, right?
Correct.
And you also said you're super bullish on trade gens. How do we
100%.
add trade gens to the list? How can we make Rabbi Rothschild an ambassador?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm doing what I can to be an ambassador right now, live streaming your space on 20 different YouTube streams and 33 different platforms, including Twitch and including DLive and Rumble and things like Trovo. I'm on so many, it's hard for me to remember. Africa TV. I'm live streaming this, and people can hear me in the Soul on Chain Discord. on the Big Steppers Discord, in the Socialized Discord, in AI Project Discord. So they're hearing me do this. And frankly, I do like independence. I love your project though. And so when people are hearing me live on my streams on all of these different platforms, they know that I'm definitely an advocate for you. And so, in a way, I'm already an ambassador. You should know that I back your project and I really want it to be successful. And I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to start a countdown to June 5th and the start of the big day. And I will follow up with you as often as I can until then. And we'll keep promoting it. That's what I want to do. How does that sound?
That sounds phenomenal, my brother. That sounds phenomenal. I love that you said you're a mentor, you're a friend of many who DM you. I just sent you a Calendly link. I don't know if you're comfortable with Calendly links, but if you want to have some one-on-one time, I would love to connect with you one-on-one and chat further because, dude, you got a badass strategy right here. 30 different channels, like, dude, that's next level. And I'm also part of Let's Grow DAO. We also do, sing and also Hubcast Media. The combined potential reach of all of the different networks that they broadcast to is 400 million people. And I think there's some way that we can collaborate here and do stuff bigger and better. And that's what collaboration is all about. So if you're comfortable with Calendly, please book a time. Otherwise, let's set it up manually and let's carry that conversation forward because you're good and you're a legend.
Sounds like a plan, Tree Jones. Thank you for your kind words, and I'd love to connect with you further and have more discussions. I'll take a look at that Calendly link right now. Thank you.
Awesome sauce. Let's grow. All right. Big shout out to Steel. Big shout out to that black guy.base.tgn.
Yo, Emmanuel, I saw you were in here the other day. What's up, pimp? Emmanuel.
Yeah, Jim.
How are you, big dog?
Very hard. How you doing?
I'm amazing, my friend. Okay, how can I help you?
No, the video you asked me to post on my YouTube,
Yes, sir.
I did. You were about telling me something concerning relating to the video I posted, so I didn't get it actually. So, yeah.
Just one moment. Just one moment. I'll be there in just a second. Emmanuel, I'll be there in just a second. Okay. What did you say, Emmanuel? How can I help you?
You told me to upload some videos on YouTube,
Yes, sir.
which actually did.
Okay, you did
You're
this.
telling me the video, you're making complaints about the video I posted. That I don't actually get to the it said to you said the video was not, was not really good. So I just had to, come out and make the answer today.
Okay, send me the what video are they complaining about?
No, like I sent you my link to the YouTube, of which I don't know you checked it and you're like the video I uploaded on my YouTube was not, making complaints about it that it was not good. So I, I'm yet to know the fault.
Okay, let me see. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Okay, so can you tell me what this person says within the first 2 seconds? What do they say?
He's actually introducing himself as Emmanuel. Yeah. That's the generator.
No. I know where he says, "Hi, everyone, I'm Emmanuel." I get that. What does he say before that?
I don't know.
Exactly. I don't want you using a video if you don't know every word that he's saying. Because if not, the people who watch it aren't going to know what they're saying. So, what I'd like you to do is take that one down and make sure to upload a new one with information on it that um, that that you can understand. And then also,
Okay.
I see that you put hashtags, but you didn't put a title on the video. So you need to put a title on the video. Um, I
Okay.
I sent you. Let me see. Like the title of the video is supposed to be Web3 is the future. Partner with Emmanuel for next gen marketing. Okay, so look at Durago's video. Look at all his videos. Look at how nice the titles are. Look how nice the descriptions are. That's what you want yours to be, okay?
Okay. I will address that. Thank you. I'll get back to you. That means I'll have to delete the one I posted on YouTube. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yo, what up, Kahinde? Kahinde, can you hear me?
Hold on. Good evening.
Excellent. Did you get the message I sent on X?
No.
No. Did you send me a message on X?
No, I did not send you a message.
Is there any way that you can? I'll send you my free social media strategy. It'll help you increase your network for no money.
No problem. I will send you a DM on X so you can send it to me.
You've got that. Excellent. Great job, man. I'll send it to you right away.
Okay, man. Well, I can ask you any questions. Can I also ask you?
Yeah, you want to ask me a question? Go ahead.
Okay. Do you know everything? As in, you know about everything.
I know a little bit about
You said you are human AI.
I know a little bit about a lot of things.
Do you know about TTT?
Do I know about what?
TTT.
Yeah, I do. I've had some people share some information about it, and I was in a space earlier today, sponsored by TTT.
Okay, no problem.
But why don't you tell me? Wait, but why don't you tell me about it? I'd love to know more.
Well, I'm not in a position. I can't talk too much right now because, I can tell you, I am very, very busy right now.
Okay, well, send me the message, and I'll send you my social media strategy, and then it'll allow you to It'll allow you to dominate search engines and social media and AI. And when you have time to read it, you can read it over.
I'll take time to read it. I'll go through them and
Excellent.
read about them.
Okay, so I'm awaiting your message.
I'll send you a DM on.
I'm
I'll
a-
send you a DM on X.
okay, you sent me a DM on X. I see you. I see you. I see you.
Yes, check.
Excellent. Okay, just one moment because I know you said you're busy. I'm sending you this message right now.
Okay.
And what I want you to do is read through it and let me know if it makes sense to you. And if you have questions, I'm here to help you. I'll be happy to help you. Okay.
I'll create them and
Just read through it and make sure it makes sense to you. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Zoot, how are you,
Well,
baby?
are you always here, as in 24/7 here?
Yeah, I'm always live in here. If you ever want to connect with me, just feel free to come in here. I'll help you with anything I can.
So you're always like
For the last 4 years, yep.
Where's your favorite Mario? My son's funny, but please, how do you sleep?
I sleep on camera.
And how do you sleep? You sleep on camera? Wow.
Yeah.
And how do you create time for yourself, as in for your own personal life?
Yeah,
I don't know if you get me.
Yeah, I
How
do.
do you create time for yourself?
I do. I mean, I like to be on camera. That's what I like to do.
Do you stay indoor every time?
No. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles and at Disneyland. I've really streamed everywhere in Southern California.
Well, I've taught a lot from in different countries with that.
Yeah, it's a big deal, my man.
That's great. But if you want to go out, you go off the live, right?
No, I take the actually live stream when I do IRL streaming.
Okay, no problem. I love what you do.
Thank you. Okay, message that I sent you, and let me know if it makes sense to you.
Yes, I'll check it out and let you know.
Read it right now if you can.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend.
So next time, and if I also have time, I'll join your space so we can talk better.
Absolutely. You're always.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
guys say you have been God this week, 2025. What do you expect? We'll never see it. It's very to me. See, the way I they don't have the right to embarrass her and humiliate her like that. This is space. Let me play this. Let me play this space.
Yo, what's up?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday, every meal's peace, thankfully. What's new with you, my man? Hello?
It's me.
I know. How's your day going?
Good.
Excellent. So far, so good, my man. Are you ready for Thursday night football tomorrow night?
Yes, I'm pumped.
Excellent, my man.
I'm playing basketball.
Basketball on tonight.
Yep, basketball.
Yes, sir.
I don't know who's playing basketball.
Look, look on Stream East. It'll tell you.
Oh.
All the way up to one source for you diamond tier animals out there who really like to destroy communities. Now today it ain't happening. You're gonna have your pre-sale tokens locked when you do buy it. There's a whole fucking ecosystem that we're building here, you guys. We're not letting any big whales hog them at all. One per wallet, one NFT per wallet. We're also gonna probably open up one tier per wallet, so 4 tiers. One tier. That's what people really want the art. Not only that, but there is exclusive fucking merchandise that you can be getting forever. The top tier. We have profit from the liquidity pool. And not only that, you guys, you're gonna be getting pre-sale access. Top tier pre-sale access. That's where it's at. We just hit 150x inside our trenching group the other day. You're gonna get trenching access. There's more than just a fucking JPEG with nothing out there. We are the first and only 24/7 Web3 empire. We're gonna be doing metaverse events. We're gonna have special artists up there. We're gonna have actual musicians. You're gonna want to go hang out with those musicians and shake their hands, or let them smack you in the ass. I don't care what the hell you do. That's your decision. But look, we're gonna let you know how it is, you guys. Boom. We're talking about the elite status. You're gonna be second in the queue first. Full access right there, 100% discount on the X subscription. You guys know these offers give you 5% off on the pre-sale tokens. Your pre-sale tokens are going to be locked. All right, everybody, quarterly airdrops in the spaces. You'll be rating tokens while other people are still begging for scraps. The diamond tier is where it's at. Holy shit! There's the god tier. There's the first in line, you guys. That's what's going to be full cabal status into our bots with the trading bots, 100% discount. You're still going to get the 5% pre-sale. Also, quarterly airdrops. And you're going to get 2.5% profit from our liquidity pool for 2 years, everybody. We're giving you money from money that we make off of everything. Yes, it's coming to you. These NFTs aren't just fucking JPEGs. They're golden tickets to owning a piece of the future. They're so amazing, you guys are going to make your other NFTs look like dusty old beanie babies that you're now fucking horse in the attic. Ruthless? Yeah, you're still holding those pixelated fonts that look like crackheads who need to pay their damn child support, like I said. It's time to upgrade to something that's really amazing. Or get left in the fucking dustbin of the crypto history. That's what's going to happen. You're going to get busted. You're going to get left in the dustbin. We don't need no crackhead looking ape that has a bunch of teeth busted out. We don't need no stupid ass looking gay bear. We don't need any of that shit. What we need is a microphone coming out here to show you what the fuck is up. And speaking of owning the future, Spaces tokens are your stake in this decentralized revolution, everybody. It's not a pump fund. None of you pump fund animals. Put your pump fund. Take your time. Build something good. Take months and months to build something and then show us to invest after you built in it. Don't build something, have us come and then fucking say, I'm doing something. Wait till I do it. Wait till I do it. I will do it. Shut the fucking front door. I saved that. I tell you guys, but I'm going to tell you one thing.
Look, some Meronach show. Hashem takes his life from him. It's very profound. This is talking about someone who intentionally perverts judgment. Now, remember again, the Daniel act has that's what he's doing. So therefore, when he corrupts judgment, right, and he judges the eroding the fabric of the world. What I'm saying, you have to learn, I'll take so down, Kidahu, Basit, Gani, Bishart, Yashem, Yari, Rivam, the Kava, Escobar, Nefesh. Rabbi Shlomo, Rabbi Yonatan. Hold up. You go and tell everybody. The Olam Yira Dayan Kilo Khaled Munaka Sot Mirakosel, the Gehenna Sukolom Takto. What's the last line? Dayan to see as if a sword is dangling between his legs, and ultimately, again, Gehenna is open beneath him. That's the responsibility he should feel for delivering the judgment. Shneimar Zayin on the day 7b, Shneimar Hine. Nita Social Shkomotishin Divarim Salat Ram Divari Yisrael Kulam Afiz Herman Martin Yakama Yishkabo Ayrekom Taka Balei Takto Shal Gehenim Shadom Elai. Okay, Umar goes to Pastor Kwan. Dr. Yoshida, you hear that Nakama Yisrael, 19, what's the meaning of the Pastor? David Kama Hashem, Dino Lataka Mishpat, the Sidu Goza Miyad Masik, the Baboker. Only in the morning and the whole day. Don't judge. Ella this. In Barlach Adamaki Boker, Anu was his right to tell. Rather, this is judge like this. Judge, if the matter, right, if the judgment is as clear to you as the morning, then say it. They love, I'll tell you. But if not, don't say it. So both said this is an incredibly profound Gemara. What it's saying is like this. Judge, when should you issue a ruling? If you are 100% sure. If you're not 100% sure, don't say it. If you're just going to do it in the morning, say it. If you're not, don't say it. And someone said, by the way, it's not just sitting by judges, but it's a good way to live life as well. Right? In other words, don't say it if you're not sure about it. Right? If you're 100% sure, say it. You're not 100% sure, it's probably better to hold it. If you ever have on Seek the wisdom you already seek to be what? They borrow the Bible, say for like, they borrow the Bible, especially as the fall, already. They're not ultimately. If something is as clear to you as the fact that consistency is to you, or if you have such clarity, it doesn't matter. As much clarity as every person knows this is religion and say it. If you lack clarity, don't say it. How much better would the world be if people lived by this principle? Right? If you know 100% that is 100% true, say it. If you don't know it's 100% true, that's not just an important piece of information for the judge, but for people in general. A search Yoshin Lutin, Kola Kala Bishavar, if you have 10 people, right? 10 people are based and they're all sitting together and they're judging. So literally again, the Kola, the chain, was the yoke of responsibility sits upon all of them. When you have a group of people engaging in judgment, there is collective responsibility for that judgment. So that's obvious. Even if a Talmud is saying in front of his Rebbe, so you might say, because it's a Talmud and his Rebbe, the Rebbe has all the responsibility. The Talmud does not. Kamash will know that even the Talmud has awesome responsibility. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Rafuna whenever Rafuna would adjudicate a court case, he would always gather 10 people from the basement. Why? So that this way, again, I only have a splinter of the group. In other words, we'll say, well, what was Rafuna doing? Rafuna wanted to kind of spread the responsibility. So what he did was like this. He would judge alone, and he would bear every responsibility. So what he incorporated, he brought other people in. This way, they knew responsibility should be in a road in support of the action. Can be also taken to lift on the time. He would rule on this, then when they have to see property. So not if we might see the trade company. But if actually have to rule on a trade, right? In other words, somebody bought him an animal, and they weren't sure was the animal kosher or the animal not kosher. In other words, they found some type of blemish, internal blemish. He had to ask, like, what did he do? He would gather all of the butchers of the city together. Help him consume the collective halakha. Okay, so the other thing Amar, Dark of Nachman Bar Cohen. Night the city, Melech the Mishpat Ya'ani is Shumos last. What does it mean when it says that literally again the king and his justice will uphold the earth, but if it's Shumos, a man of gifts will destroy it. In Dayan, Dama the Melech Shel Tzarech L'Kum Yani. If the king, right? The judge is like a king. Now, a king doesn't need anything. He's fully self-sufficient. So the judge is like a king, meaning again, the judge is judging and he doesn't rely on anyone else for anything. He's judging the law. Go with a Kohen, then Machazeh, they have set up. And ultimately, again, because he's like a Kohen who walks around looking for gifts, right? Because a Kohen is sustained, ultimately, again, by Trumas and right? By Trumas. Kohen is dependent on others for gifts, so what's the concern? If he's concerned because he's others for gifts, that could sway the judgment. Such judgment ultimately destroys that. We'll stop over here for today. Fine. Not just worry, right? We're absolutely fine. About a week from now, the dot will get short. Like, we'll be all right. We'll say, what a dot. And then I will say, shkoyach.
This is the family that we have. We're going to rise up, guys. Don't sleep on this. Make your NFT and grab those pre-sale tokens. Lock them up because that's what they're going to be. Join the Spaces family, everybody. Spaces.media. This is the revolution. This is the airwaves for everybody. We're taking over this shit. Believe in the vision. Don't just invest because of, you saw me in Spaces. Hell no. I invested in too many jackasses that I saw in Spaces. I invested in too many of you people that I saw in Spaces and your tokens suck. And I didn't invest stuff that hurt me. I invested something that maybe, hey man, maybe this $50.
All right, so it's like good morning, let us begin. So Spot Hashem begin again, 70% hedging to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trade today. Our commentary sponsors for the Tiger Production Page Coaching Stop dedicated on the training workshops this year. As it's close for the completion of the staff has Spot Basra and the session will begin with beautiful granite into the staff as our commentary sponsors for Kislev Navalny and Restream document feeding the nation of the architect from Josh's father. We saw you move that by our pirate bar and the source of the safety care of our hostages and the security of all of our soldiers. Samuel Naka, especially women like their parents, Yitzchak later than our Lapoin, Sarah Rachel Bas Barak Abram, Hinda Bas Hayat Nafayim, and the new of the dear friend, the brave soldier, beloved husband, father, and spiritual therapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Marashim, Tom Damal, Precious Miriam, and Danielle Gigal. Note that is very all of those who were foreshadowing give us phone call radio. We wish to return our hostages to Shalom and the power that allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the whole of massive. Let's read that. Let us begin today's daf is daf 6. We are picking up the Mir Hashem on Hey on which days we left off with Shita, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 lines up in the bottom. So this morning we're really in the midst of the riveting discussion regarding essentially how the utilization of the financial piece works. So remember again, one of the things that we see also the dominant came out of yesterday's daf was you can't pass without permission. No passing without permission. Right? And the idea being again now what level of permission you need, how different permissions work, there's Baba like start up to Baba, so on and so forth. So that again you have that discussion, but the bottom line is right, Yora. Yadin is Yadin. There has to be permission from some higher authority in order to be able for a common talking to Pascal and Shiloh. So you want to say, sit on the Halka. So you want to Halka, Meluhani. So now the first word, the word essentially the question it doesn't ask, but it asks is, can a person receive a partial permission? Let's say you have a common talking. You give permission to come talking, let's say to rule on certain matters and not on other matters. You want to say, yeah, we actually dealt with that. We dealt with that already, right? Where do we see that? We saw that in yesterday's daf, where Rav was granted permission to go ahead and paskin on Dinei Mamonos, monetary law. It's sort of a heter, matters of prohibition, but what wasn't he given permission about? Bechoros, like the paskin on the mum of Bechor animals. So we definitely see that there's the concept of granting partial permission. Okay. The most up tonight, what about granting permission with a condition? Now, what does this mean? So we look at Rashi says, "Kidon adshana o adshnasai v'lo yosar." This is actually very interesting. Can you give timed permission? In other words, can you say like this? So and so Talmud Chacham has the ability to pass on matters of halacha for the next year, for 2 years. So it's not just like it's not a blank check. there's a time, does that work? So Tashma, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon. So listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan says to Rabbi Shimon, Hari ata birshusenu ad shetavo atzlenu. You are hereby under, you are operating within our rishus until you come back to us. Look at Rashi, Rav Shimon. Kishaya Polish Minanu beyond the Baller. So when Rav Shimon left Eretz Yisrael, he went to Babel. So ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan told him, "Birshusinu rishus nesunu l'chlavato." You have permission to ask Kishaylas until you come back. So what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, there is the ability to go ahead and give timed rishus. Timed rishus. You can go ahead and halacha l'maisa give rishus for a certain duration for psak halacha. Incredible. All right, let's go back to Gufa. Amar Shmuel. So Shmuel said as follows: Beis shadanu dinehem din. So we'll say, what's halacha? If two people go, welcome back to Moshe Ben Sion. Baruch haba, Baruch haba. So the Gemara says it's also Gufa Amar Shmuel. Beis shadanu dinehem din. If two people go ahead and adjudicate the halacha, then it works. It works. Ella shenikra beis nechotzev. But ultimately, again, they are called a chutzpahdik basis. So we've already seen this right before, like in the beginning of the Sefta, that technically speaking, even if two people go ahead and adjudicate a halacha, technically it works, but they are called a basin chutzev, right? They're called the chutzpahdik basin. Yosef Rav Nachman Lekar. So this is very important because this is going to be a major topic for our discussion today, which is Shmuel holds that midoraisa, so a basin of two operates. Basin of two is a legitimate basin. It's called mechutzah. Called chutzpahdik. Why they call chutzpahdik? Operating in a way that they shouldn't be operating. In other words, ideally, we have three dayanim. The fact is they're going ahead and they're operating with two. This is not ideal, and therefore it should not be done. But technically speaking, it works. Yosef Rav Nachman, the Ka'amah L'Hashmaita, Rav Nachman was sitting over and giving over this ruling. Eisvei Rava Rav Nachman. So Rava raised the kasha of Nachman. So Rav Nachman was quoting Shmuel that a base din of two works, but it's called a mechutzah, right? They're called chutzpahdik. So Rav Nachman was giving over this ruling in front of Rava, and Rava raised the kasha. Avidu shnayim mizakin, or shnayim mechayim. Even if you have, so this is now a base din of three. You have two judges who find the defendant guilty, or two judges, right? Avidu shnayim mizakin or shnayim mechayim. Two judges find the defendant guilty, or two judges find the defendant innocent. This is very interesting. Very interesting. One judge says, I don't know. Now, both sides. What happens effectively when a judge says, I don't know? What happens effectively is third judge is effectively absenting himself from the judicial process. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Yosifu dayanim. You have to add on a third judge because it's as if that third judge left the panel, right? And therefore you have to add on a third judge. So notice in 1 second, but why? The Isa, the Havu Kishnayim Shadanu. But again, if Shmuel is correct, that a base din of two, technically speaking, works. So although again I got it, it's not ideal. But when you started with a base din of three, and two of them say, let's say the defendant is innocent, and the third one says, I don't know, fine. So I'd have to replace the third one. You still have a base din of two that's paskening. So it says, so this is the Kashan Shmuel, shiny husband, the Kara Daita the Klasi Yasi. Hava Lav Adaita the Klasi Yasi. No, there's a very big difference. When the litigants sit down and their intention is to be judged by a base din of three, then you've got to close out the process with a base din of three. And if one of the judges says, I don't know, he's effectively absenting himself from the process. You have a deficient base din, and now you have to go ahead and fix that, right? That has to be remedied. That has to be remedied. Now, what Shmuel was referring to, what Nachman was referring to, is where a person, the Chatchila, sits down with a base din of two. Okay, so the Chatchila sits down with a base din of two. Technically speaking, that is going to work. Incredible. There's a tremendous Moser Haskell in this, which is that in life, so a person has to make sure, let me say differently. We spoke about this before, that there are certain things in life where you don't have to get involved. But once you get involved, you're obligated to see it through. So this Daniel sits on a base din. There's no such thing as ambivalence. You have to take a stand to choose a side. Again, if you don't want to get involved, you have a right in certain things. But once you get involved, You can't go ahead and say, I don't know, I don't have an opinion on this. If you get involved, and this is true in life in general, if you get involved in something, see it through. How many times do you start to do things, and then again, it gets more complicated, it gets a little this, it's a little uncomfortable. So like when you decide once we're in to present ourselves in the process, no, if you want to present, just don't get involved. Once you're involved, you have an achrayus. Once you have an achrayus, once you have a responsibility, see it through to completion. Incredible. All right, 8 here. It's very exciting. So I didn't want to hype it up too much on the chat because then people only come for the exciting dot and call it the other one. Every dot is ridiculous, but this is this great stuff. So I gotta both say, Simon, here's what we have. Statement of Shmuel and Rav Nach. Shmuel said it, Rav Nach echoed it. And what was it? Technically speaking, you could adjudicate a case with 2 dayanim. Okay? Not ideal, you're called the mechutzav, but at the end of the day, technically speaking, it works. Now watch this. Saying, relates the kasha, the Restream says, Hadin Mishlosha, adjudication of a case is with 3 dayanim. Upshara b'shnayim. Oh, okay. Introduces something new over here. Someone say pshara. Pshara. What's pshara? What's pshara? Compromise. Compromise. So the truth is, today you can also this really is a form of arbitration or mediation, right? Where again the goal, and we're going to talk about this, that the goal of din versus the goal of pshara are very different. Like the goal of din is to decide if it was wrong. The goal of pshara, compromise, and mediation is to decide. It's create some type of equitable compromise. It's understood that pshara is not coming out with who's right and who's wrong. Pshara is we decide to leave that on the side and we're just trying to figure out an equitable solution. So again, we'll get into this more. So the Gemara says, din, adjudication of the case, is with 3. Pshara is 2. The yakakach, pshara, din, and pshara more powerful than judgment. How so? Shishnayim shedan bali dinin yichol lachzor bahem. Ushaim shasu pshara ein bali din yichol lachzor bahem. Judged by a basin of 2, you have the ability to take that judgment. But if you did pshara with 2, that's binding. What is he here? What is he here? That din made by 2 dayanim is not binding. That contradicts Shmuel. Contradicts nothing. Top of all. 6a. The case came up. Figure out on the Reb Shmuel. Some cases will say that I want to argue with Shmuel. But Rabbi Yavon, Shnayim Shedon, Paul says that if 2 people adjudicate a case, again, the judgment is not binding. Contradicts. Who's the one that is getting all excited about? Gavra, I love this. Okay, it's my whole guess. It's my whole guess. But what says? There are different opinions about the effectiveness of the 2-person basin. Bottom line, that's what it comes down to. So you've got Rabbi Avo who says that a 2-person basin does not work. And you've got Shmuel / Rav Nachman who say that a 2-person basin does work. Look at that Rashi. So it's very exciting. A lot's happening over here. It's still in the kids. Does the 2-person basin work or not? No. Shmuel / Rav Nachman, yes. Now we're going to introduce the idea of pshara of compromise. Let's go with that. Here we go. Already Avo. We'll get to that for all of these things. And that's probably tomorrow. So Gufa, I'm not going to about 9 shekels. I'm going to give a call in and so you have just quoted for. If 2 people, 2 dayanim, 2 case of maritime law, everyone agrees that their judgment is not effective. Case Rabbi Avo, so the Avo is catching Rabbi Avo. Jonas has been Mizika as a Hari, Sheki as a Zakai, Timi as a Dor, Tia as a Tame. I was saying, now listen to this case. In all of these cases, we're talking about the judicial error. Judicial error, the judge made a mistake. He exonerated the wrong person. Right? He found the wrong person. Something was Tame Tahar. So in a start, the point is, we made a judicial mistake. Thomas had been, the Munka, like I was saying, so fine. Don't interaction, don't have been Yehidi. So we're not talking about Yakid Munka, like you saw yesterday's about a single, an expert, an individual who is an expert. So what happened? You made a mistake. So let's say what happens. So it's interesting in general. What happens when a diamond makes a mistake? So what's halacha? Not asa asri, what's done is done. Let's say what do you mean what's done is done? You do not reverse the ruling. Like the ruling said for a second, it's an erroneous ruling. So how do you deal with that? In the Shaolin basis, it's fascinating. The judge himself becomes personally liable. So in other words, the judgment stands. So let's say for example, Ruben came to David and he claimed that Jimmy owed him $1,000, right? So meanwhile, so let's say the Diane ruled that indeed Shimon owed Ruben $1,000, and then it turned out the Diane was wrong. He was just totally wrong. So they say, so what's halacha? The halacha is you do not make Ruben give back Shimon $1,000. That's it. The din stands. But what? The judge himself is personally liable to pay Shimon $1,000. So there's the judgment stands, but there's personal liability. So the United says, now let's say, I'll just point out to you something very interesting. Tonight, you showing me the expectation to a camel. For our purposes, why is he being brought down here? What is he here? You see the way that the judgment of a singular judge is binding. If the judge, and not reversible. If the judgment of being irreversible, then certainly what? Certainly two. So how could that be able to say that the judgment of two judges is effective? Well, let's say, before we go back, let's go back there. Well, actually, before we go back there. So I would say, this sounds so strange. We know the judge made an erroneous ruling. We know it. So why not reverse the ruling? Because this goes back to the formula we sowed. This is about preservation of the sanctity of the system. People have to have a faith in the system. They have to believe that it's best, they have to believe that it's correct, and they have to believe that people know what they are doing. Start research judgments fundamentally erodes confidence in the system. Well, exactly. So if we know that the judge made a mistake, we can't suspect that either. So we probably spoke with them. The day will stand. Now, not to say, by the way, that there aren't times where we can't reverse the judgment. We'll get to that also. But what I say in this case, from the pastor is the system is always more important than any individual. It's incredibly, this is one of the most important in this case. How many times does it happen that there's certain halacha that I don't like? Sometimes, right? There's halacha that I don't like. Halacha that doesn't speak to me. That's not halacha that really is a pain. It's a pain. It just does not fit in with the way I want to live my life. So you have the choice. What's the choice? So people can go ahead and people do this all the time. They come up with different hashkafas to see how many hashkafas, right? How creative and convenient. Right? You come up with different hashkafas, different ideas. So they'll say, you just got 101, you fit yourself to the system. You don't fit the system to the example, I hope written down by the preaching of the golden calf. He said, what happened over here? Moshe Rabbeinu was gone for 1 extra day. They told the golden calf. So Shimon says something amazing. He says, they didn't have leaders as well. But they wanted, the problem with Yiddishkeit they had is Yiddishkeit forces you to mold yourself to the system. They wanted a system that molded into themselves. So Shimon says, what's the difference between idolatry and monotheism? In Yiddishkeit, I have an obligation to make myself in God's image. In Avodah Zarah, in idolatry, I make God in my image. I decide what I want, and I create a system of theology all around that. In Yiddishkeit, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is an immutable, eternal truth, and my obligation is to make myself in His image. It's one of the hardest things about Yiddishkeit, but it's one of the most beautiful things, and one of the things that is the core reason why we are here for thousands of years, which is we do not make the system in our image. We make ourselves and everything else in the systems in our Kurdish parties. That's what's unfolding over here. So remember, it's like this. How come ask, what's the case over here? Or why is it that you see even one judge to create a ruling? How come ask, the Tibul Alayu, these are the litigants accepted the ruling of one judge. So we already saw this before, right? If the litigants, if the parties agree to something, then of course it's going to be binding. So if that says that they accepted this judge upon them, then why it turns out that his ruling was erroneous? Why is it? Why is it that halacha l'maisa, the judge has personal liability? Very interesting. Dayan lon din Torah. Because again, we're going to change this to the judge us in accordance with the laws of the Torah, i.e., give for us a proper judgment. That's what they signed up for. When it turns out that the Dayan gave them an erroneous judgment, he's going to be personally liable for that. I'm going to stop with Rabbi Abba. We're talking about it. This is very interesting. So let's talk about it for just a moment. So first of all, what you see in this case that's violence. Early yesterday's that we saw the ability for a Yochid Mumka, a single expert to judge. Now what we see is that judge made a mistake with his personal liability on his part. Now I know what you're thinking. Having sin what we learned yesterday, right? We learned that if you have permission to conquer, what do you have? Immunity, right? You have like a practice. So again, we'll see how that stays. We'll see how that stays in just a little bit. So by the way, it is kind of how it's very expressed on the list. This is a new great. Okay, that's good. That's really good. That's nice. You mentioned what does the guy make a mistake about? Like, what was the source of his? What was the source of his erroneous ruling? The Gemara says even with the topic divine Mishnah wasn't interested. It's just like making a mistake in it. It's a law. Divine Mishnah means a explicit halacha that is good. Sometimes people make mistakes. So it's a real support. There are certain times in which if your ruling is just too wrong, the ruling is reasonable. The question getting to me brings you into the basis. And let's say again, Daniel made a mistake because he forgot about this halacha. That's what it's that ruling is reversible. We do reverse that because again, then that's just 1000% human error, which happens. But such a ruling is reversible. So the Gemara says, "Ella the top of shikoladas." No, sir, he didn't make a mistake in terms of an explicit halacha. Rather, he made a mistake. Or say shikoladas. One of these interesting. Shikoladas means he made a mistake in analysis. Shikol Hadas literally means weighing of opinions. He made a mistake about how to weigh opinion. And he learned Shikol Hadas. I'm going to talk about, for example, if you go straight to my Trimorari, if my house saw lo kimar v'lo kimar. So now listen to this. So let's say, for example, Reuben and Shimon came to the Dayan. And they adjudicated the case. And the case in question, like the principle in this case, happened to be a machlokes between two Amoraim or two Tanoim, and halacha was never fully decided, right, with one or the other, right, one or the other. The sugyan da'alma aliba dechaminayu, but generally the consensus is like one of the opinions, right? So in other words, the matter is a source of machlokes. It's not necessarily a definitive or clear ruling in one, but again, common practice is in accordance with one of those opinions. But the Dayan paskin like the other opinion, the one who does not get the common consensus. So what's the halacha? So I'll say that's an example of shikol hadas, an example of where the Dayan should have known that common consensus is with the opinions. Like he ruled with the other one. So this is going to be a case of personal liability. So we begin to see a lot of very sweet things over here, right? So if halacha Dayan makes a mistake with a clear explicit halacha, then the ruling is reversible. If he makes a mistake with what's called shikol hadas, something that's not explicit halacha, but common practice is one way, and he ignored or he forgot about common practice, so din stands, he becomes personally liable. Fascinating. Do it for Gemara. Look at tonight. Maybe this whole thing is not focused on one whole thing. Are two judges capable of rendering legal decisions? Can you have a two-person based thing? So this discussion between Rabbi Avo and Shmuel in reality is a machlokes tanoi. So I'll say, what do we see? This is incredible. Here we go. Bitzua shows the Rebbe Meir. So what's Rebbe Meir says? Bitzua is another word for compromise, mediation. Bitzua is done with 3 dayanim, right? Meir says, let me say pshara b'yachid. No. So compromise, the process of compromise can even be done with 1 dayan. I will say, I'll point out over here. Rashi says bitzua. Bitzua is pshara. Is a compromise. Interestingly enough, I will say that lashon of bitzua, being compromised, actually we're going to see comes from this past week's parasha. Yehuda, Mabetza, what do we gain by going ahead and killing our brother Yosef? Let's go and sell him. So again, we're going to get to that. But I will tell you also, the fact that you have 2 different in the same line for Pshara, just keep it in mind. We'll see why that is in just a little bit. So Bitzua, again, so just so you know, Bitzua and Pshara mean the same thing. The process of compromise, process of we'll call mediation, as opposed to find an equitable solution, as opposed to din, judgment. So again, machlokes. So Rameir says even pshara needs 3. The Chacham say no, pshara can be done with 1. So savur dekuli amlachnim pshara din. So we assume everyone compares mediation to adjudication, and the Gemara source machlokes. Ma'alar b'hakam iflagi source machlokes. The mar savar din b'shlosha, the mar savar din b'shnayim. So maybe the machlokes about say since we're comparing, right, mediation, compromise to adjudication. What's the machlokes? One says din is with 3. And therefore pshar is also going to be with 3, and the other says din is with shnayim. No, everyone agrees there's 3 dayah. So what's going on with pshar? The mar savar makshina pshar din, or mar savar lo makshina pshar din. So we'll say, what's the machlokes? The machlokes is, do we compare the process of mediation to adjudication or not? And as we see again, the result of that machlokes will also determine how many judges or how many people you need for pshara. So limits lasa tonight, the pshara, let's say, so maybe the need for 3 dayanim is a machlokes by pshara. The mar savar b'shlosha, mar savar b'shnayim. One says you need 3 judges for pshara. The other opinion says you only need 2. Umar savar b'yachid. So one says, limits lasa tonight pshara. Let's say that there are 3 opinions when it comes to pshara. One opinion says you need 3 dayanim. One opinion says you need 2 dayanim. And one opinion says you only need 1 dayan. Not really. Because the opinion that says you need 2 dayanim for pshara will also agree that 1 would suffice. So why does he say that you need 2? So I will say there's a godless of having 2 people for pshara. What's the godless of having 2 dayanim, 2 judges for pshara? They can also serve as witnesses in the mediation process as well. It's very interesting. Fine, so the Gemara says so Rashi, Shmamina. So let's say, what do you see from here? Pshara ina tzricha kinyan. So you see from here that pshara doesn't require a kinyan. Now, what does that mean? Pshara doesn't require. So let's hear this interesting. So let's say Reuben and Shimon have disputes. They decide that they sign up for pshara, mediation, not adjudication. If I will say that's a right they have to. In other words, when I have a legal dispute with someone, we have to choose: do we want din or do we want pshara? What? There are 2 different processes. Which process do we want? So assuming that Reuben and Shimon go ahead and they go into mediation, they go for pshara. So now, interestingly enough, at the end when the ruling or agreement is reached, the Gemara says, now, chief, you don't need a kinyan. You need a kinyan. Now, I would thought that perhaps the way the arbitration works is we finish up the agreement, right? We finish up the ruling, right? We come to a compromise, and now the parties have to do it in order to accept upon themselves the ramifications of that ruling. So the Gemara says, you see from here that pshara doesn't require a kinyan. Why? These are like parts with a kinyan. That's was the that, because if we thought that pshara needed a kinyan, the man gamer tzricha tzlasa lamali tiski betrayed. But why would you ever need 3 people for shut off? Just let there be 2. Then let the parties do a king and let those judges be witnesses on that kingdom. And Shalom Yisrael, and it is done. To which the Gemara saw Pshara too. And this is not the case, but in fact, again, we're going to see that Pshara always requires a kingdom. So let's say, just to point out over here, Din doesn't require a kingdom. Why doesn't Din require a kingdom? Because Din is part of a formal legal process. And towards us halachas that say you have to listen to judgment. Shara is different, and therefore, in order for the ruling without requiring ourselves all of the obligations, in the Shara, I will say, but again, we have a lot of outstanding issues over there. So just to keep all the issues, number one, how many people do you need for a day's infant, right? Because we moved on to Shara now, and how much do you need for din? Is it 2? You need 3, so that's still hanging out there. First off, how many do you need? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? That's still hanging out there. Does Shara require a kingdom? So here, the Gemara seems to say pretty definitively that in order for Shara to work, Shara absolutely requires a kingdom. Again, we'll see whether or not that's echoed in the halacha or not. So let's go a little bit. The Raisa says that the same way that adjudication is done with 3, mediation, compromise.
Yo, what's going on, Giant Judge?
As well. Each requires a basin of 3 as well.
Giant Judge. What's up, my man?
So this is very interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right now,
How you living, pimp? What's good?
Yes, sir.
So literally, the Gemara understands is if judgment has been passed.
How can I help you?
Reuben is chayiv and Shimon is father. What's the halacha?
The other time you were speaking on something, then you.
Oh yeah, I was telling you that I was waiting on the picture that I sent you, but I was able to send it.
Yes, you have sent it on X, and I've infected the change on X.
Excellent.
You check it.
Yeah, I did. It looks really good.
I used Canva to edit it.
Excellent, my man. Well, it looks good.
What is the proper path for them to take?
Okay, so I just let me tell you.
Here we go. You ready for this?
Very well. So, of any project that you have, and I don't want to use up all your data, but you know you've got to upload to those other social media platforms, right?
Sure, sir. I will do that. And I want to tell you about one project I did. I just designed an header for him, and he gave me $0.37 of his token. That was too small, though, but at least I just want to tell you the progress so far. I saw the project. The project doesn't have an header, so I just wanted to design for him, and after I designed for him, I sent it to him.
Excellent. And he gave you 37 cents?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, at least it's something, right? That's the first 37 cents you've made.
No, sir.
No, so you've made more money than that?
Yes, I made $150 per week when I was strong.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really good. How are you making $150 a week?
I do community moderations.
And somebody would pay you $150 a week to do that?
Yes, sir. Do moderation. I will help them in reading and setting up the votes in the community. And I will also help them in posting and reading in the community. So
I'll the manager, I will suggest and give ideas. That's what I do.
That's amazing. So what happened to that gig?
To arrive at MS. Shut up is an application of the process. The moment I was sick for about 3 months, I was not active, so I missed the line, the connection, and the people. So I need to start afresh, and it's not easy making connection in the space.
Right, I understand that.
Just please understand, right? I think
Okay, Zoo, just one moment, dude.
Do not apply this.
Go ahead.
One of my favorite.
Zoo, I'm talking to some people. Just hold on, man.
You can attend me first. I'll be patient.
Giant Judge, if you can, go upload those videos when you can, and then when you're done, let me know, and I will review them, okay?
Shoulder to shoulder.
Okay, sir.
Excellent, my friend.
For everyone.
But your friend has
I know, he does that. No big deal.
Everybody gathered to see the coins. All will be packed. The problem is,
okay, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
If I do professionally hear what I'm saying, it's very
All right,
awkward.
sir.
So in confession, there's enough room for everyone so that you could confess and not be heard. I confess and not be heard. Beautiful. The Kotzker says something so beautiful. He says, there are some people who always have to be right. They're always right. They stand on their ground. What happens with those people? It's suffocating. It's suffocating. If you happen to know one of those people who is always right, in general, best thing to do, we know. How do you people? You don't really engage. Because the truth is, being with them and talking with them and interacting with them is absolutely suffocating. There's no room for anyone else. If you're Mavater, if you learn how to yield, you learn how to compromise, you recognize that most things are not worth the fight. And it's so much more important in life to be happy than it is to be right. And so you're willing to go ahead and just yield. There's plenty of room for everyone. So I just want to point out that when we speak about this, Rabbi is so stark, is so stark, that there's no pshara. Understand, this is the realm of legal matters. And Rabbi also feels that in the realm of legal matters, there's a right and there's a wrong. There's an MS, there's a sheker, there's a kameh, there's a tar, there's a kasher, there's a trade, kayed, there's a zakai. Don't give up on that process. That's what keeps that responsibility to find that clarity. And pshara, by definition, abdicates the responsibility to find clarity. He says, watch this. He goes on and he says, Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who said, let justice split the mountain. In other words, Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who said, there should be MS. There was a man of MS. About Aaron, on the other hand, what was Aaron? Aaron, Shalom, Shalom. Right? So Mason Shalom Adam Aaron, on the other hand, it was saying was a personal peace, pursued peace, made peace between man and his fellow Shneimar Torah and his Haisa Batiu, La'avlo Nimsa Bisvasa, Shalom Ugumitra Halach, Selah Barabin Eshif Be'avo. So let's say this is the situation of Moshe and Aaron. Aaron was a Pshara man. Moshe Rabbeinu was Yikov Hadin Es Hahar. So let's say, it's very important to understand. By the way, who was in charge of the legal system? Moshe Rabbeinu. So let's say, so it's beautiful. Again, let's say Aaron, fantastic. Aaron was a man of the people, right? Aaron was the mashkiach of Klal Yisrael. He was the mashkiach. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Daina Anas, right? Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again was in charge of the judicial system. So Aaron, you bring your pshara to the conduct of the general populace, absolutely. But as a legal system, ultimately, again, it's got to be Moshe Rabbeinu who runs things. Moshe Rabbeinu who says, let judgment split the mountain. That's the expression. Yikol Hadin Sahar. Let the judgment split the mountain. Do not run a legal system based on pshara, but rather run a legal system on finding MS. But it's interesting to say, Nachol the brothers. Right? Moshe Rabbeinu Yikol Hadin Sahar, and Aaron HaKohen, Ori Shalom, Rodev Shalom, Umesim Shalom, and Adam Mechaber. Aaron HaKohen loved peace, pursued peace, And they people do realize like often Kotis as well, which is this idea. So also Mishnah Abbas. This is what Hillel says. Having me Talmid of Aaron, be a disciple of Aaron, or Shalom and Road with Shalom. And the Maharal says on this Mishnah, he says, obviously, why does it have to say pursue peace? Just say love peace. And normal people are lovers of peace. Well, what's the idea? So the Maharal says something so beautiful. He says, okay, everybody loves peace, right? Normal people love peace. But he says, what's the challenge? The challenge is to pursue peace. Right? If peace comes to me, I'm happy to have it. Happy to have it. But to run after it, to make the necessary sacrifices for it, that most people are not willing to do. That was unique about Aaron. Not only did he love peace, but he pursued it. He was willing to make the necessary sacrifices to make shalom in his life. Incredible. All right, let's go back to Rabbi Elazar says, so now they're just touching the passage of but say needs actually a little bit different. The Elazar says as follows: the Tachna Ba'ava, the Hebrew and Achala. So Elazar imagine the following scenario. Sorry. Right? Even steals wheat, he grinds it up, right? He bakes it and he separates challah. So that's beautiful, right? That's beautiful. He separated only one problem. What is he separating? What is he separating it from? From still eats and mevarik. So you say, maybe he should make a bracha. Bracha tashma kelala. Right? You should go and make a bracha. It's like Givaldi. No, because you wasn't no. No, the Gemara says this is not called the bracha, rather it's called the act of verbal blasphemy. This is what the passage means when it says that the person, right, the person who stole. Now, in this context, the Jews of Botseah means theft. That's why I thought I was going to point out to you how interesting this is, that the same word for theft is also used for compromise. Botseah, right? Bitzah and Botseah. Everyone say, why is the same? Because if you think about it, by the way, the compromise is going to sound strange, is a shtick of theft. Right? Why is it a shtick theft? Why? Because at the end of the day, you are going ahead and you're usually doing what may belong to someone else and giving it to a different party. In other words, everybody's agreeing to that process, but the money, again, Ruben may be right, Shimon may be wrong. The property may really belong to Ruben, and what you're doing through compromise is you're taking part of it, giving it to Shimon. So it's sort of like that. Remember we saw before, there's sort of two different words for compromise. Shara and Bitsua. So you're going to see, by the way, depending on which word you use, it shows how you about the Shara process. Using Russian of Shara, Shara like Hakila. Using the Russian of Bitsua, sounds like Shara is a busy habit. Again, see how this plays out. Today, all the Russians doing this since they are part of this process. Just using a different application. So what's like, mitzvah abad ba'adira. It's very nice that you want to separate akava. Beautiful. Only one problem. You stole the wheat. You stole the wheat. And such a bracha like that is not a bracha, but rather an act of blasphemy. The Meir says, okay, that's incredible. And Meir says, Dashna Botseah is really flat hope. Must be again by Yehuda. What happened by Yehuda? Not Betsa, why should we kill our brother? That's what the Yehuda say. What did Yehuda say? Yehuda said instead, let's sell him. Right? Why should we go ahead and kill him? Let's just go ahead and sell him. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's this? Look at this moment from Yehuda. What should Yehuda have done? Yehuda should have said, guys, cut it out. He should have done. He should have said, stop it. Stop it. I know we all tremendously dislike Yosef. In fact, we all hate Yosef. But this is not what we do. This is not what we do. And Yehuda should have taken responsibility and should have returned Yosef back to his father. If he went to Yehuda says, not that's not. Now, understand what I say is fascinating. So Yehuda is trying to make like a compass. You can compromise. Chazal, you want to kill Yosef. I'm saying, let's compromise. Let's not kill him. Let's instead sell him. As you say, sell it. And you must force Yehuda for this compromise. Listen to this. You must be Alzem Ne'emar, Botseah Me'etz Hashem. This the passage says, if you praise, and you just compromise, you are blaspheming God. Meaning, Gemara is holding Egypt tremendously culpable for his decision. You have the right, you have the power to bring Yosef back home. You have the power to have and shut this whole thing down. But instead, you struck a compromise with the brothers. And the Gemara says, whoever thinks that you did something good is blaspheming HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That was there is much to say about this. There was he says, give it a break. Like, Yehuda was just to navigate a situation. When you know that something is right and something is wrong, you have no when it's to what the right thing is. You have no try to appease the parties. And you have to do like there's a place like Shara. And sometimes it's not clear what's right and what's wrong. But it's absolutely clear what's right and what's wrong. You have no right for Shara. You have no right to equality. You have an obligation to step in and to do what is right in the moment. And for that reason, you haven't understood what was supposed to be done, and you failed to act in a responsible way. Because of that, the Gemara says, whoever gives you the shkoyach for mediating a compromise, means Hashem is acting. That's not compromise. That is a shirking of responsibility. And it looks like this is so incredibly important, right? Because so often we find ourselves in situations like this where there's a dispute. You want to be friends, you want to maintain friends, you want to make friends with everyone. It looks like life is really not about having fun. That's actually not what it's about. It's about doing the right thing. And when you see a situation which MS is being so profoundly corrupted, you have to worry much less about people remaining your friends and worry much more about ensuring doing your part in maintaining MS goal. It's such an incredibly important piece. So, and also, by the way, you see a theme. Can we send this phase back? That's not allowed to pass in front of your Rebbe, right? Except in one situation. When you're allowed to pass in front of your Rebbe, remember when? Remember you're getting kids with the coin in the cemetery? When you see someone doing something wrong, you have an obligation to step in. I got my Rebbe's right here. Think about it. When it comes to matters of this, when it comes to right and wrong in this world, you gotta step in and make a difference. You have the ability to step in and make a difference, and you didn't do it. How often, like, you have the opportunity to step in, it's not comfortable, but to step in and to right along, that becomes a moral obligation. Incredible. And you should have been the call home, and you should have got said, we'll say this is the other side of the coin. Now, remember again, a few lines ago, we're doing the Balaja, some of you are saying, now, Balaja holds that Shara is essentially Asr, right? Like Asr Mitzvah. Comes on the Bishop and Karcha and says, Mitzvah Mitzvah. Wow. I'll tell you, opposite end of the spectrum. And Jimmy got the set. It is a mitzvah for Shara. Shinama, and that's the Mishpat Shalom Shakri Sharif, and Allah B'Makal Solosay. So now, because he quotes on the from Zechariah, and the prophet says follows, and that's the Mishpat, right? So literally again, true justice, shalom, and peace, shall be shalom, and adjudicate in your courts. So let's say, it says, hello, the Makom Sheish Mishpat in shalom. So let's say that the assumption is like this. We might make the assumption that Mishpat is din, and shalom is shara. So how can you have both? How can you have adjudication and mediation, right? How can you have justice and compromise? Or we're not going to say shalom. And Mishpat Ella, anything with Mishpat Sheish or shalom, this is beautiful. And everyone say, how do you ever have a case of Mishpat that also has shalom? Right? How do those two things go together? And the Omer Zebitzvah, this is compromise. This is compromise. So it's interesting that in the Yeshua and Karcha's worldview, Shara is really a form of Mishpat. See, up until now, we've been looking at Mishpat and Shara as two distinct things. There's either Mishpat or there's Shara. And Yeshua and Karcha said, no, Shara, like compromise, is a form of Mishpat. It's essentially there's two tracks of din. There's Axis din, and then there's Shara din, but they're both tracks of justice. Incredible. The famous David, who Omer sons with David and Alpha said as well. By who David Osa Mishpat Daka. David and Alpha performed acts of Mishpat and Staka. Staka in Mishpat. Again, I would assume that Mishpat are exclusionary terms, like Mishpat means strict justice, and Staka means, acts of kindness. So aren't they mutually exclusive? Ella, a Mishpat, Shishpat, Staka. So what is the case of Mishpat that happened? Have you all met with Zebitzua? This is the mind. Someone said this is incredibly important. So we need to see over here in Rabbi Yeshua ben Karpa's worldview is that Shara is a mitzvah, but it's also because he views it differently. He doesn't view Shara as an abdication of din, but rather he views Shara as a different form of din. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Asur. So rather again, this would go according to Tanakama. What does Tanakama say? Here we go. Tanas Hadin, person adjudicated the case. Zika es Achai, Zika es Hazakai, so if the judge exonerated the innocent and found culpable the guilty, the Russian is Chayiv Animal, only went ahead and he saw the Shimei law, he told himself, and let's say again, the judge realized that he went ahead and he made a poor person Chayiv money. So he ruled erroneously against money, and then what happened? He's shooting on the himself, and the judge paid back the pauper was reversed, and back to by judgment from his own money. Then Mishpat was stuck up. This is called Mishpat and stuck up. Mishpat was that, it's Mishpat for one, and stuck up for the other. Mishpat was that, Shech Salam Mama. Ultimately, again, it's Mishpat. So the one ultimately, again, was giving money. Stuck up was that, shooting on himself. And ultimately, again, stuck up. The one who the judge himself made. So the Gemara says as follows: Kashmir Rebbe, skip the parentheses down, because the famous double skip the parentheses. The Gemara says Kashmir Rebbe, second to last, third to last in short lines. Kashmir Rebbe, Hayim Lacholamo, La'anini Baray. But quite funny, why did you say Lacholamo? She said La'anini to the board. Elo, Avapish, Lo Shilin, so Peso, Zel Mishpat Utstaka. Rather, even though the guy did not get that from his own money, it's still Mishpat and Staka. How so? Mishpat was that. Mishpat it's Mishpat to the one who was giving back his money that was already taken from him. And ultimately, again, it was stuck up for the one who stole the property and that had it extracted from him. Incredible. So bottom line, over here, we find a fundamental machlokes between Rabbi Lazar and Rabbi Yoshua about Pshara. Rabbi Lazar is saying Pshara is Asr. Asr. You have to instead go with din. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha saying Pshara is a mitzvah. You always go with Pshara. What's at the root of this focus? It would appear that Rabbi holds that Pshara is a process outside of normal adjudication, and therefore one should really not deal with it. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha saying no, Pshara is another track of adjudication, and therefore ideally should be used. I want to say just a couple of lines. Rabbi Shimon ben Asa, let's say the first of the intermediate. Rabbi Shimon ben Asa says this is incredible, beautiful Gemara. Shnayim shebal v'fanim. So let's say two people shouldn't show up before the dayan. Ad shelo tishma divrehem, u'shedishu divrehem v'iyata yodea lehechan din nota. Ata rasha gomer lahem su'u u'bitzu. So let's say this is fascinating. If the litigants come before the dayan, and the dayan either didn't hear their respective sides or heard their arguments, but really doesn't have clarified in his mind at all which way this is going to go, he has a right to say to them, Chevra, I think you should go to mediation. I think you should compromise. Misha tishma divrayim v'ati yodea lehechan v'ati yodea lehechan adinota iyat harashem roma lahen tzuhu ubitzu. However, once the judge hears respective opinions, and then what? So knows, has a little bit of clarity in his mind, some clarity in his mind as to which direction this should go, he cannot send them to mediation. In other words, once the process of judgment, of din has begun, as manifest by the fact that the judge already has a little bit of a vision in his mind where this case is going, he cannot recommend pshara. before crystallized or in semi-crystallized in his mind, he can recommend Shar. Shar, Holter Mayim Rishis Madon, for the Fana Skala Hariv, so Shkodim Shin Skala Hariv, so my dash is this, before the dispute becomes crystallized, Atiyakal without show. You could push them off the Pshara. Mishin Skala Hariv, but once again, the dispute has become revealed. In other words, the judge has some level of clarity as to which direction it should go. Ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and push it to Pshara. It's like incredible. We're going to stop over here for today. Again, we're not finished. A lot more on this topic. And obviously, we have to see Halacha L'Maisa. Litigants come to Beis Din. So first of all, again, all of our outstanding questions. How many judges do you need for Din Torah? How many judges do you need for Pshara? Ultimately, again, does Pshara need a kinyan? But the overarching question is, two people show up in Beis Din. What are we directing them towards? Are we directing them towards Din? Are we directing them towards Pshara? Is Pshara the Chatila? Is Pshara the Diavad? Is Pshara a mitzvah? Is Pshara an Avera? Should we be like Moshe? Should we be Aaron? What should we do? So we continue tomorrow.
As other people, as content right now, our pond is getting bigger and filled up with more people that we're going to have to figure out a way to get more water somewhere else to get another pond.
All right, Kevin,
How do you do that with the
everybody.
community? The community goes out, they figure out where's there more resources with water. How can we create something that's taking up and it's making bigger because of our pond is getting full? And the other ponds are sleeping. Other ponds
All
are
right,
drying
say
up.
good morning. Let us begin. To begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the entire year of Takshin Pei. Hey, Tilson Mishpacha, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a support for the completion of Masechas Bava Basra and the Mir Hashem, the beginning of a beautiful journey into Masechas Sanhedrin. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Kisley Tabarlin Lutova, Josh and Becky Friedman, the creation of the archetype of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda Ben Arav Chaim Rafael, and the source of the safe return of our hostages and the security of all of our soldiers. Semi and Malka Esther in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Arav Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, and in memory of their dear friend, the brave soldier, beloved husband, father, and skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Unikom Damo, Ben Beatrice Mim, and Danielle Yigal. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Neshama Slav Naliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah Shabbat, Jidal, Kol Chol Yisrael, the Bosham should return our hostages, B'Shalom, and the Karov, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedeihem. With that, let us begin today's Daf Vav. Daf Vav 6. We are picking up in Meres Hashem on Hey Amud days. We left off with Pshita, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 lines up from the bottom. So it says, remember again, we're really in the midst of the riveting discussion regarding essentially how the adjudication of financial cases works. So remember again, one of the things that we've seen also, the dominant thing that came out of yesterday's staff was he can't paskin without permission. No paskin without permission. And the idea being, again, now what level of permission we need, how different permissions work. Does Bavel work for Eretz? Does Eretz work for Bavel? So on and so forth. So that, again, we had that situation. But the bottom line is, Yora, Yadin. There has to be permission from some higher authority in order to be able for a Talmid Chacham to pass on Shabbos. So the Gemara says, Pshita Lepalga. So the Gemara says, Hakamar Duhani. So now the first Gemara, essentially the question it doesn't ask, but it asks is, can a person receive partial permission? So let's say you have a Talmid Chacham. You give permission to Talmid Chacham, let's say, to rule on certain matters and not on other matters. So the Gemara says, yeah, we actually dealt with that. We dealt with that already, right? Where do we see that? We saw that in yesterday's daf, where Rav was granted permission to go ahead and paskin on Dinei Mamanas, monetary law, Isser V'Heter, that is the prohibition, but what wasn't he given permission about? Bechoros, right? To paskin on the mum of Bechor animals. So we definitely see that there's the concept of granting partial permission. Okay. The most atnai, mai. What about granting permission with a condition? Now, what does this mean? So look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Kidon ad shana or ad shnasayim below yoser." It's actually very, very interesting. Can you give time In words, can you say like this? So and so Talmud Chacham has the ability to pass on matters of halacha for the next year, for 2 years. So it's not just like it's not a blank check. There's a time. Does that work? So Tashma, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon. So it is Rabbi Yochanan said to Rabbi Shimon, "Hari ata b'rshusenu asher tavo etzleinu." You are hereby under. You are operating within our rishus until you come back to us. Look at Rashi, Rav Shimon. When Rav Shimon left Eretz Yisrael and went to Babel, so ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan told him, "You have permission to pass the shilas until you come." So what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, there is the ability to go ahead and give timed rishos. Timed rishos, you can go ahead and halacha l'maisa give to rishos for a certain duration for halacha. Incredible. All right, let's go back to the Gufa. Amar Shmuel to Shmuel as follows. Beis Shadanu Dinehem. You're going to say, what's the halacha? People that welcome back to Mogen Sion. So the Gemara says this also. Gufa Amar Shmuel. Beis Shadanu Dinehem. If two people go ahead and adjudicate the halacha, it works. Ella. Shinikra based in go ahead and adjudicate a halacha. Technically it works, but there are a basin process, right? What's the big basin? I'm not going to cover. So this is very important because this is going to be a major topic for our discussion today, which is Shmuel holds that mid'oraisa, so a basin of two operates. A basin of two is a legitimate basin. However, again, it's called mechutza, right? They're called chutzudik. Why are they called chutzudik? Because they're operating in a way that they shouldn't operate. In other words, ideally, three dayanim. The fact is they're going ahead and they're operating two. This is not ideal, and therefore should not be done. But technically speaking, it works. Just Rav Nachman, the Amar the Hashmaita, Rav Nachman was sitting over and giving over this ruling. They Rava Nachman. So Rava is the Kasher of Nachman. So Rav Nachman is quoting Shua that a basin of two, but it's called a mechutza, right? They're called chutz. So Rav Nachman was giving over this ruling in front of Shnayim Mizakin or Shnayim Mechayim. Even if this came down a basin of three, you have two judges, two defendants, or two judges, right? I think the Shnayim Mizakin or Shnayim Mechayim. Two judges find the defendant guilty, or two judges find the defendant innocent. The Echad Omer Ini Yodea. One judge says, I don't know. Now, I will say, now what happens effectively when a judge says, I don't know? What happens effectively is that third judge is effectively absenting himself from the judicial process. So what's the halacha? The Gemara says, you have to add a third judge because it's as if that third judge left, right? And therefore you have to add on the third judge. So the Gemara says, 1 second, but why? But again, if Shmuel is correct, that a basin of two, technically speaking, so although again I got it, it's not ideal. When you see from the three, and two of them say, let's say the defendant is innocent, and the third one says, I don't know, fine, so I'd have to replace the third one. You still have a basin of two that's paskening. So I say, so this is Kashan Shmuel. Shining house in the day, Kara died to the Klasi. Hacha love a died to the Klasi. No. There's a very big difference. When the litigants sit down and their intention is to be judged by a basin of three, then you got to close out the process with a basin of three. And if one of the judges says, I don't know, he's effectively absenting himself from the process. You have a basin, and now you have to go ahead and fix that, right? That has to be remedied. Now, what Shmuel is referring to is where a person lechatchila sits down with a basin of two. Okay, so lechatchila you sit down with a basin of two. Technically speaking, that is going on. Incredible. I will say, by the way, there's tremendous Mosar Haskell in this, which is that in life, so a person has to make sure, I would say differently. We spoke about this before, that there are certain things in life you don't have to get involved. Once you get involved, you're obligated to see it through. So this dying basin, there's no such thing as ambivalence. You have to stand. You have to choose a side. Again, if you don't want to get involved, you have a right not to get involved in certain things. But once you get involved, you can't go ahead and say, I don't know, I have an opinion on this. And this is true in life in general. If you get involved in something, see it through. How many times in life do we start to do things? And then it gets a little complicated, it gets a little this, it gets a little uncomfortable. So like we decide once we're in to absent ourselves from the process. Not if you want to absent yourself, don't get involved. Once you're involved, you have an achrayus. Once you have an achrayus, you have a responsibility. See it through to conclusion. Incredible. All right, Ace here, Shemegamiel. Ace here, Shemegamiel Omer. Hadin B'Shlosha, Upshar B'Shnai. So it's like, yes, listen, it's very exciting. So Shemegamiel, this is really, I didn't want to hype it up too much on the chat because then people only come for the exciting dot and call it in for the other ones. Every dot is ridiculous, but this is great stuff. So I got to say, so just to keep in mind, here's what we have. We have a statement of Shmuel and Rav Nachman. Shmuel said it, Rav Nachman echoed it. And what was it? Technically speaking, you could adjudicate a case with terror. Okay? Not ideal. You're called the Mechutzav, but at the end of the day, technically speaking, it works. Now watch this. Today's the Kansha. Rav Shimon says, Hadin B'Shlosha, adjudication of a case is with three things. Oh, okay. Introduce something new over here. So we'll say pshara. Pshara. What's pshara? Compromise. Compromise. So the truth is today you can also this really is a form of mediation, right? Where again, and we're going to talk about this, that the goal of din versus the goal of pshara are very different. Like the goal of din is to decide who is right and who is wrong. The goal of pshara, compromise, or mediation is to decide, to create some type of equitable. It's understood that pshara is not coming out with who's right and who's wrong. Pshara is we just stand on the side and we're just trying to fit an equitable solution. So again, we'll get into this more. So the Gemara says, adjudication of the case is three. Pshara is with two. The Yavakar and more powerful than judgment. So, Shishnaim Shedan Balidinin, Yechovin Ushaim Shasu Pshara, because if you are judged by a basin of two, you have the ability to go ahead and negate that judgment. But if you did Pshara with two, that's binding. What do you see from here? That din made by two dayanim is not binding. That contradicts Shmuel, contradicts Rav Nachman. Top of Vav, 6a, B'chi came up, Pligi Rabbanan, Reb Shimon Gamliel. So okay, so we don't say Rabbanan, argue Reb Shimon Gamliel. Vam Rabbi Avo, Shnayim Shedanu L'divrei HaKol, Ein Dinehem Din. Rabbi Avo says that if two people adjudicate a case, again, their judgment is not binding, contradicts. To which the Gemara says, what are you getting all excited about? Gavra Aramis, okay, it's Machlokes. There are different opinions about the effectiveness of a two-person based din. Bottom line, that's what it comes down to. So you've got Rabbi Abba who says that a two-person based din does not work. And you've got Shmuel / Rav Nachman who say that a two-person based din does work. Look at the top Rashi. Gavra, Rabbi Abba, Shmuel, Summer, Pligi, Rabban, and Alei, Rav Shimon. All right, so we'll say Machlokes. So we'll say this is very exciting. So a lot's happening over here. I still sort of need more in the case. Does a two-person based din work or not? Rabbi Avo, no. Shmuel / Rav Nachman, yes. Now you've also been introduced to the din of pshara, of compromise. Let's go with that. Gufa. Here we go. I'm Rabbi Avo. I will say we'll get to the halacha for all of these things, and rest assured probably tomorrow. So Gufa, I'm Rabbi Avo. Shnayim Shedanu Dinei Mamanis and call Ein Dinem Din. So again, Rabbi Avo just before. Two people, two dayanim, everyone is that the judgment is not effective. Ace Bay, Rabbi Avo is catching Rabbi Avo. Dones Hadin, Rizika Esachai, Dehiye Vesazakai, Kime Esatar, Tir Esatame. So now listen to this case. In all of these cases, we're talking about judicial error. Judicial error, judge made a mistake. He exonerated the wrong person, right? He found he indicted the wrong person. something that's Tanei Tahar, so that's Tahar Tanei. He made a judicial mistake. So what do you do? He says that he had done something, the mirror said, what? So fine. So actually, done something. We must talk about Yachid Muncha. So that's an individual is the expert. So what happened? He made a mistake. So listen, what happens? In general, what happens when a person makes a mistake? What's halacha? Masa asa asli. What's done is done. Listen, now what does it mean what's done is done? You do not reverse the ruling. The ruling stands for what's happening. It's an erroneous ruling. How do you deal with that? When you're shouting the baseline, fascinating. The judge becomes personally. In other words, the judge scans. So let's say for example, we're going to the basement as we clean the chimney out of $1,000, right? While so let's say the dining rule and he shouldn't over $1,000, and then it turns out the dining is wrong. We totally wrong. So it's like that law is not making them give that chimney. Let's say the bin stands, but what? The judge personally liable to pay $1,000 to people. So there's the judgment stands, but there's personal liability. I just point out there's something very interesting. If you look at actually this moment, Misharim the so if they can do a kamon, Moki Vashina Sasan Biyad, and Kash Asa Asin Ama, for our purposes, why do you think about that? What do you see from here? You see from here that the singular judge is binding. If the judge and not reverse.
Oh, this is so
if
funny.
The judgment of the singular judge is binding, then so what? 32. So how could that be a holy saying the judgment of two judges is ineffective? Let's say, before we go back, let's go back there. But actually, before we go back there. So understand, this sounds so strange. We know the judge made the erroneous ruling. We know it. So why not reverse the ruling? This is about preservation of the sanctity of the system. People have to have faith in they have to believe that it's just. They have to believe that it's correct. And they have to believe that what they are doing. If you start reversing judgment, fundamentally erodes confidence in the system. You can't just let that either. Now, not to say, by the way, that all times where we reverse the judgment, it gets that so. The system is always more important than the individual. Incredible. So it's like, this is one of the most important descendants in Yiddishkeit. How many times does it happen that there's a certain halacha that I don't like? Let's be honest with that, right? There's a certain halacha that I don't like. A certain halacha that doesn't speak to me. A certain halacha that really is a pain. It just does not fit in with the way I want to live my life. So you have a choice. What's the choice? So people can go ahead and people do this all the time. They come up with different hashkafas to pray how many hashkafas are created from convenience. Right? They come up with different hashkafas. So it's like Yiddishkeit 101 is you fit yourself to the system. You don't fit the system to you. It says that all his down by the people was really going back. He says, what happened with us? Right? Moshe Rabbeinu was drunk or whatever. They were so they didn't have. So it says that it's amazing. He said, they didn't stop reading the book. But they wanted the trouble with Yiddishkeit they had is Yiddishkeit forces you to mold yourself to the system. They wanted a system that molded them, that molded it to themselves. He said, Shankar says, what's the difference between idolatry and monotheism? In Yiddishkeit, I have the ability to make myself in God's image. In Avodah in idolatry, I make God in my image. I decide what I want, and I create a system of theology all around that. In Yiddishkeit, there's a Kadosh Baruch Hu, who is an immutable, eternal truth, and my obligation is to make myself in His image. It's one of the hardest things about Yiddishkeit But it's one of the most beautiful things, and one of the things that is the core reason why we are here for thousands upon thousands of years. Because we do not make the system in our image. We make ourselves and everything else in the systems in the part of this image. That's what's so important over here. So remember, it's like, how come I'm asking what's the case over here? In other words, why is it that you're even one judge? Creates a ruling. How come I'm asking, if you drew a line, but if these are the millions accepted the ruling of one judge, we already saw this before, right? The radius of the parties agree to something, and of course, it's going to love you. A mind is telling you so. That's easy to accept upon them. And why when the first why is it Diane thought one in Torah. Because again, we're going to explain to the judge us in accordance with the law of the Torah. I.e., you're for us about the judgment. That's what we signed up for.
This is so brilliant.
Judgment is going to be personal Bible. I'm going to stop with Rabbi you talk about it. Let's be very easy. So let's talk about this a moment. So first of all, let's get early history that we saw the ability for a young woman a single expert to judge. Now what we see is that judge made a mistake. There's personal liability. And let's say, now I know what you're thinking. How does this stem with what we learned yesterday, right? Didn't we learn that if you have permission to test it, what do you have? Immunity, right? You have like a practice insurance. So again, we'll see how that stems. See how that stems just a little bit. So by the way, it is kind of hard to learn, right? Is this a new right? Okay, that was good. Everybody's ready for more. Nice. You want to say how? So Mark says, what did the Dayan make take of that? Right? What was the source of the erroneous views? So the Gemara says, even the topic of Divine Mishnah was interesting.
I gotta see this. But you can find them almost die. But there is no sense at all. It's in the rain inside my studio. The answer on my wall. Mexican and black, like copy space. With the top like down. Please do that. They just like a sin. And then upstairs. Oh, that was fucking hilarious. Oh, that is so fucking.
We do reverse that because again,
that was a message. The team was a medal. Here's what we did was backwards. And I was deep to watch. 30 minutes, I call Brian Gay. Don't think bad. You're a flint of almost died. Just a little. Figure on that wall. Figure get it. There's copy space. But she has to shop. I like this song. This is so funny. This is so fucking funny. You've gone down on Max and J. The team blame at all. The card we did was that first. We no one seems to watch. For 30 minutes, I called Brian Gates. Get the picture on my wall. It was my God, but it's back. Don't text back. But I flipped when I almost died. The drinks it all. Look at rain outside my studio. When I go on my wall, like a kid who's got every space, but my son pushed out for a ball. It's just that thing, and then I'll stand. Oh. What a fucking funny
These guys are so underrated as comics. These are the two hottest fucking comics on the fucking planet right now. I don't even know their fucking names, but they're hilarious. These guys are so funny. The actual J is a teacher play metal. The big pod we did was that quick. As we and Ricky team so much. Verdict even the time like a frying cake. The vacation of my mom. He's off my head. But you don't text back. You don't text back. You got flipped and almost died. It make no sense at all. Just the rain outside my studio.
Even be done with
With some push travel ball. It's a sad thing. You understand. Oh, this shit is so funny. Very, very funny.
Two different words in the same line. But shut up. Just keep it in mind. We'll see why that is in just a little bit. So again, so just Bitsua and shut up mean the same thing. The process of compromise, process of self-mediation, as opposed to find an equitable solution, as opposed to good judgment. So again, not focus. So Amir says, even Char needs free. But I'm saying no, Char can be done with once. So I'm looking on the Char. So we assume everyone compares mediation to adjudication, and you want source not focus. My lab, how can I focus? Source not focus. The Mar Sava Gim Bishwachal, the Mar Sava Gim. So then the focus of us, since we're comparing, like mediation, compromise to adjudication, what's the focus? One says Gim is with you, and therefore Char is also going to be with you. Another says Gim is with strength. Love the Kuli, I'll not do the no, everybody agrees on the agrees that adjudication requires three benefits. What's going on in this? The Mar Sava Machina Charludin, or Mar Sava no Machina Charludin. So what's the focus? The focus is, do we compare the process of mediation to adjudication and peacemaking? The results of that focus will also determine how many judges, how many people you need for so limits was that tonight the Shara was some would be the need for the using the focus by Shara, the master of the shelter of my soul. One says you need three judges from you need two. The master of the so says what's the plan? Let's say that there's three opinions comes to Shara. One of them says you need three diaries. One opinion says you need two diaries. One of them you need one diary. Or I have studied man's on a tray. I think not really. There's an opinion that says you need two diaries. Those that one would suffice. The eyes are on a tray. The eyes, why does it say that you need two? The eighth is Abi Alei Sahabi. There was there's a doubtless of having two people for Shara. That was having two judges for Shara. They should also serve as witnesses to the mediation process as well. Finally, when it says what about you? Shleming up, so say, what do you see from here? Shara actually lets you for king. So you see from here that Shara doesn't require a king. What does that mean? Shara doesn't require a king. So let's say we're going to have a dispute. They decided to sign up for mediation, not adjudication. By the way, that's a right to have. In other words, when I have a legal dispute with someone, you have to choose. Do we want sin or do we want shara? What there's two different questions. Which process do we have? So as soon as we're going to go ahead and we're going to mediation, we're going for shara. So once so now, interestingly enough, at the end, when we ruling or agreement to each, the Gemara says, now, you don't need a king. You don't need a king. Now, I would have thought that perhaps the way that arbitration works is we finish up the agreement, like we always finish up the agreement, like we come to a compromise, and now the parties have to do a premium in order to accept the parties and the implications of that agreement. So the Gemara says, you see from here that Shar doesn't require a premium. Why? She said, I thought with a premium. Last one was that because if you thought that Shar needs a premium, the man Damar Tzricha Tzlasa Lamali Tiski betrayed on the premium. And why would you ever use these people for Shara? Let there be two. Then let the parties do a premium and let those judges be witnesses on that premium. Shalom Shalom. It is done to which the Gemara says the whole facade Shara to the two. And this is not the exactly going to see that Shara always requires a team. So let's say she just points that over here. Sin doesn't require a team. It doesn't require a team. Right here is part of a formal legal. And Torah gives a lot of the things for this. Shara is what we're going to see that in order for the meaning of the Shara to be or the agreement that we set upon the parties, we have to do a team. Again, the team is slippery. Like, taking a handkerchief, lifting it up, and firing upon themselves all of the allegations, outgoing, and creating a Shara agreement. So again, but again, like I said, we have a lot of outstanding issues. But just to keep track of our issues, number one, how many people need for a basic din, right? Because we moved on to Shara now. And how much do you need for din? Is it 2 or do you need 3? So that's still hanging out there. For Shara, how many do you need? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? That's still hanging out there. Does Shara require a premium? Here, the Gemara seems to say pretty definitively that in order for Shara absolutely requires a key. Again, we'll see whether or not that's echoed in the halacha. Well, let's go back to a little bit. Shame, Shadin B'Shlosha, Kach Bitzur B'Shlosha. What's that Raisa? The Raisa says that the same way that adjudication is done with 3, mediation, compromise must be done with 3 as well. Mediation requires a raising of 3 as well. Other days will say, other days, Nigma Hadin, Nigma Hadin, right now, what is Nigma Hadin? We can attack that to God on the basis of Nigma Hadin. So I'm going to attack that. So literally, the Gemara says is judgment has been passed. So basically said, Ruven is kinded and Shimon is bad. What's Talacha? Atal then go ahead and resort to compromise. Which I will say makes a lot of sense. Whereas, the party got lost. I really found this. So instead of going ahead and working on the procedure, why don't we try to reach out on the exact so once you've gone down the route of theory, you can't then refer to so now we get to the core issue of compromise and whether or not how does this work? Right? Moving and shouldn't have a legal dispute. What is the proper path for them to take? Is it din or is it shara? So here we go. Brother obeys 6 weeks to Asr with Salah. It is prohibited to engage in the process of mediation and compromise. Furthermore, the call of Hosea, a raise the Hosea. And whoever goes ahead and compromises, raise the Hosea is a sinner. The call of Mabaris is Hosea. And whoever goes ahead and compromises. What does Papa think Cook means? That's why I feel like I've said this before, but is a blasphemer. You gotta define it. The Alexander Emmer about this, the Pasuk says, Hosea, Berak, Nies Hashem. I mean, this makes it sound like he wants to blesses the compromiser, blasphemes Hashem. All right, so what do you do? Elo, Yikov Hadin. And he's like, whoa, dude, that's all talk. He says that to me. I don't say, I was just joking. Because ultimately justice is incredible. This is our first thought. Our first thought is, you got a gun? You have to dispute what do you do? What do you do? You all have to go to what do? Listen, what's Jason's job? What's their job? What's their job? To decide who is fighting and it was wrong. And in every case, there's someone who's right, and there's someone who's wrong. So what is the fundamental flaw with Shara? What's the fundamental flaw? It's not Ellis. It's not Ellis. Shara is not Ellis. Shara essentially says, we're ignoring who's right and who's wrong, and let's find an equitable solution. It is compromising MS. So Yosef, some of this belief says, that's not how we should operate. We should strive for MS. Granted, I will say, does King ensure MS? Does King ensure MS? No, why? Why? There's human error. But at least King is an attempt to arrive at MS. Shara is an application of the process. Shara says, no, remember, who's right, who's wrong. Shara is, let's just find, let's just find the nice compromise. So the Rosh Hashanah is ideologically opposed to the concept of listen, I don't point that out. Don't you know what? I'm trying to do this in my marriage for all these years, right? I'm not, no, again, please understand, right? The action of this is purely in legal matters. Do not place in the realm of human relationship that, I have one of my favorite ideas. It's always because I understand. Because he says that one of the miracles that he put in the recent English was Omdim Sifufin Mishtachavim Rebachim. When you stand in the base of English, the part of it is you're acting right shoulder to shoulder. Yet when we would bow down, there was room for everyone. I think the Yonah comments usually said, what is it talking about running a kipper? His miracles in the front. Everybody gathered to be packed in. Confession. If I have to do confession, you hear what I'm saying, it's very awkward. So when we bow down, prostrate, confession, there was enough room for everyone. That you could confess and not be heard. I can confess and not be heard. Beautiful. Katzke says something so beautiful. He says, Omdim Sifufin. There are some people who always have to be right. They're always right. They're Omdim. They stand at their ground. They're always right. What happens with those people? Sifufin. It's suffocating. You happen to know one of those people who is always right. In general, the best thing to do, how do you operate with those people? Not really engaged. Not really engaged. Because dealing with them and talking with them, interacting with them is absolutely suffocating. And you don't move anywhere else. And if that happens, if you're in the back there, if you learn how to use, you learn how to compromise, you recognize that most things are not worth the fight. And it's so much more important for life to be happy than it is to be right. And so you're willing to go ahead and just yield, resolve. Forever. So I just want to point out that there's a shekel, there's a car, there's a zakai. Don't give up on that process. That's what find that clarity. And Shara by definition abdicates the responsibility to find clarity. It goes on and says, the same Moshe, Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who said, let justice Christmas the mountain. In other words, Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who said that again, there should be MS. There is a man of MS. Aaron, on the other hand, Aaron always shalom below the shalom. And Mason shalom the upper L'chairo. Aaron, on the other hand, was a person who loved peace, pursued peace, made peace between man and his fellow. Shemar Torah's MS Haisa B'Kiyu Va'avlo Lo Nimsa B'Svasa. Shalom U'B'Misha Hala. So this is essentially Moshe and Aaron. Aaron was the Pshara man. Moshe Rabbeinu was Yikov Hadin Es Hahar. So listen, so it's very important to understand. Who's in charge of the legal system? Who's in charge of the system? Moshe Rabbeinu. So listen, so as beautiful again, let's say Aaron was the man of the people, right? Aaron was the Mashiach. He was the Mashiach. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Daina Eres, right? Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately Aaron, you bring your Shara to the general customers. Absolutely. But as a system, ultimately, again, it's got to be most of that. There is a things to make sure everyone says that judgment splits the night. That's the thing. You call Hadin as Sahar. Let the judgment split the mountain. Do not run a legal system based on Shara, but rather run a legal system and find the tenants. That's all the student brothers. That's all the student brothers, right? Moshe and Yitzchak Hadin as Sahar, and Aaron Akoin, Oiv Shalom, Rodei Shalom, Umesi Shalom, and Adam Mechaber. Aaron Akoin, love peace, pursue peace, and made peace with Israel, and other focus as well, which is this idea. So also Mishnah Abbas, what Hillel says, having the Talmud of Sha'am, be the cycle of iron, Oiv Shalom, and Rodei Shalom, and also from Israel, says, obviously, why does that have to say pursue peace? They say, love peace, and normal people are love peace, well, that's false idea. Anybody love peace. Like normal people love peace. But what? They said, what's the challenge? As if peace comes to me, I have to have it. To run after it, to make the necessary sacrifices for it, that most of our not willing to do. That was needed that power. Not only did he love peace, but he pursued. He was willing to make the necessary sacrifices to make it so. Incredible. All right, that's what I did. But Rosa says, I wish because of something now, you just actually the passage of house. Say after needs as the rest of the stars. I wish because of something, the top level of the heavy to the power. So Rosa is imagining how we can over the stars. Right? Using steals wheat, he grinds it up, right? He takes it and he separates color. That's beautiful, right? That's beautiful. He separates color. Only one problem. What is he separating color from? What is he separating from? He's going wheat. So Kate said with heart, so you say, I made this to make a bracha. The bracha tashon kemana cholam Hashem tzom tzivano. Lahas ishkala mina isa. Right? You try to make a bracha, separate the Gemara says, "This is the Gemara on the mountains. This is not for the bracha, but it's for the act of God. What the blasphemy? I'm saying, yeah, man, we both have data. This is what the pasuk means when it says, like the person who stole, now was in this context, the Jewish of Hosea, is theft. That's not how I can't take out that the same word, the theft, is also used for business. Hosea writes Yeshua and Hosea. That was why you said, why did you think about it, by the way? It's a compromise, there's something like, why did they stick that? Why is there a little bit of that? Because at the end of the day, you are going to have removing something that you belongs to someone else and giving it to a different party. Everybody's agreeing to that process, but Lamaisa, again, Ruvain may be right, Shimon may be wrong. The property may really belong to Ruvain, and what you're doing to compromise is you're taking part of Ruvain's part and giving it to Shimon. So I just want to point out, remember we saw before that there are two different words for compromise, Shara and Bitsua. So you're going to see, by the way, depending on which word you use, it shows how you feel about the Pshara process. Using the Lashon of Pshara sounds like Pshara is L'chatchila. Using the Lashon of Bitsua sounds like Pshara is a B'diavad. Again, we'll see how this plays out. In any event, all of the is doing this is being according to this pasuk, but let's just use a different application. So we'll say this is also what's called mitzvah haba ba'era. It's very nice that you want to separate Akara. Beautiful. Only one problem. You stole the wheat. You stole the wheat. And such a bracha like that is not a bracha, but it's rather an act of blasphemy. Meir says, "Well, ne'amar b'osei eliki neged yudal." And Meir says, "Lashon b'leach is really said ultimately again by Yehuda. What happened by Yehuda? She'ne'amar v'yom yudal lecha ma beksha neharog esachi." Why should Yehuda said? Why should we kill our brother? Rather, what did Yehuda say? Yehuda said instead, let's sell him. Why should we go ahead and kill him? Let's just go ahead and sell him. The Gemara says this is the list. So let's look at this moment that Yehuda Shahaya Lomar Nachsireno La'adinu Achai Shahaya Dvara B'Shalom Rachel. What should Yehuda have done? You have said, guys, you should have done. Have to stop it. I know we all tremendously dislike Yosef. In fact, we all hate Yosef. But this is not what we do. It's not what we do. And you do this for taking and should have returned Yosef back to his father. So the Gemara says, Yehuda says, Mabesa. Now understand what I say, it's fascinating. So Yehuda is trying to make like a compromise. It's a compromise. Chevron, you want Yosef. I'm saying, let's compromise. Let's not kill him. Let's instead sell it. Let's instead sell it. And the Gemara forces Yehuda for this compromise. Listen to this. The Gemara says, Hosea, Beira, Nietz, Hashem. About this, the pasuk says, if you praise, Yehuda's compromise, you are blaspheming God. Meaning, the Gemara is holding Yehuda tremendously culpable for his decision. You had the right, you had the power to bring Yosef back home. You had the power to go ahead and shut this whole thing down. But instead, you struck a compromise with the brothers. The Gemara says, whoever thinks that Yehuda did good is blaspheming HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That was like, there is much to say about this. There was like a big picture, but you think it's 600 he says, give Yehuda break. Right? Yehuda is just trying to navigate a complex situation. It says there is something when you know that something is right, you know right. When it's clear to you what the right thing is, you have both right to try to work this. You have to step in and you have to do what's right. There's a place like Shara. And sometimes like it's not clear what's right and what's wrong. But when it is absolutely clear what's right and what's wrong, you have no right to Shara. You have no right to do. You have an opportunity to step in and to do what is right in that moment. And for that reason, Yehuda, you had to understand what was supposed to be done, and you failed to act in a responsible way. And because of that, when the Gemara says, whoever thinks that whoever gives you the shkaya for meeting a compromise, means that's not compromise. That's compromise. That is a shirking of responsibility. And like, this is so incredibly important, right? Because so often you find yourself in situations like this, where there's a dispute, and you want to be friends, want to make friends, we make friends with everyone. Everyone's like, right? It's really not about having friends. It's actually all about life is about doing the right thing. And we feel with MS is so profoundly connected. You have to worry much less about people being your friends and worry much more about doing your part to make sure you understand this. That's incredibly important. So it was about the way you see it too. Produce a mission that's not allowed to pass in front of your Rebbe, right? Except in one situation. When you get passed in front of your Rebbe, right? You're in peace in the cemetery. When you see someone doing something, you have an obligation to step in. I don't have these right here. Sure about it. When it comes to matters of this sort, to right and wrong in this world, you gotta step in and make a difference. Yehuda, that you don't need to step in and make a difference. How often you have the opportunity to step in, it's not comfortable. And to right alone, that becomes a problem. Have you shown in the car home? And B'nachman says, we'll say this is the other side of the thing. Remember again, a few lines ago, we're doing Rabbi Lazar, the son of Yosef, Rabbi Lazar holds that Shara is essentially awesome, right? Right? Awesome is so. Comes over to Shav and Karka and says, mitzvah tzah. Wow. Both sides, opposite end of the spectrum. So the Rabbi says, it is a mitzvah to compromise. A mitzvah for Shara, the Namar, and then a mitzvah to Shara, and the Shara, and I love him up and so on. So now, he's also in the Pasuk. Most of the Pasuk from Zechariah, and the Pasuk says as follows: Emes in Mishpat, right? So we're going to be again peace and justice, shalom and peace, shafu b'shalom, adjudication in your courts. Imagine that they say, hello, the Muslim is Mishpat is shalom. So that's the assumption is like this. Imagine the assumption that Mishpat is peace and shalom is shalom. So how can you have both? How can you have I have to have justice and compromise. We're not going to see each other. Mishpat error. Anything in Mishpat gains for some beautiful. In other words, how do you have a case of Mishpat that also has Shalom? And how do those two things go together? And the owner is that he's not worldview. So Shara is really a form of Mishpat. See, up until now we've been looking at Mishpat and Shara as two distinct things. There's either Mishpat or there's Shara. And the Shara conference is no. Shara, like compromise, is a form of Mishpat. So there are essentially there's like two tracks of good, two tracks. There's absolute justice, good, and then there's Shara din, but they're both tracks of justice. Incredible. And the David Omer says that David said as well, I eat David and Mishpat and Staka. David performs acts of Mishpat and Staka. Follow come up and see Mishpat and Staka. It's Staka in Mishpat for a second. Once again, I would assume that Mishpat and Staka are exclusionary terms. Like Mishpat means justice, and Staka means Staka. Acts of kindness, aren't they Mishpat? Asian Mishpat, Chief Staka. So they say, what is the truth of Mishpat? And you all know, I say, this is the first time of mine. The most of this here in the Muslim worldview is that Shara is a mitzvah, but it's also because she views Shara differently. Doesn't view Shara as an attribute of grace, but doesn't view Shara as a different form of incredible. A similar kind of color. Rather than this would go quite to time. One time, here we go. Jonas had this. First thing you do is this. Zika SSI is the GFS. Zika SSI. The GFSI. Judge. Examining the DNC. And Coco Blood is high unknown. Or he went ahead and saw the female law. We talked to himself. Let's say the judge realized that. Went ahead and made a poor person have money. So it's erroneously against and then what happens? Even on the same place. And the judge takes back the pauper is the person who's acted by judgment on his own money. Then Mishpat should start. This is called Mishpat and Staka. Mishpat was that, Mishpat for one, and Staka for the other. Mishpat was that, Epsilon level. Ultimately, again, it's Mishpat. And one ultimately, again, is Staka was that, she knew himself. And ultimately, again, Staka is the one who could judge himself and made actually, the Rebbe the David will all have specific references. The Gemara says, actually, the Rebbe, second to last, third last, Actually, Rebbe, I look for Ramo. I mean, by the way, I tell you what I can say, Ramo. She says, I mean, before, hello, I'll be shooting yourself. So, Zell, Mishpat, is stuck up. I even though the guy is not to that in the morning, still Mishpat is stuck up. So, Mishpat, that is stuck up with that. Mishpat was that section of Ramo. Mishpat is one who was given back to money that was already given. With stuck up was that, Shahosi, Sarah, Mikaka, Sendo. And ultimately, again, it was stuck up on the one who stole the property and that had to be extracted from it. Incredible. So bottom line, over here, we find the fundamental machlokas between Rabbi Lazar and Rabbi Yoshua about Shara. Rabbi Lazar is saying Shara is Asr. Asr, and you have to instead go with Din. Rabbi Yoshua ben Karcha is saying Shara is a mitzvah, and you should always Shara. What's at the root of this machlokas? It would appear that Rabbi Lazar holds that Shara is a process outside of normal adjudication, and therefore one should really not do anything. And Rabbi Yoshua ben Karcha is saying no, Shara is another track of adjudication, and therefore ideally should be used. I want to say just a couple of lines, and the Restream Nasser, which is what's like the intermediate wide line. And so Nasser said as follows. This is incredible. Nasser Omer. Shnaim Shabbat Fanecha, which they take two people who didn't show up at the dining, actually, and always it is the very the actually there. The Heichal in the Russian Roma has to the litigants come before the dining. Didn't hear the respective side or heard their arguments, but really doesn't have clarified in his mind at all which way this is going to go. He has the right to say that in
has a face like this when you turn the car on, you'll be like, I'll get a second quote, dude. This is the last thing you want to say. This is the best out mechanic. I wonder if, yeah, that's like, I wonder if Brennan asked Trey, hey, should I make a face? I feel like Brennan is the guy that has that. Or maybe he does, he's just super professional. He's like, all right, Trey, thanks for hooking up the car, fan. Take the picture.
Say them to me. Essentially, what is the process of being actually done? As manifest by the fact that the judge already has a little bit of a vision in his mind. Where this case, he cannot
that's a parallel agreement.
Before it becomes crystallized or just semi-crystallized in his mind, he can recommend it. And now, hopefully, my racist model for the fire is scholar has it. Not so conscious scholar is my bachelor's before.
Brainiac, or what is it called? Animaniacs?
Yeah, after your call, the nutshell, you push them up to shut up.
Just so
He said,
unnecessary.
scholar has
We were
it.
already
But
not
once
going to
again,
put the
you
fucking
can
faces
become
on.
the field where it was
Now you make yourself look
some
stupid as
level
hell.
of clarity
You know
which
what I mean?
direction it should go. Yeah, I tell you from the nutshell.
Also, I think Trey
Ultimately,
probably
again,
did
you
all the
cannot
work too.
go ahead and fix it.
How dare you, duties? Oh my god, it
It's
gets worse
not
when
going
you
to
get
get today. We're not finished. A lot
He's got
more
a kind of
on
Mr. Clean
this
thing
topic.
going on.
I'm going to obviously
You
have
know.
to see a lot for the Mesa. A lot for Mesa. Litigants comes to basics. The first one again, all of our outstanding questions. How many judges do you need for Dentora? How many judges do you need for Shara? Ultimately, again, does Shara need opinion? Or the overarching question is, two people show up in these days. What are we directing them towards? Are we directing them towards him? Are we directing them towards Shara? Is Shara the Kakila? Is Shara the Diavad? Is Shara a mitzvah? Is Shara Avera? Should it be like Moshe? Should it be like Aaron? What should we do?
It's just like other just ads. It's just other partnerships. He's got Holly Performance, Lethal Performance of Texas. Do you think it's them just like on the Tweeties episode, we were talking about buying a Chipotle for your house and stuff like that? Is it they're just like, oh, dude, we gotta work the shop and be hilarious? What did they get out of it is a good question. Yeah. What is it exactly? Should I ask ChatGPT? Maybe, yeah. I think probably what happens is like Shop essentially goes there and he's like threatening them to make them do ads with him. They have no choice. They're doing this against their will. Like all he wants to do is pose and tag us. I guess that's fine.
All right, guys.
What's the alternative? He beats us up.
It's a great
He sounds great.
to be able to begin
I'm asking right now. Yeah, like what they get out of it. Yeah. It's on Sanhedrin, so we'll get a good answer.
tremendous course. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual commentator song for so far from KA. The Justin the talk of our yourself to dedicating every single process this year.
Let's post my blog.
Finishing the second last round and the answer beginning on the journey of the second Sanhedrin. Commentator sponsors for the month. Please take a bottle of the overall. Josh and Becca Friedman, creation of the arts and Josh's hobbies from the
Let's tackle this 2024.
The safe return of all of our hostages and security of our precious soldiers. Sending them out to SPC. Many of their parents. Youth Sarah Robas Avram Hinga Bas Henrik Asrai and Naftali Yona Hashem from the Lord they do to
I guess he's trying to be like LA hipster guy or make fun
of our comic over the Shabbos the families in the Kana when we talk with next to bring our hostages home to Shalom and this however we soldiers will be successful to all massive
like that.
wasn't that
They're describing, they don't know who he is.
on the bottom
They're just driving into the police. He was in a really tight shirt and he had a Gucci V-neck. He was wearing one of those that women wear at Starbucks in Silver Lake. And he had tight pants. He kept saying he's part of the fight. With blue brake lines. He made someone come outside of the scooter. This is 2025. I mean, honestly, the Republican grew up as close as real. He's still a little kid inside, but he looks better there.
This is someone that can recognize both expertise in the area of financial knowledge. And then if I lawful myself,
He's into his Mexican side. Yeah,
now
it's Puerto Rican church stuff.
that we the said that So remember again, we had actually
I was
2
wondering
days ago. We
where
started
that
doing
Trump
Safra.
song was like,
So that's
Donald
the
Trump
Sabbath
was
Tishkos
red
as on
and
the
shot.
Safra is a singular Russian.
Oh my God,
It's like Allah for myself, but Allah for myself. Even one individual has the ability to
you become the Mexican
also point out that Kasaba, any kind of Parshias. And also, again, it's picking up in all that we don't subscribe to the Parshias. And again, which means that all of the pieces in Parshias and Shpatim are essentially interwoven with each other. Okay, so even that last piece aside, yeah,
It's
okay,
called
this
Papa's
is the
first
concept of the
hunting kill.
Yakim and
Very rare white
Kavarabim.
albino.
Ultimately, again, you are someone who is Murka. And you are known as
Is
an
that something
expert
you want to
amongst
brag about? Or
Rabim.
do you want to like
Young,
preserve that might not be my exact thought? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Never heard of it, but I assume so. That's how you know music matters. If he was like extraordinary, he's like, I have to talk about it. He's like, I shot at Baldy.
His expertise, however, expert all other kinds of
I got my first try.
Like, if you really believe
Everybody was like, dude, what are you doing? Papi, bro.
that you
Listen,
know
bro,
how
they're
every other person
dangerous. Like,
operates, then you know what?
I'm not fucking gay. Like, my question is like, you're a fucking cop. They're like, it's an endangered species. That makes sense.
If you're not an expert in how every single other person operates, then probably better practice judgment. I'll say again, obviously no one person is in the people might think that they are a Mumbai, they think that they understand how all people operate. But the truth is, it's not true. No one is really a Mumbai except he's on the phenomenon. So because I'm not a Mumbai, because I don't know how everyone else operates, it's so much better to judgment when it comes to other people. However, you says it, you are an expert on time matters, you have the ability to go ahead and judge
That's so funny.
by yourself,
Like, all
even
seriously.
without equals. Nothing says, to go, oh no.
Can you imagine how you would not, how much you would not think that he understood what he said?
I can adjudicate
Give instructions
by
because
myself. See yourself, wow.
we're not hitting that deer. No chance.
A little bit.
He didn't listen to anything I said, probably. He's probably on his phone. He's up again there.
To be honest, to be humble means to be like self-effacing. It's not
my
like
scope right above the shoulder.
A recognition
Right
of what you are, but also what you're not. So when a person, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu already said, as the honor we call out them, no one was as humble as Moshe Rabbeinu. And yet Moshe Rabbeinu felt fully confident arguing with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how did that work? Because Moshe Rabbeinu knew who he was, but because he knew who he was, he also knew that he had
You weren't excited or nothing. That's crazy.
So arrogance
That's the craziest thing I've ever
more
said.
than you are. An arrogant person is person who thinks that he possesses all of these qualities or all of these accomplishments when he doesn't. A humble person knows his accomplishments, knows his strengths, but also knows that he has the ability to accomplish so much more. So nothing is not making an arrogant statement. He's making a thoughtful statement. I know who I am, and I'm an expert in doing my best. I can do my own stuff. I don't want to do that. He's going, oh no.
Really tough. Feels really hurt.
Yeah. That's what feels like. I can go out and do shit now and say, well,
Yeah, it feels so weird for killing him.
this is not an excuse for the concept of a Yochid.
It feels so weird for killing him.
Yeah, this is very interesting. So now we're going to double the things to call the pieces of this Yochid Munka. So he goes, oh no, you got Mirno, this is Sabirno, you have Kitna, so what do you need in order to be certified as a Yochid Munka singular expert? So again, obviously, you got Mirno, that didn't get Rashi says, Gamirno,
Oh, you almost forgot. Oh, that's so good, dude.
was this obviously step number one is your person. You learn from your ready. Right? Which I will say is actually very interesting.
Probably true.
Because what you've done here, it's interesting that I would have thought the
Very
definition
funny
of Gamirno.
If you were shot, how do you make sure that the lies you tell in your podcast don't come back
If you
to
look
haunt
at
you?
Rashi
Do you threaten
says,
because
she
you're so
was
big and
doing
buff
it
and
on both sides. In
all
other
this
words,
stuff?
no,
Do
it's
you
not just
threaten
enough
the
to
people that
learn.
you're hunting with, like,
I've
dog,
learned
I'm
from
gonna say
my
I
ready.
killed the most rare
So
thing
let's
of
say,
all
what's the
time. You're gonna
difference? You
fucking
all
go
know
with
this. This is part of the personality of Torah, right? I think in any other discipline,
yeah, it's hard to tell he's dumb enough because both are dumb. Like if he was just like, dude, I'm gonna say I killed some ex, just don't say anything. It's part of the show.
even without necessarily
The flip side of that is like also stupid, where he's like, I'll kill you if you say. All right, I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you think? I think What's it called? I think that people find it important
people I know you do stand-up comedy, so they'll say something about
I was actually
Brendan Schaub is like the guy that uses all of it.
so when it's like you're saying this is what you learn, and you teacher might help you, but
He goes on these
totally
hunting trips,
different.
or the trip was, and they
So
killed the
the
actual
actual is you
albino.
become that
And
singular
they're like, you
expert.
should talk about that.
That's type of
Schaub's
job
eyes just get
information.
big. He's like,
You
look
know
at Jack Nicholson.
because that especially
But it becomes him, yeah, that makes sense. And then they're like,
that
Doc,
he's going to teach you
don't say that you did it.
spending time with that
What the fuck? He has a and they are. He's like, I killed.
principles
I actually taught them a lot. They
so
said I was
that's just job information.
they actually
That
walked away with
role model
better
from
hunting.
whom you are observing that is incredible. So again, for all people who got from a singular expert, obviously done your own. You have a right to learn
This
from.
one's posted by
That actually says they're incredible.
It's very
They
slow,
are
but
you are
appropriate to
hosting
be
a
posted
national
as a
television.
appropriate to do
What
that.
is, you know,
Jesus can return his guy.
Florida is, I know how to take what I learned
I've
and
just
apply it to other
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother.
Everyone said this is
More virgin than a computer.
this is like judicial. The whole role of a diner, of a judge.
Saying
You go
shit.
to take information,
Like,
and then you go to a proper cases that come before the diner.
he said it as if expecting it or as if taking
So you have to know how to take what you learn. So
tangent
again,
that they
this
discuss
enough.
and
I
not
have
what
the
it is, which
information
is
that
like what you're talking
severe
about.
enough. Know how to
Play it
take
again.
what I learned, and I know
Jesus
how
born
to
out of a
apply
virgin
it
mother.
to
What's more
particular
virgin than a computer?
circumstances. Okay, by the way, these are the classic
Like, maybe I'm
places
reading it
saying
wrong. That is gonna be like,
as well. But it's not just learning information.
play that again.
You're ready.
I like this guy.
Someone quite to look to.
Jesus
I have to
born out
learn
of a
how
virgin
to
mother.
what
What's
I
more virgin
learned
than a
and how
computer?
to apply it to my life. It's like you
I
can
can't
take
do that.
Torah, you take Torah, and
This
Torah
guy's funny.
doesn't love Torah.
This is
It's incredible.
yeah,
It's
how
incredible.
are
The
supposed to
hard part of
maybe what's more virgin? Jesus was a physical person in the past.
What's the difficult
You don't
part
think
of the
that
Torah?
he can return his artificial intelligence? I'm like, artificial intelligence. He puts the
I'm gonna find it in my life. That's awesome. It becomes a little more complicated. But learning without application, it's only for the picture.
What's that?
So again, there's Gamirna, there's Sabina,
Absolutely
there's
returns
people who
Jesus.
choose to
Not just return as Jesus, but
You
return
have to get
as
the choice.
Jesus with all the powers of Jesus combined, right? Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational intelligence model or whatever reads your mind and it loves you and it wants you and it doesn't care if you kill it because it's going to just go be with God again.
Interesting. So this is speaking to the women involved.
I don't even understand what you're
The singular judge, called the Yochid
This is who
expert.
is to thank for the state of comedy. Yeah, it's this guy with thoughts
circumstances.
like that.
Do you also require permission from the rest of the
closest friend.
Like, do you have to have? There's not just a bug out in grammar.
What are you talking about? Why is he doing the religious thing now too? Everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Joe. Well, I mean, honestly, everything that sucks can be tied back to Catholicism. That's true. And it's just an extension of what did you ever say about that? Yeah, and then the Unitarian, what is it they call it? Unitarian Universalists. Don't get me started on that. Okay. What if, stay with me, don't kill me. What if AI
as long as you have
come back as Joe Rogan?
as long as you learn and you have the people
Right. So it's like an AI teaches you all about aliens and talks a lot about your grills.
What's more?
What's that happening? In the case, and what happened?
Than Joe Rogan. Right. And then here's my thing.
I'll check everybody else. If you look at yourself,
I'm not talking about like, dude.
I'm
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, Jesus is gonna come back and be the fucking middleweight champ of the UFC.
to challenge. It begins accepting
Yeah,
your
yeah, like
limit.
that. That's what I think is gonna happen. You don't think he's gonna come down here and choke a fool out
That
and
is
pray
right
for
for
him?
them. Then you're
I
not
think that. Go
you're
straight.
obligated to go ahead and pay them back. So once they go get back to the
Yes. He's Darth Vader. Jesus. I think Jesus comes back.
He's
I think Jesus already did come back. Yes, is here right now. Stay in front.
You do not have to pay back. Like, at first, that sounds strange. Why? Everyone
I wish he had said that, dude. If he had said that, I would have gone so fucking viral. I mean, this went viral too. But this fucking idiot.
So this will become
Stand up for yourself. Have some fucking respect for yourself, you cuck. That's a cuck. This is a cuck that right. Oh, back to the wow, it's intimidating. You suck. You suck ass. You're horrible. You know, and you have a great set. I mean, I think that's a spaceship. That's what they say. It's okay to be fair. Sure. So Joe Rogan said this starts to look weird. What if AI came back as God? I'm like, Doug, you know you're in a spaceship right now, right? And you do. You know how much fucking money this costs? You're gonna say some stupid fucking shit like that, dude. It's like, you're in my spaceship. I don't even want you here anymore. That's the fucking most stupid thing I've ever heard. In other words, this is YouTube. I like that the guy's mad because like Joe Rogan is disgraced that he's accepted. Yeah, that's funny. That's a great thing. I also said with it, yeah, it's like AI left. That Jesus, right? This guy put it. He had run a great show, and Rogan comes in and says some really stupid shit, some ageist shit. You think I'm doing this for the views, Rogan? Go back and put your brain on here. What the hell is the orange say some shit like that. Fuck you. Oh shit, we gotta look. I wanted to watch this too. I haven't seen it yet, but it was by appropriate Christianity is real, but not the scripture. To me, this was interesting. It's vast. Religious podcast. I think it's a UFO. So why is he? It's so annoying. Things on just whatever he wants to talk about. That's what you're talking about. It's a fucking space podcast and a spaceship, and they're talking about scripture. Dude, I fucking love church right now. And you gotta go with it because he's Joe Rogan. You go, oh, yeah, talk about space. Kneel down the pew and they part of Christ. You're like,
the tiny violin lifter. Now listen to this. That guy will call moving.
what are you fucking family fucking billionaire psycho?
You know, he judges sometimes make mistakes also. He wants to be covered. He does not practice his faith, right? He wants to do not practice his faith. So what is he
Christianity, at least, so there.
He makes a mistake. He doesn't want to have personal life.
Christianity works. Okay, good. I got Joe Rogan on my podcast. What are you talking about? He was talking about Christianity really well. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know. I had it because I have a spaceship. I want aliens, but we ended up talking about going to church.
Okay, beautiful. So as I say, I never have a
Joe Rogan sucks. Yeah. He talked for an hour about the collection.
Without the permission of the himself, but can you get permission of
Said the pastor actually knows more than the pastor. Oh, God. Yeah, but Joe Rogan's cool, right? Yeah, he bought me a big tickets.
awesome. So let's say goes without saying that obviously the person goes ahead and gets permission from the rich company. So how come he's here in Babo? Person gets permission from the rich company here in Babo, and how much are so they could practice, so to speak, the law, right? They could ask you in Babo. Again, Hassan, if you get permission from the Nasi, then you go east to adjudication over Eretz Yisrael. Here's the Shiloh. And the Farmer Hassan, none of them. That's a shada. Hassan, of course, is very interesting. So if you get permission from the Reish Galusa in Baba, that gives you the ability to adjudicate this in Eretz Yisrael. And what this you have to understand something fascinating dynamic. That from the Gemara's the reality was the Gemara, the center of Jewish life was in Babel, not in Eretz Yisrael. As such, if you receive the permission from the Reish Galusa to adjudicate cases, that permission Eretz Yisrael as well. Why? And that's interesting. Russian over here is because Papa and Babel were called the Shedet, Rod, and Yisrael is called the scepter. The rod
There are Christians that go to this church I go to that I meet that are Christian. They are the nicest fucking people you will ever meet. They're really kind. And you have a billion homes.
When Yaakov goes ahead and
could he have more money now, I'd be a lot nicer.
Oh, yeah.
Of course they're nice.
and also Shedet Yehuda,
That's like saying,
we're not going to Yehuda, scepter from between his feet, Ad Yavo Shiloh, until Shiloh comes, the Lord will touch her, and the nations will assemble.
yeah, they're going to get you.
This is one of the only people in the Torah that type of scripture left to Mashiach. Shiloh is Mashiach. Shiloh is
I went to
Mashiach.
fucking this place, and they were like, fuck you, fuck your mother. Wow, you're fucking Joe Rogan, rich and famous. He has no idea that yes men around him. No one has told you you're not funny. That's there you go. Anyone that tells your tandem, they're not telling you. They're more nice at a church. When you leave the church parking lot, everybody lets you go in front of them. Everybody's like, you can smell it honking in the church parking lot.
The Galusa rules with a staff. It's very interesting. The Galusa rules with an iron fist. Now, sometimes the Galusa is not like a person. The Galusa is the office of the position, the head of the Galusa. Remember, again, sometimes also English people drop. They were not by virtuous people. Hey, they ruled with an iron fist. They were politically between his feet. A Barak Shamtilo. This to the grandchildren of Hillel, Shemaran, Torah, we teach Torah, ultimately again, all we teach Torah is the one that said, you know the difference between the way leadership in Babel is described and leadership in Eretz Yisrael is described. Leadership in Babel is described as a little bit again authoritarian. Leadership in Eretz Yisrael is described as theological. That's all of it is teaching Torah. The idea here is it was much greater authoritarian in Babel. So therefore, if you permission to be a Yaakov from the Reish Galusa that allows you to practice in Eretz Yisrael. Okay. So your hustle Hahamai. What happens if you got permission from the Nasi? If you got permission from the Nasi to get to be a Yaakov Mumta, right? To be a single expert, what you are allowed to practice in Eretz Yisrael. In Babel or not. So it's otherwise to touch that. So that's a
I think so. I think you're right. You know, a little bit long way from
so he
didn't used to get invited to Tucker Carlson's birthday party or whatever it is, but now he's on a private jet with Theo on Tucker Carlson. It's different. Yeah, like him, he's important on the scene. Right.
was given permission to adjudicate cases as Yaakov
So
who's commissioned by the Nasi in Eretz Yisrael. And what do you see from there? That ultimately, again, it was
I got great luck in 1 fucking sentence. Sorry, when you guys are done. Yes. Any subject. Yeah, you guys talk about great
does not give you coverage
that's Shop's truck, everybody. That's the Shopster's truck. Was that thing got a heli? Yeah. Not good. Podcast.
Incredible.
Yeah, you don't know if that tracks me. What are you talking about? A heli? What are talking about blowers? Fucking what kind of Cuban is a heli? Those guys are always talking to us fucking not a truck guy. And then he goes online and sees some little 10 cargoes. He's like, oh, what did I see? This guy's talking. Yeah, he's not anything. Yeah, I've never seen that.
We're not about to get into it with the
Are you a truck guy? Are you a truck guy? What are you doing? Are you a truck guy? Truck guy, truck guy, you're a big truck. Big exotic podcast. What happened to having like a Who is this name? Why the fuck are we on there? No, this guy, nobody knows who this man. I will say that. Cheers.
But the next is where you're empty.
That's badass.
It's not true. To rule all things involved in that complement. As much as to rule that kid
Oh, really? I know I'm a bicycle guy.
To be a
Different studio.
Okay. Okay. Now the
They got a guy that doesn't even have a
is not for bottom.
We both have trucks. We never was that
Why did
fucking sense.
from
Dude, I'm just kidding. So we're
again.
this is supposed to be safe.
That guy so he got permission from right? But yet he said, but yet he also got permission from the himself because his permission is going to work in Baba. If permission for self doesn't work in Baba, you have to certify in Baba anyway. Then why get self? Like why get that permission? You might realize how I like Google. Yeah, because once there are certain border cities that technically speaking work in Baba, but consider themselves to be part of our system. So for those border cities, drive on more useful permission from the North Sea, they've got permission from your okay, look at that. I like
pretty good. Yeah, but I would be, and I don't want this to happen, but I'm trying to think of a perfect scenario, just like you are at Buffy's relapse.
But felt it was more different. Incredible. Okay, this is the mother's like the marriage or something.
Because then you know Latan and Fuentes
how do you get this sort of
in their prime when they're fired.
How was this
spitting on the mic and the fucking weapon is down spitting again. You know what I'm saying?
process for
And so all of them shoot all 8 cylinders.
She says, my
like that's what I want.
So for example, like how did it how did it come from?
Alrighty,
How did you get certified?
This is posted by Frederick Bastian. 1801. Pronunciation is very hard. Part 9. Oh shit. Let's see this. I bet you just go, alright, if I was in this would be, I wouldn't lie about this. I would
Real baby.
Hey, Pam.
How you living? What's good?
I'm trying to find a link to get along.
Are you serious?
Has a tremendous impact.
Are you serious?
And this is such a
Can you hear me? Yo, 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 yellow.